eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Thank you. You got a black one? You got a black
Those eChampions League finals in Istanbul. Yesterday, Western Europe fought for those knockout spots. And today, we turn our attention to the centre and east of the continent. Well, we have world champions and wonder kids, and they're all ready to put themselves in contention for one of FIFA esports' most coveted titles.
Ambition, legacy, prestige.
Diddy Chris Lito was your winner.
The world of the eChampions League descends upon London. The dream? To be untouchable and to raise the trophy as a champion.
Nicholas clean sweeps the trophy.
All over Europe, thousands have chased their dream, putting in the hours, grinding, striving to be the best. Now, the top 64 players, representing 17 countries across the continent, will embark on a journey. It all begins here, the group stage of the eChampions League. $280,000 and a place in FIFA royalty on the line.
The eChampions League pre-show presented by Just Eat.
Well, welcome then to everyone's favourite FIFA esports competition, the eChampions League, the group stages, day 2, of course. Mike Labelle and Gravison are alongside me for this second day of action. Guys, yesterday was pretty fun, pretty exciting. Gravison, you were pretty impressed by your teammate, of course, Duxneat. Happy to see him going through, I'm sure.
Yeah, obviously happy because it's his first time competing at a LAN event internationally, and he made it through convincingly, playing against tough players. But we also have some Spaniards as well. Jorge, who beat Tex in the first matchup. We did have as well JRA going out at 0-3, so big performances, kind of slow performances as well, but a fun tournament for day 1.
Yeah, it was West Europe, of course, yesterday. Today we turn our attention to East and Central, like I just said in the opener there as well. Mike, we have some big names we're going to see in action today, don't we?
Where do you want me to start? We've
got the likes.
Yeah, we have the likes, of course, UMUT, world champion. You've got Anders, who people are saying are going to be a future world champion. I love this opening matchup here with Ali Bali and DULLENMIKE. I can just look around the room. There's the who's who here, and then there's a lot of rookies as well that are trying to make their name this year. So I like that kind of narrative where you have the old guard and the new people that are coming in that are hungry. And can you defend it? I don't want to let them in. Do you want to let them in? You get the idea of where I'm going.
We're going to take a deep dive into all the players who are playing today in a short while. But if you missed yesterday, don't worry, because here's all the sights and sounds to bring you up to speed.
A special sort of feel to it. Europe's elite have gathered here in London to play the highest level of FIFA, the eChampions League.
The 2023 Champions League is officially underway. Nicholas 99 FC, the reigning champion. Nicholas comes out with an opening win.
He knows how to win the big competitions. He backs himself.
Ronaldinho with some space, but can he get the shot away? He can, and he does!
Tex now with his first win then of the day.
These are the best in Europe.
But it's going to be nervy. I think, of course, players around. There's no real favourite.
You're off to the knockout stages! Oh! Well, here we are, round 5. Yeah! Come on!
Players there we didn't particularly expect to leave it as late as they did. You saw there Tom and Tex in particular having to wait until the final round to book their spots into the next stage, Mike.
I feel like Tex likes some drama. We always talk about him doing well in tournaments, but I do feel that we always are in those late stages. I think the big takeaway, and you might have saw the pop-off there, was also Matthias going out early, I mean, making it to the finals, last year being such a breakout season for him, really putting a stamp as who he is, and then moving to Europe and all the success stories. And I expected him to be here and getting through. I didn't expect him to go out early.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's something with the Swiss format this year with him, because in the FGS1, he got grouped with, I think it was 4-3. Second FGS, he got grouped again, and now here he got grouped. So I don't think it's something with his game style. I think it's something with the Swiss format, because when he reaches the knockouts, he's going to perform every single time.
Well, it was a disappointing day, wasn't it, for Matthias yesterday, but 32 more players. The hard work begins today if they want to make it to the final 8, of course, in June in Istanbul. And Mike knows it's a pretty long journey.
The eChampions League kicks off with the group stage, featuring 64 of the top EA Sports FIFA players from Europe. The first round of non-stop action is divided into 2 groups. 32 competitors from Western Europe battle it out on day 1, and then 32 of the best from Central and Eastern Europe face off on day 2. Who tops the group is determined through 5 rounds of Swiss format. In Swiss, every competitor plays an opponent in 2 legs of FIFA. Each successive round will feature players with the same record matching up. After round 5 on each day, those with 3 wins will form the top 16 in the region and proceed to the knockout stage, while those with 3 losses means they've been eliminated. The final 32 players in Europe will then face off in the knockout stage of the eChampions League in April.
Well, 5 rounds to be played today then. Let's have a look at the fixtures coming your way from round 1. Gravison, I'll get your view on a couple of the standout ones from you first. Where are you going?
I think Eldos versus Heathers is a match I'm looking forward to. 2 very offensive players. Eldos a player who pretty much doesn't pass a pass to his defenders. And then Heathers, player who's been pretty much dominating online. But I think it's his first, big first LAN event. I'm looking forward to that match.
But a low-scoring affair possibly from that one.
I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so.
He's
Mike?
an offensive guy. I like that. I mean, I'm staring at another offensive matchup, in my opinion. It's going to be Obrén, who you saw last year, fantastic, just phenomenal from Italy. And then Predator FIFA, who, again, doesn't really play defense, which I always support. No defending. I'm part of that life.
Well, maybe it'll be on our top goal scorer list later on in the show. Gravison will go to the second page of fixtures. And if you can pick one more for us, that'd be amazing.
We talked about it yesterday, actually. We talked about the Montaxer-Feldman match. I think it's going to be like on the other side, pretty much a mental, tactic kind of battle, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of goals. We obviously saw Feldman, who is kind of a possession player, but I think both of them are going to progress to this stage 3, and I look forward to that match.
Well, the mental game is a massive part of FIFA esports, especially at the highest level. And someone who knows that very well, of course, is our current world champion, UMUT. He's in action today. We didn't even mention him there, did we, in the ones to watch, because all eyes will be on that guy, of course. I mean, there he is. He's as cool as you like. But, Mike, this is the first time we've seen him in action at an individual event since the World Cup last year. Will that play on his mind at all?
I don't think that will play on his mind, but I did speak to him before the event. He actually has an injury. He injured his hand. He fell off a scooter last week. So he said it's been bothering him a little bit, so that might play a little bit of a factor.
I don't think so. Because the thing is, he played FGS2 last weekend, and he might told you that, but he performed really good.
It could be a mind game. I come on here, I throw that out there, then he overperforms or outperforms, even with one hand.
Well, Gravison obviously knows something that we don't. Anyway, his teammate actually in 2v2 as well for Leipzig is Anders VEJRGANG. He's also in action today, the Wonder Kid, as we call him. A question for you first, Gravison, about him. I guess the FIFA community expects a lot from him.
Yep.
And possibly we're looking at players like DULLENMIKE, came out in their first tournament and performed, got a title. Techs are the same. Does that mean Anders has to get the Champions League title?
I would say pretty much yes, but it's tougher for him because you didn't expect DULLENMIKE to win the tournament. You certainly didn't expect Tex to win that title, that first title, but you expect Anders to win the title. So that's a bit of pressure on his shoulders, and I think that's a tough one to swallow because, I don't know, that kind of pressure when you're just 16, I think it's tough.
There might be an unfair expectation,
Yep.
but I will say this, I don't know if he goes down as a wonder kid without having this win. If
This
you're
is what
only
I'm
an
saying.
online player, like when we talk about DULLENMIKE, he has the results to back it up. The youngest world champ that we've seen. And we talk about Tex, same situation. You're talking about teenagers that are winning here. We haven't seen that happen from Anders. So that needs to happen in a LAN environment, in my opinion, to really have that title attached.
He seemed to get a bit stressed out, possibly, in the EA Sports Cup when they were doing 2v2 together. The fact that he'll have free reign here as an individual, will that play into his favour, Gravison?
I think so. I played against him in FES2 online. I lost, obviously, 1-3.
No, very few have winning stories.
I mean, obviously. And I think he's just, he's free when he plays 1v1. And he's more kind of, I don't know, attacking. He can control the rhythm. I think it's easier for him.
What was that scoreline, Grav?
1-3.
Ah,
I didn't.
Not that bad.
It was going to be low scoring, obviously.
Well, we can talk about these players all day long, but Brandon Smith is waiting by to get a word from both of them before the round one of fixtures.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a treat, really. We're normally speaking to these two as a team, as we did in the EA Sports Cup. UMUT, Anders, welcome back to the eChampions League. I've got to ask you first, UMUT. Top 8 finish last year in Sweden. You know, many months on from that, you became a world champion. Is there a taste this time to go and win the eChampions League?
Of course, I want to win every game. I want to win every tournament. And this is the group stage. Of course, I want to go through. The aim is just to hit 3-2. And if I hit this, I'm happy.
And as the guys were saying, Anders, this is your first major 1v1 tournament. You've been waiting a long time for this, and obviously 17 now you are. It's some incredible, you know, tournaments in the process. How excited are you today to get going?
I'm excited. Hopefully I can go through to the next stage. That is my goal for the day. So I'm just excited to see how the day will go.
And is the goal to go 5-0, go unbeaten again?
I will try, but there's many good players, so I will try, but it's not safe. Yeah, it's not safe.
And do I dare to ask, you know, you are a team normally. What happens when you play against each other today in the Swiss rounds?
Of course, then who's the better player wins, and just fair play. And after the game, we just shake hands, and it is how it is. One player has to win, one player has to lose. We can't change it, but of course, during the game, we will do everything to win. And during the game, we are not teammates, we are like rivals, and I think it's like that.
And how has it been since January? Obviously, disappointing to leave the tournament early in the EA Sports Cup in those knockout stages. You've had a lot of time to reflect on that now. Is it a case of let's forget about 2v2 for a while, all attention on 1v1?
Of course, we just forgot this tournament. Of course, we looked about the gameplay, what did we wrong for the next tournaments. But now here it's 1v1. We just focus on ourselves. We just focus on our gameplay now. And we don't think about other tournaments before. So we are here, eChampions League now, and just focus for the tournament.
And do I dare to ask, Anders, would you like to play against UMUT in the Swiss rounds?
I mean, I think we both are the two best players here, so hopefully we can play at 4-0.
There you go. Maybe play at 4-0 today. That'll be a decent Swiss round, wouldn't it? We can't wait to see these two in action here in the eChampions League.
I don't think many players want to play either of those two. I mean, they're the force to be reckoned with, both together and individually there, but it might happen, mightn't it? We've seen stranger things happening. Teammates may have to play against each other in the eChampions League. Well, let's move on to another German player, as though we have 15 of them playing today. That's quite the stronghold, isn't it? DULLENMIKE. I mean, this player, we mentioned him already. He burst onto the scene with a dramatic fashion, winning his first title. He's always around. Hasn't really reached the same heights as he did when he first emerged. Is his time now, Gravison, to step up?
I think definitely, because he won a world title back in FIFA 19. Last year, he won the Bundesliga against UMUT. It was like really, you can see like the results. But you don't see like the Champions League. You don't see the, I don't know, the likes of a World Cup. So I think this is just his time this year.
Well, I think he'd love to hear that. You're saying it's his time this year. Let's talk about Focus Clan, though, his team as well. There's a lot of players emerging from Focus Clan. They've got quite the number of players represented here, 4, I believe it is, Mike.
No, absolutely. And again, we give so much credit to the Dutch and the Renzo Academy or whatever they're doing there. I don't know what's happening. Again, I think I should just learn Dutch because your FIFA ability just goes up. The same could be said with a lot of the German development and Focus in particular, what they have going on in terms of not only having big names that are veterans, but also developing again. When you're looking at getting the 15 or the 16-year-old and getting him prepared to be a champion or prepared to compete, that's a lot of credit to your development program. So I've been really impressed with Focus, and I'm looking forward to today to see if these guys are all able to perform, or maybe even some of the guys that maybe less big names are able to push through, and some of the guys struggle that are, you know, maybe the favorites coming into this.
Well, it's probably a question now, is it, of how many Germans go through? We're starting with 15. I mean, we're looking for 16 players to qualify. Surely we can't have all 15.
Can we do that? I'll take 8.
8.
8 to go through.
10.
10. Well, someone who wants to be one of them, of course, is DULLENMIKE. I'm not giving you my answer. He's a Brandon.
Yeah, thank you guys. I mean, there's a lot of German players here in London, 15 in total as we know. I'm speaking to one of them now that has qualified for the first ever time. He was invited to the Invitational a few years ago. DULLENMIKE, welcome to London. I know you've been involved in many tournaments, been a FUT Champions Cup winner. What is it about playing in this eChampions League that is just so special?
I mean, for me, it's my first time qualifying for the eChampions League, so obviously I have higher aims to get really far in the tournament, and hopefully I can pull it off.
Amazing stuff. And just give us a bit of an insight as well. So many German players here. I know there was, I think, 16 spots regardless for Austria or German players. But the level in Germany, has it upped again? Does it up every single year?
Yeah, in my opinion, it's getting better and better every year. I mean, we have the last 2 world champions. We have insanely good players, for example, UMUT, me, the other guys from Focus. So I think it's just getting better and better.
Yeah. And in terms of being a FUT Champions Cup winner compared to an eChampions League winner, how do the two compare?
No, it's tough to say. I'd say they both are different tournaments because eChampions League is only for players in Europe. So I'm missing that one, and hopefully I can bring it home.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. DULLENMIKE, good luck today. We can't wait to see you involved in that first round of Swiss here in the eChampions League.
Thanks.
I mean, I'm not sure I'm going to compare Champions Cup winners
I want
to
them both.
ECL.
I want them both.
He wants them both, but I think ECL does obviously surpass that. This is the big one. He wants to win that one, of course. Finally, I want to talk about one more player, and we can't not talk about this player. The surprise package of 2019, MOAUBA, the world champion back then. He kept the title for the longest time as well, because obviously went into that pandemic. We didn't get a new world champion there, so I believe he had it for a couple of years, which was quite the feat. But we didn't possibly expect him to be world champion there. He surprised us all. We are excited to see him back. We're not really sure what kind of form he's in, but does that matter going on his past achievements? He's a player that can play regardless, isn't he, Gravison?
Yeah, I would say like every time you have Mo at a tournament, you expect him to go through. Like for Mo to not qualify for stage 3, I think it will be obviously pretty bad for him because you expect great things from Mo. Maybe from these past 2 years, he's been playing online. He hasn't performed as well, but we have a lot in tournament. We have Mo. He's progressing, for sure.
I also think the game caters to him a little bit more this year than the previous couple installments. Because if you think back with all the success that he had in FIFA 19, fast-paced, a lot happening all at once, you're micromanaging. This year's game as well, you're not seeing a bunch of clean sheets. Wait till you see the scores later today. There's going to be a lot of high-scoring affairs, and I believe that plays into what Mo likes to do, where he kind of disrupts the game. He creates organized havoc, if you will.
Well, having that world champion status on your CV as well must fill you with loads of confidence coming into any event. Let's see how confident MOAUBA's feeling ahead of this one. He's with Brandon.
Yeah, thank you guys. I mean, he's probably the smiliest man in FIFA esports. MOAUBA, Mo, where have you been?
Yeah, after my World Cup, I took some holiday. Thought about to stop playing, but now I'm back.
Well, let's be realistic here. Obviously, as we know, it was a difficult last couple of FIFAs for you. What is it about FIFA 23 that is just clicking more with you in your play style?
I think it's more offensive, and yeah, it's a lot of, also not only me, because there are a lot of new young players. So it was not that easy to adapt, and they, yeah, I think they learn new things faster than me. I get some bit older, so yeah, but I have to adapt, and now I'm back and hope to perform.
And what can we expect from MOAUBA today?
Yeah, like always, like when I'm in an offline event, I think I'm one of the best in my mindset, but also like my performance always like top 4 when I play offline. So I hope I get the early three wins, and then yeah, practice for the next round.
Well, speaking of 3, there are 3 players from the Focus clan here. I believe your boss is here as well. I saw Elias around. He'll be supporting you. Hoping for a full house to go through today. You confident that you and the lads can do it?
Yeah, I hope so. Of course, when I not qualify, I hope that the other 2 will do. But yeah, it will not be easy. So there are so many good players, and we try our best to make also our team proud of us. So we are not only fighting for us, also for the whole team. And we practice a lot to be here.
Amazing stuff. So good to see MOAUBA back on land, by the way. 15 Germans here. The question is, by the end of today, how many will make it through?
Well, we have another question as well. We want to know where we buy those Focus jackets.
Can we make
I
a
mean,
pickup?
some great merch there. I'm loving that style.
Yeah, Elias is around here. I think he could get like 3 of them to us, at least.
Well, if all 3 of the Focus boys stay in, 1, 2, 3, we'd love a jacket, guys. Just saying. Anyway.
Those are part of our 3 Germans, part of the Germans that are going through. Got it. All right.
Let's get down to business then. Quick pick on your must go through today. Who's definitely going through?
I would say, well, yesterday I said Ethan.
Exactly,
so
that's why I'm asking you.
apologies
We're
in
picking one?
advance.
Okay.
Apologies in advance, but I gotta go with my man, Oli Boli. He's just sitting here. He's one of the best. Oli Boli.
Gravison didn't get it correct yesterday. You did. You went Stingray. He went through. Who are you picking today?
I'm sticking with my matchup then to watch, similar to what I did yesterday. I think Oberon's going to have another year of being a problem, an absolute problem. You'll see today.
Okay, Oberon and Oli Bolly are these two picks. Okay, well that of course was our pre-show presented by Just Eat, and if you watched yesterday, you'll know what time it is. It's time for Mike LaBelle to order a takeaway for us.
It's already been ordered. You know how this goes. Come on, I got you covered. Today we're in theme. All right, went German food because this is the most German competitors. I also threw some kebabs in there, so we are ready to go.
So we've got German
ready for
cuisine.
lunch.
Okay, Gravison, take a look inside.
I'm getting a kebab as quick as I can.
The eChampions League pre-show presented by Just Eat.
Today 2 here in London. We are back again in another suit, dressed up for a big day. As we said, 32 more players here, Richard, but only 16 we've already guaranteed to be into the knockout stages in April. We're going to do the same again today, and from what we saw yesterday, there's probably going to be more shocks and more similar storylines, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievably stacked today. I mean, if you just look on paper, some of the names that we've got in this, multiple-time world champions, we've got major cup winners, eChampions League grand finalists, top 8 finishers across the board. I mean, it really is the place to be if you're wanting to aspire and get to that next level here at the eChampions League.
Yeah, and also on that, there's been a massive, of course, storyline around 15 German players being here. But there's also another nation that has travelled well to London, isn't there, Richard?
Yeah, there certainly is. I mean, Italy are absolutely flying. 7 Italians, 8 Italians actually, to be mistaken. It's really, really good. I would expect at least 4 of those Italians to be making it through to the knockouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you are someone at home that is thinking, how can I get involved in some FIFA tournaments like this? Well, there is something that you can get involved in, and it's the eChampions League Fan Cups that have been presented by our partner in PlayStation, where you can build your best squad and show off your skills in the eChampions League Fan Cups on PlayStation 5 by putting your ultimate team to the test. You'll have an opportunity to win more than just FIFA points. We said it yesterday, Richard. We'll say it again. A chance to win this as a grand prize. A VIP trip to the eChampions League Finals event in Istanbul, where, of course, our finalists will be here from the eChampions League, battling out for that $75,000 grand prize in June.
Yeah, and look, I think there's so much that you can get involved with, so much potential, untapped potential, and that's something that's going to be here today. These rookie players, these sort of prospects, this is the moment that you take it to the next level. This is when you break out, you break the glass ceiling and potentially go on and really start to take your FIFA career to the next level. And we can see a number of these fixtures right here. Debut LAN tournaments for a lot of these players on the screen. I want to turn your attention to a couple of matches that I will be keeping my eye on. Oberon versus Predator. That's going to be fireworks. Furman against Kekere as well. That's going to be really, really good. Lenny against Kamal. I'm looking forward to see what Lenny can do. A really solid player in his own right.
I was going to say, Richard, is there anyone that you're really looking forward to seeing as well in terms of just individual pros that you haven't seen for a long time? For me, MOAUBA, so good to see him back at LAN. So many new names, as you said. There's a lot of debuts here, but there's also some great players that have come back in. The Stranger.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Back in town. Anders VEJRGANG, it's his debut. It's his major first tournament.
Yeah, Montaxa against Roy Feldman is going to be a cracker as well. Make sure you keep your eyes on that one. And then, look, I'm always a big fan of Danny Pitbull. He always comes up, big handshake, big fist bump, and he's one of those players that when he gets on a LAN environment, he does play well.
He does, and he travels well alongside so many of these Italian players. Well, as you can know, and as you saw yesterday, there are main matches we will be focusing on our main stages here. There's one just behind us right now, which does include a player that got top 8 in this tournament last year in Sweden. He is the current world champion, the FIFA E world champion. It's UMUT, obviously in action in this game, playing against fellow German AYMANE of Frankfurt. This one plans to be a Bundesliga-esque fixture between these two.
It certainly does. We can see UMUT right here on the screen. He's been late in the eChampions League before, top 8. You mentioned the world champion status. Does it give him a little bit more pressure? Does it put a target on his back? Potentially so, but if there's anyone who can deal with that, I was speaking to a couple of sort of, I say pundits, FIFA pundits, FIFA esports pundits, and they were saying if they were to right now pick up one player within the FIFA esports landscape, it would be UMUT. He's just a super professional, very consistent, and a real top performer.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, a player is just guaranteed to get to every single tournament you can. On the opposite side, we spoke about these new up-and-coming German players. There's one here for you now, AYMANE of Frankfurt. This is his debut international LAN tournament. What a tournament it is as well to qualify in the Champions League group stages. A $280,000 FIFA tournament. And it's no surprise, Richard. I mean, look at players like MOAUBA, look at players like DULLENMIKE. You can go on for a long time, the Stranger. They've inspired a generation of FIFA players, and there is no surprise at all that there are new names coming up every single tournament.
But they've also set the bar so high that to get to that level, to get to UMUT, DULLENMIKE, MOAUBA, the Stranger, Megabit, to get to that level, you have to be consistent. You have to be truly a world-class FIFA player. Will we see people, these rookies, potentially fumble? Or will they fly? We're about to find out.
Yeah, well, 10 seconds away we are from our opening fixture here. We've done the west side of Europe. Now it's time to move over to the eastern central part as we conclude day 2 here of the group stages of the eChampions League. It's round 1 in the Swiss. Remember, 3 wins will send you into the knockout stages back here in London in April, and 3 defeats will send you home yesterday. There was quite a few shocks yesterday, Richard. Matthias Bonanno, runner-up of last year's tournament, was in the grand final against Nicholas, out in the group stages yesterday. Maestro out in the group stages yesterday. Nobody is safe in this tournament. You might have a pedigree of achievements and a big social media follow, but that doesn't mean anything this time round in the Champions League.
I'm already starting to see a couple of changes right off the back as well. Marquisio starting as one of those central midfielders at the moment for AYMANE. It's Valverde at right back. Such an interesting player that I'm sure we'll have lots of conversation about. Great save from Schmeichel right there.
We don't often speak about goalkeepers, but for the first time we might actually. Lev Yashin and Schmeichel in between the sticks down both ends of the field. No need for Team of the Year. Edwin van der Sar is icon. Upgrade. Keep in mind, if you don't know the squad restrictions for this tournament, Richard, take us through it, because it is a Champions League theme, but there will be a lot of foot heroes sprinkled into these teams.
Yeah, you're allowed 3 icon players in the squad, not including the goalkeeper. You expect those to be Ronaldinho, R9 Ronaldo and Ruud Gullit, and then the heroes are unlimited. So players like Giannola, who links that up to Ronaldinho, will be featured very, very heavily.
Well, it's a perfect start for the current FIFA E World Cup champion. Did say in his interview to me, he has injured his hand ever so slightly. Apparently fell off
a scooter
before this tournament. I said, is it all right to play? He said, my left thumb's a little bit worse for wear, which is obviously a big player with the analog stick, but so far so good for him.
Yeah, when I spoke to him just as we were getting ready, I was sort of jokingly saying, how's the hand, how's the thumb? He said, I just want to go, if I get 3-0, I'll be fine. The longer I start playing and the more achiness goes on to that, we might have a bit of a problem. But his real incentive, get 3-0, and then you can sort of relax.
Well, as Anders joked around, if they both went 4-0 and they matched up in the 5th game, it wouldn't be so bad. It's a great case study, though, Richard, of a FIFA player with the mental side of the game locked down. Look at last year, so many events where he came close. For example, top 8 in the Champions League. I remember being in the back room in Sweden and just seeing him in tears being knocked out of that tournament. Months on from that, lost, as we know, that virtual Bundesliga grand final. DULLENMIKE won that. There was more heartbreak, and you thought, you've got a world championship around the corner. How are you going to pick yourself up and dust yourself off of that? He certainly did that. Could be a chance for Nicholas, as we fought in that grand final, to go and win the World Cup, but it went to penalties in the end. He held his nerve, and next thing you know, he was a deserved world champion, and Germany had another name in the FIFA E World Cup side. Well, there's another RB Leipzig player that is playing in their first ever international tournament. He goes by the name of Anders VEJRGANG, and it's taken him 35 minutes to get started here in his first major 1v1 tournament.
Lot of question marks. He's the ultimate question mark, Anders VEJRGANG. Can he do it on LAN? Can he do it in a 1v1 setting? What can we expect of him? Surely that's offside. Oh, it was still on the goalkeeper. And Anders, there's so much just debate about him that makes him fascinating.
Yeah.
Because he's got the highest ceiling out of any FIFA player that we've probably ever watched. But he's also got one of the lowest floors. When it goes wrong, it goes wrong. EA Sports Cup, a perfect example.
I think for Anders VEJRGANG, it's an incredible story. Again, the backstory of Anders VEJRGANG was literally going around sports halls in Denmark, playing in tournaments for headsets, consoles, PlayStations. Could be a chance for AYMANE, just offside. And then went on from that, just had this hunger to compete, Richard. Any tournament he could play into before he turned 16, he was there competing. Next to him, had an incredible run in the FUT Champions. It was 536 games unbeaten. And this is now a chance to answer a lot of questions from the FIFA scene that might be saying, how good is this guy? Can he compete against the best of the best? And we can only see how today unfolds. 3 wins for him would be enough to send him into the knockout stages, and I certainly reckon he will be in that 16.
Well, it's not just Anders and UMUT up on the main stage as UMUT makes it 2-0. There's goals flying in all over. As I look over to my left-hand side, I see DULLENMIKE and OLYBOLY locking horns. There's a couple of goals that we need to keep you updated with that game, but UMUT making it look pretty simple at the moment.
Yeah, I'll be honest, that in itself is another incredible game. OLYBOLY against DULLENMIKE, that is potentially the game of the round. We'll jump over to that as soon as we can to show you what has happened over in that matchup. As we are just in a small tactical pause, but it's a perfect start for UMUT so far in this one, up by 2-0 of RB Leipzig, and it's a great start for RB Leipzig too. Anders is leading, and so is his teammate. As we said, we'll get you that goal of OLYBOLY against DULLENMIKE as soon as we can. Oh my Jesus, I've just looked at the scoreline in that
There's
game.
plenty of goals.
There's been 5 goals in that game in 30 minutes. One thing they both love doing is attacking.
And we just saw we had the luxury of looking at a couple of the changes. It was all tactical from AYMANE, changing a couple of the positions and the instructions on his players, see if that can make an impact.
Well, let's go over now. DULLENMIKE, OLYBOLY. 5 goals in it. Oh my Jesus. 60th minute in, sorry. Chance forward, DULLENMIKE just doing what he does in the box so well. 1-9, finding a way around the corner, and its Focus's very own DULLENMIKE that leads by 3-2. Keep in mind, all the games are played over 2 legs. There's still a lot to unfold and a lot more goals to go in that game.
Outstanding composure on that finish. The heel to ball roll, just selling the keeper, putting him down, and a real simple finish into an empty net. The way that this game is starting to unfold, I feel as though UMUT is well and truly in the driver's seat, and just the way that he's taking the ball off of AYMANE in the middle of the pitch, it could get dangerous.
Third. Oh, I tell you what, good things comes in threes, because UMUT's leading 3-0. And guess who else is leading 3-0 at the moment? His teammate that sits across the stage. Anders VEJRGANG, we're here. It's not 1 up, not 2 up, but supposedly 3 goals up in that game. Here is that goal in it, 60 minutes in. Ronaldinho, Anders VEJRGANG. If there was any nerves, any question marks in this first round, look away. He's got the gritty out. He's having the time of his life.
Just looking across to Anders right now as well, and he looks so cool and composed. Well, 2 of our 3 featured matches seemingly going one way at the moment. However, OLYBOLY and DULLENMIKE is a scrap. That's the only way we can describe it, because they are trading blows back and forth.
I tell you what, Ronaldo, brave man there. Keeper came out flying, did Levi Ashin, I think. We said expect goals in that one. 6 goals, even Stevens. In the 2 German team matchups, RB Leipzig against Hamburg on one side and RB Leipzig against Frankfurt. It's goals galore for UMUT and Anders. It's a great start for those 2.
He's still played 45 minutes from it as well, and you would argue that this game is probably already out of sight, as the world champion, leads 3 goals to 0.
Well, well, well. What a start it has been for UMUT. And keep in mind that there is a chance that, as we know with Swiss-style format, 1 win meets 1 win, we could see some really, really big matchups today. I mean, yesterday was a great example of Maestro's matchups. I think Maestro played Tex, Nicholas, Matthias Bonanno.
And Stokes.
That's not a very nice Swiss, is it?
There is 4 games. Stokes, Nicholas, Tex, Matthias.
Here as well, a game that's taken place in the pit. This could be another chance for UMUT to make it 4. Great save, Lev Yashin. And it is the Obram, the Italian FIFA World Cup finalist last year, top 8.
Hey, up against Predator FIFA.
Is winning 2 goals to 0.
I was watching Obram warming up, and he was playing against Hezers, and he lost 8-4 in a warm-up. So I didn't know what the preparation would be like, but clearly it's doing all right for him at the minute.
This could be pretty ugly for AYMANE. He has a pause cued.
So you can already see, sort of like, AYMANE looked a little bit reluctant to play that over the top then, and it could be a nerves, it could be a factor of that, but the game is, he also will be thinking that this game is not necessarily gone, but you're in such a hard position. There's probably, even since half-time, there's 2 chances. UMUT could be 5-0 up.
I mean, he should have there. I don't know if the goalie knew anything about it. It just came completely off his chest. Into the pause menu we go. These are big changes that are needed to be made just to get a goal back in the game. There is a second leg to follow, as we know. 33 minutes left. I'd love to see the stats at the end because AYMANE has really not been able to create anything as it stands. Keep in mind there are 16 games, or 15 I should say, taking place at this exact moment in the eChampions League, first round of Swiss. Ronaldinho, Yaya Toure, UMUT tries to turn. There's been another goal. Oli Bolli against DULLENMIKE. We heard it was 3-3 last time. Oh no. Last kick of the game in the first leg. What happened here? Oli Bolli with the ball. Capdevia finds the man that's causing all sorts of problems. Oh no, nicely done from Oli Bolli. And the only Swede in this tournament will lead, or take a lead I should say, take it into that second leg.
Oh, the one thing that UMUT does, maybe better than anybody else, is that direct pass. The driven pass from sort of the middle of the pitch, right punches it through the defence into the striker's feet. Now I've said it, you'll notice it. As soon as he gets the ball anywhere around the edge of the box, it's just a fizz. So he can either shoot first time, he can take a touch. And he does it arguably better than anyone I've seen.
Well, his chance creation in this game, Richard, has been second to none.
He had 1.1 XG at half-time, and he was 3-0 up.
Well, I've just looked over to the right-hand side of my screen. That's in added time. Anders VEJRGANG against Fanino. He has got a goal back in that game. Anders is still leading 3 goals to 1. Still a second leg as we know.
Well, I know you're keeping an eye on Obram and Predator FIFA. It's now 2-2.
Predator FIFA also a top 8 finalist in the eChampions League last year. Last potential big chance of the game. Ronaldinho does so well. UMUT, he timed it green. He couldn't really do anything else other than just try and get past Lev Yashin. Corner taken quickly. R9 trying to dribble his way through about 3 or 4 defenders. That was brave at the back from AYMANE. But as much as he tries to get out of this press from UMUT, the world champion is not letting him out of it. Still, the ball just finds its way back to RB Leipzig's UMUT, and eventually it will be dispossessed. Slowly but surely, all the first legs are being concluded here in round 1. As soon as we have scores and big updates for you, of course, we'll let you know at home.
Yeah, we should have all those leg 1 results when we get back. And we can give you all the updates on your favourites. MOAUBA. The Stranger.
Pele finds Ginola, still no way through. Interesting to see Marquez get the call up as centre-back. I think that's probably been the biggest talking point this weekend, Rich, so far, is that back line. Capdevila, yes, is a cert. He's always going to be in there. Lucio for many would be, but we've seen Konate used by some. Marquez, Ricardo Carvalho. Of course, these talk about some foot heroes here. Speaking of foot heroes, there's another one. R9! Timed it green. Top corner, UMUT. Still, with a whole leg to play, leads by 4 goals to 0.
You can almost see he looks so relaxed right now. And they're paying more attention, I think, to the Anders game.
Well, this is the difficult scenario that a lot of people might not know at home. RB Leipzig have got 1 coach.
Yeah.
And they've got 2 players in this tournament.
So, Gravison, get your kit on. You've got a job behind Anders.
Which obviously...
If you were coaching Anders, what do you even say to him?
Win.
More step-overs, please.
More goals, more step-overs. Looking for goal number 5, he might just get it. The amount of chances he's been able to create, pumps it in again to the front forward. Ronaldinho, is there a cutback available? Lays it as best he can. Hullet was waiting there on the 6-yard box for an easy tap-in. Ginola still goes for a corner. Free kick.
It's got to be direct, surely.
Capdevila is over it. No one's on the line. Free kicks this year.
Hullet goes back.
Are easier to score, but the player on the line.
He's not pulled anyone short.
He
could,
Ronaldinho?
yeah, pass it straight into him.
Goes on his own, punched away by Lev Yashin. Silas is not dealt with. R9 cuts it back inside. Next thing you know, it's 5.
Game over. I just don't see anything happening in the second leg that would catch us off guard. Sorry to be a spoiler for you, but I think we're going to be looking at UMUT with a 1-0 record. He is absolutely flying.
Well, although this game is still in the first leg, there are second leg games which have kicked off. Back to this one, which has been full of goals, and there's even more. DULLENMIKE may have left the first leg 4-3 down. It's taken him just 9 minutes 30 seconds to say game on again, 4-4.
I'm sure as that game starts to draw on into the final stages, we'll be keeping a much closer eye on it with our featured matchup right here.
Well, you said it was job done. It will very much be if that goes into the back of the net.
Being such a dominant display.
Ronaldinho fancied that one, but you can just see how confident UMUT is feeling. That's leg 1 done and dusted there. But as Richard said, game over?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be shocked if it wasn't. It was a perfect performance from the world champion. Injured thumb and all. It could be a little bit of a cover-up, that one, because that was a truly splendid first leg. Doesn't get much better than that.
No, it really doesn't. Injured or not, he certainly looks like the player to be right now. We're off for a quick break now here at the eChampions League. When we get back, is there a way back in this game for AYMANE, or will it be more of the same from the FIFA E World Cup champion who leads 5 goals to 0 at the break?
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Back to London again, myself, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley, guiding you through this first round of Swiss. And trust me, we've got some big FIFA names on display here today. We've already had some big scorelines, well, haven't we, in the first leg?
And talk about putting an exclamation mark on a performance as well. Talk about putting your name out there as the lead guy to beat. UMUT 5-0 up. We'll keep you sort of updated with that game, but with so many great fixtures currently underway, we are going to have a look at a couple of other games. It's half-time currently between Dullen and Oliboli. So for right now, we'll get in there with UMUT and see how he's getting on. I think that game right about to kick off, but I can't wait to have a look at this DULLENMIKE and Oliboli game and see how it's getting on.
Yeah, well, in the opposite seat of UMUT, his opponent's not come back yet. I mean, I hope he will come back. It was a 5-0 thrashing, unfortunately, for AYMANE in that first game. On the opposite side, DULLENMIKE's playing Oliboli. That's in half-time in the second leg. Last time we heard from that game, it was 4-4. And then the opposite matchup, on the other side of the stage, sees Anders VEJRGANG in his debut matchup here in the eChampions League. And currently, as we know, he's winning by 3-1. But for now, DULLENMIKE, Oliboli, Richard, we said it was full of goals. Let's head over to it now to see the storyline here. It's not really a surprise, is it, between these two? There's plenty of goals.
No, absolutely not. 4-4. I'm surprised there's only been one goal in this second leg. They were all scored in the first leg. 4-3. The scoreline, as we did see that last-minute winning goal from Oliboli. DULLENMIKE levelling up the tie, and I think it's just settled a little bit.
Well, look, each their own. Two juggernauts in the FIFA sim. DULLENMIKE, a FUT Champions Cup winner. Oliboli, as we know, has had some incredible runs, especially during that online era from home, where he really had his claim to fame. Here's DULLENMIKE looking for another goal to add to his tally. Referee
surely
gives it. It was a ball roll. Ricardo Carvalho fell into the tackle, and this is a chance, a huge chance for DULLENMIKE to take the lead down the middle, and it's a golden opportunity, a goal wasted.
Which way do you want to go? That's always the question, left, right or middle. I would take more positives out of winning the penalty and showing that you can get around him than actually sort of, unfortunately, not scoring.
DULLENMIKE has to put that to the back of his mind. He's on the hunt for another chance of goal. Alawaran cuts it back nearly on a plate for Ronaldo Nazario.
Big building blocks. He won the penalty down that left-hand side. He's already got in behind there with Alawaran, but so much space.
Oliboli to try and exploit. Is there a cutback available for him? A couple of ball rolls. So patient in the build-up again. It comes off the chest of Lucio. Yaya Toure. So much time.
Chance.
Doing nicely, Oliboli, no way around the course. We hear there's been another goal in the Anders game. But it was 3-1 up. Richard, more of the same, he said. Dancing in the box with Ronaldo Nazario. Anders VEJRGANG is looking pretty comfortable so far in this first round. 4-1, he leads.
Yeah, it's a big, big goal to just give him that little bit of extra cushion. 3-goal lead once again now. And you would really, you doubt that he throws that game away from this position.
Yeah, Toure does well. Little dinks into the box has been a type of play style that we've seen the best players use. Nicholas, who qualified for the knockout stages yesterday, how many times do we see that lofted ball into the box with the flick on?
Not reluctant to go long either, at all. Sort of the diagonal, or you're just exploiting the height difference. You're exploiting the characteristics of what you've got. And a lot of those dinked passes, those lofted passes, where are they aimed to? The fullbacks, and in particular, Valverde.
Yeah, it's sort of been the right-back mystery we've been digesting it as. There's not really a right-back that's deemed fit enough to fit into these teams, and you don't really want to waste an icon in that position. Valverde has been the man of choice. He does offer you zero chemistry there, but the pros have sort of all agreed that
he's the guy
for the job.
Yeah. So a few experiments with Dirk Kuyt as well.
Chance. Ronaldinho. Oliboli on the hunt still. Ginola will have a whack at it as well. And No way round. Here there's another goal in the Anders game as he made it 5-1. No, he hasn't. Firmino has got a goal
great
back
goal.
in it. Really well done. A little elastico, shift it to the right. And just found enough space to find the back of the net.
It's a lovely finish. The ball played into him, that first time elastico, just to create the separation and the distance from defender and attacker, and then you're always going to score.
Actually, a little bit of history in that game as well between RB Leipzig and Hamburg. They played in the virtual Bundesliga last year, which was Anders' first ever LAN event in the FIFA scene in a 2v2 environment. This is nicely done by DULLENMIKE. How's Ronaldinho just not got his body around it? But they played in the game. They drew 1-1, so it's interesting how Swiss just offers you these random matchups.
There's been 2 or 3 opportunities for Oli Bolli and for DULLENMIKE where I imagine they've been hitting that shoot button, they've been pressing it, and it's just a body on the line, a deflection, a little extra touch, not allowing him to take the shot away.
Capdevia. One more pass has to be on for Oli Bolli. Tries to get down the byline. Yashin does something. Arnine near enough, gets bundled to the floor. He stands up. Fortunate it wasn't a penalty on the opposite side. Eight minutes away.
Going into extra time, as it currently stands.
Not a
It
bad
seems
way
fitting.
To end this first round of Swiss. As we said, 15 games taking place here in the eChampions League. 3 is the magic number. 3 wins will send you into the knockout stages back here again in April, where only 32 players will be there. 16 qualified yesterday. 16 will qualify by the end of play today after 5 rounds.
And the importance of winning these early matches, game 1, game 2. Nobody yesterday who went through with a 3-2 or a 4-1 or a 5-0 record, especially the 3-2s I'm looking at, started with 2 losses. If you got 2 losses at all, you were out. You didn't go back. We didn't see any miraculous 0-2 to 3-2s. And I think that really shows sort of winning 3 matches in a row at this level with this competition is almost impossible. Last chance will fall to Oli Bolli. He's taking his time, looking to build up.
This would be one hell of a way to end this first game. Yeah, Torre, Oli Bolli, last chance of the game. Can't find the pass he was looking for. 30 more minutes needed between these 2.
Just to give you an update as well on that highlight matchup, they are back underway. UMUT and AYMANE 5-0 still currently, if you are wondering about the world champion. But we're going to stick with the extra time, potential penalties on the horizon for right now.
Yeah, 30 more minutes here. We will not leave this game. We'll give you the final result in it before we do conclude. Cannot wait to hear about some of these matchups that are happening in the pit as well. MOAUBA back to LAN event. How's he going to be getting on in his first game? Alongside those 8 Italian players in there.
Actually, there are 2.
Yeah, well, there's no Cristiano Ronaldo on the pitch. But there is a Ronaldo Nazario on the pitch. Anders' game has not finished yet. He is still in the lead. 30 more minutes here. Certainly. Expect a few more goals. Diego Forlan comes on.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I was more surprised we didn't see him in action yesterday. Just a really solid hero to bring off the bench. Smolarek as well, we saw featured late on.
Here he is now for DULLENMIKE. Polish foot hero. I'll probably say he's one of those underrated foot heroes as well.
Absolutely. I think there's a few Govu as well, the French. Especially all the upgraded versions, the World Cup heroes.
Peter Crouch? Never.
If you want to play long ball.
Thought maybe one of the English lads would have had him on yesterday, but fortunately that wasn't to be the case. You wonder why there are so many foot heroes in the team. Part of the restrictions were you can have unlimited use of foot heroes, and just where we are at currently with the Champions League, the pros have just not deemed there's a good enough selection as of yet of players to slide into these teams. Brilliant feet. Oli Bolli, is there a cutback available? Ronaldo Nazario, Lucio got a right boot on it, just diverted that one away from a volley that would have been on its way into the back of the net from Ronaldinho. Anders VEJRGANG scored again. What's that goal done for him, though? He was leading 4-2 already. It looks to make it 5-2. And as much as we have just kicked off the second half, he's 45 minutes away to his first win.
Chance. Good defending. Lucio just came across. You never know when it falls to Ruud Gullit inside the box. He can tackle you, he can re-tackle you. The bounce always seems to go his way. Lucio making sure and giving Ollie Bolly the tools to potentially shape out one more attack. But not today.
Well, half-time and extra time in this one. Still nothing to separate the two. There has been a goal in the UMUT AYMANE game, and it's AYMANE that has got a goal back. Remember, he was 5-0 down at the end of that first leg. Can confirm that the time on the screen is 30 minutes in that game. It's the start of a potential road to a comeback, but we've got to see at least one more goal before half-time.
Yeah, well, I think with how the matches are timing up currently, we'll be wrapping up with that UMUT game. It's a little bit longer. AYMANE stepped away in the break and left UMUT wondering where he'd gone, I think, on the stage, or turning around looking at UMUT. But we've got plenty of time left in that matchup. This is the game that we wanted to see. 4-4, extra time.
Oh, I've just blinked and UMUT's just scored again. So that's a 5-goal cushion again for UMUT now. 6-1 he leads. Unfortunately, that road to a 5-goal comeback may have just been stopped. Back to this one, though. 10 minutes away from penalties. Ollie Bolly punches that into the feet of Diego Forlan. He just can't turn his man.
Gullit's running. Lucio, so good. The World Cup hero. Even in fully unlocked accounts, he's there. Oh, Forlan.
Diego Forlan, great chance. I thought it may have just slid through the legs of Lev Yashin. Another goal in Anders VEJRGANG's game. He had a 3-goal cushion already. Make it a 4-goal cushion. Alawairan cuts it back inside. R9. I mean, he's a man that could do a lot of things. How about that for a finish? And every goal that Anders will score, he'll give you a celebration as well. He's not afraid to do that.
Absolutely not. 4 minutes remaining. Ollie Bolly, he knows what he needs to do. He'll play the last chance.
He has had the majority of possession in this second half. That's the player of team makers. I'm sure there'll be a few Swedes watching from home. Tolle, Olli Lito, after his recent success in that EA Sports Cup, he'll be cheering on for his fellow Swede and his national teammate.
Will he score? Or will penalties be coming?
Last minute of added time. I think we could.
Unless,
maybe.
Oh.
No, we're on our way to penalties. This is to go 1-0 in Swiss and have the perfect start. Up steps Dullenmike first with Ronaldinho. He goes down the middle again. He won't learn from the chance earlier. And Ollie Bolly a chance to make it 1-0. Yes, he does.
Yeah, he mimicked it as well. Straight down the middle. Smolarek from the spot. Saved again. Dullenmike cannot get any look from 12 yards. Forlan saved.
Still a slight advantage to Ollie Bolly. Dullenmike still needs to find the back of the net. 3's missed in a row. A golden chance for R9 to score from the spot. He misses 2.
No one can seem to convert at the moment. Yaya Toure does convert and puts Dullenmike level pegging. Ollie Bolly still has the ball in his court to go within touching distance of being 1-0.
Needs to score this one, or it will be curtains for Dullenmike. Gullit does score. Ollie Bolly, if you score, my friend, you will be on your way to your first victory in the Swiss stage as Gullit does step up. Cheeky Panenka, as we saw yesterday. And it is Ollie Bolly, after an 8-goal thriller that needed extra time to separate it and a penalty shootout, kicking off his eChampions League journey in the best way possible.
No real reaction from Ollie Bolly. He gets the job done on penalties. It's a long, long road ahead. I feel sorry for whoever's going to be matching up. Dullenmike 0-1. It's such a tough matchup. But Ollie Bolly gets it done from spot kicks.
Well, there might be a good time to jump back to this game. As we said, it's just kicked off for the second half, isn't it? Against AYMANE did take the lead in this game. We thought there may have been the start of a comeback story. However, not long after, UMUT said, I'll have a 6th goal and a 7th to add to the collection. It's a 6-goal lead for the current FIFA E World Cup champion.
We're starting to see a number of results coming in. We'll give you all the full-time action.
Goalkeeper teased off the line there. We're trying to look for the direct shot to come in.
It's a bit of a statement piece, this, isn't it? From UMUT to the rest of the competition.
It does beg to ask, Richard, some of these 1-0 games, what matches we could see, because we heard that Oberon was in a tasty game. You cannot forget as well, we've got the likes of Robbie Feldman, who was a top 8 finalist last year. He very much is going to be in there causing an upset today. AYMANE, is it an extra goal on the tally for R9? UMUT may have already had a 6-goal lead. He wants 7.
It's just really solid FIFA on display right now. AYMANE, the goalkeeper, was doing the hokey-cokey on the line. Left to right, up, down. Couldn't get anywhere near it. 7-goal advantage to UMUT. You're talking about Oberon. He was victorious against Predator.
Yeah, big 2-0 win in his second leg, Oberon.
4-2 overall.
Big advantage there. There's been another goal in Anders VEJRGANG's game. Here's Fernino that has scored a goal. Remember that the distance is still quite big. Give us a 4-goal cushion down to 3, but if you're scoring those of Yaya Toure, you've still got to appreciate them.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't matter the context. Score a nice finesse from 25 yards. It'll get shown, don't worry about that.
I think you are right, though, about Anders VEJRGANG. When it goes well, it goes very well. The question is, who is he going to be facing up in that round 2 of the Swiss stages? Here comes Gianolo, who just does not stop, does he? Absolutely rocking into the top corner. And it's like for UMUT, this is just a bit annoying.
It's just an exhibition game, isn't it?
Puff of the cheeks there. He's like he's. But what he wants to get going into his second round.
I said this after the first leg. It's game over. You're not turning around 5 goals against UMUT. He's the sort of player that just wouldn't allow it. And he's not allowing it right now. But what he's doing, Brandon, he's stepping on the throat. He's making it uncomfortable. I see this as, I think he sees it as well, as a don't forget about me performance. And that's 10. We got a little bit distracted because we had some big cheers from the pit.
I just looked away to saw another game there in the pit. I blinked and UMUT scored again and made it 10.
I also saw that Anders got up and walked away. He was victorious in the end. He played out the rest of that game. 6-3, I believe, the final scoreline, but we'll get it official for you very shortly. Looking into the pit, what we got? 1, 2...
penalty shootout going on somewhere else.
3 more games left to go.
We will give you the updates as soon as we can. Plenty of matches underway and a lot still unfolding in front of our very own eyes. UMUT, 20 minutes left to play, wants goal number 11. I'll tell you what, is he going for a record or something? Is he? I think he might be. 11-1. I think when you hang around with Anders VEJRGANG for quite a while, you maybe got a bit of a challenge.
When people hang around with UMUT, they start winning. The performances like this become more frequent. Did you expect this?
No.
I thought, if we were to do predictions, if I were to give you my thoughts on this game before a ball was kicked, I thought UMUT would win. Didn't expect him to win in this manner. I thought maybe a 2 or a 3 goal advantage. In this game, it's just become sort of irrelevant right now for AYMANE. After, when it gets to 7-8, and it is inconceivable and it's impossible, UMUT's not going to stop scoring.
Again, there's another one for the collection. I'd love to know what he's saying right now as well. He just doesn't seem happy. UMUT, you're winning 12-1. Well, let's leave this game in a second because we know what's happening. UMUT's going into round 2 with a win next to his name. But this game is from the pit live now. We love getting down into this pit. There are so many games taking place. And this is between AYMANE and Daniel 7 of Hamburg. 4-4 in extra time between these two. Here's AYMANE kicking in that black strip from left to right.
And we got a potential penalty shootout again.
A massive through ball into Alawara. What's that back post? It could be an option to Anton for Van der Sar.
He's read that very well. He abandoned the near post and brought his keeper to the back post with a little bit of goalkeeper movement, just covering any sort of pass or cross, lofted ball to the area which is more dangerous.
Love this camera angle as well. I mean, maybe not to play on, but you can see so much of the pitch. Valverde. AYMANE. Oh, it's on a play for Arnott. It may be 3-3 in the game, but Ronaldo's just bagged a hat-trick and it's 4-3. Sorry, 5-4 in aggregate. 8 minutes left on the clock. He could be on his way to his first win. Much more than just a win as well. With a player from Turkey. Fortunately, national teammate Iso Power couldn't make it. It's over to the Champions League due to a visa issue, but he'll be watching from home. Cheering on. AYMANE hoping that he can go. Through to the knockout stages. Perfect start here. If he can hold on, he's in possession. Here's the throw away, to be honest. He's got 2 minutes left plus additional time. Aubameyang comes on. He's going to come on a few times off the bench just to hold it up, just to take time out of the game.
So close to getting that 1-0 record, that all-important win on the board. And I don't think Daniel's going to get a sniff at this ball with 1 minute left to go.
Well, an additional time in this game, additional time in the UMUT game, which is about to finish 12-1. This one about to finish 5-4. It needed extra time. AYMANE, though, has got a first dub next to his name after round 1 in the Swiss stages. Remember, 3 wins is the magic number, and for a handful of these players, it is the perfect start here at the Champions League.
Well, if we just move out, you just saw there at the back the performance from UMUT going up, shaking hands, all respect as usual. AYMANE 5, Daniel 7, 4. Huge, huge win for AYMANE. Puts him in that beautiful category of 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, half the players will go 1-0 now, and they'll match up in that round 2. But there are some big names that are 0-1 as well. DULLENMIKE, he's amongst that.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing as well. We'll get it from Rachel and Mike. All those results, who's 0-1, who's 1-0, and seeing how these round 2 potential matchups could take shape.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's round 1 done from the commentary box. For now, let's head it back over to Rachel and Mike with more of what's going on around the grounds.
Can't believe I used to be next.
We saw a lot of big names fall, didn't we, at the first hurdle yesterday?
Been living my life as a king.
People that we were bigging up really excelled in their opening matchups, and none other than UMUT on the big stage.
Well, UMUT and Anders both looked phenomenal in that opening matchup, really setting the tone, setting maybe the experience a little bit in terms of UMUT at least on the big stage. I got to say, might be some nerves there. Got off to a fantastic beginning and was able to carry that through.
I'm not sure if you could hear me, but if you didn't, then I'm back in the game now. So UMUT, we can just go over that result again.
There were a lot of compliments sending to UMUT.
Yes, there was. 12-1 was the first round result for him. Some other kind of results we thought went to plan. Well, the Ollie Bolly, DULLENMIKE on the penalty shootout. We never knew which way that was going to go. Two top quality FIFA players there. We picked out Oberon and Predator. Oberon got the result 4-2 there. VEJRGANG, we saw that one on the big screen as well. 7-3 was his result. The Stranger, Danny Pitbull, again, we had our eye on that one. Danny Pitbull coming out victorious 3-1 to the Stranger. Mike's got a few he wants to read out as well.
I'm just looking at the MOAUBA result. I said it would be interesting. I said it would be offensive. 7-6. You love to see it. Also, a little bit of a surprise here from my end. I know a lot of people talk about Montaxer, but I always think Feldman's going to get results. We've seen him have multiple years of success stories, especially in the eChampions League in particular.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the standings then quickly. So we're looking for 1-0. That's obviously a very good result to kick off the day. So the guys there with a 1 next to name have done well in the opening round. K. Karai, we didn't mention him. He was up against Furman a little bit earlier on. We had AYMANE, we mentioned him. Henning, Eldos, a couple of names with that 0-1. It's not all over. We obviously saw the likes of Tex and Tom go 0-1 yesterday, and they came back and went through, Mike.
And DULLENMIKE's going to have to battle back. It was a fantastic opener. That might have been the game of all the featured matches, where it went to extra time, of course, and then the penalty kicks when he was going up against Ali Bali, who did squeak it out in penalty kicks. But I don't think DULLENMIKE played bad, but now he's got to battle from a position that is obviously not nearly as lovely as the 1-0 start. You're losing leverage. You're losing ops.
Is it easier to go up against a really tough opponent first and lose on penalties because you know you didn't actually play badly, Mike?
But penalties mess with you. Sometimes it's better to play worse and then recover from that than to play well and not get the result. And it also depends who DULLENMIKE gets as a matchup or who's going up against him on the other end too. Like some people might feel really hard done or unlucky to get DULLENMIKE after they lose their opener.
Well, I'm thinking someone called AYMANE does not want to get DULLENMIKE next.
Definitely
he had a battering by UMUT. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, I'm sure, from the UMUT
We're going to
camp
be here
on
for
this
a while.
one.
I hope they cut up the highlights.
I mean, Mike, you can take this away first half, and I can jump in a second.
Well, there were a lot of goals, and the reality is we're going to review some of this. UMUT is a master when it comes to simplicity, not making mistakes, being very structured, and defensively he's always been so sound. He's really developed his offensive game. But if he's scoring goals like this, I don't know who's going to beat him in the competition because he just is so mistake adverse. It doesn't happen. He's got a lot of consistency and continuity in his gameplay.
Do you feel he's come out this season with a different aura around him?
I don't know, because he's always been really intense. When I look at UMUT, he looks like a professional. I even date back to the first time that I saw him on the scene at Atlanta environment in Atlanta. This is a few years back, and he made a big run in Atlanta. I think he lost against Tom Lees, actually, in that tournament. But from that point forward, he's always had that same energy. And then, of course, being the world champion, I feel that he's accepted that role, accepted that title, accepted that responsibility.
We didn't concede a goal then, didn't he, in the first leg? Scored 5. That meant he had to score second to get the 12 that he ended with in the second leg. I mean, a massive result for him, which will take great confidence for both UMUT and for his coach, Daniel. That's been a great team. We've seen that kind of grow, haven't we, over the years as well?
I think we just have to give a lot of credit to Leipzig. We talk about all these different academies and programs and build-outs, especially from a club perspective, not necessarily the traditional esports teams. This has got to be the club. You've got a world champion in UMUT. You've got a lot of talent under them as well. You've got content creators that are building up the club and the esports side. And then you have Anders, who we're saying is going to be a future champion. We haven't seen it yet, but it's definitely something that's on the horizon, and it's been part of that narrative that's kind of been building since all the online success.
Well, that's 10. This is possibly
it doesn't get better. I'll tell you when we start second, man.
That's the 11.
He's so clinical. He doesn't miss chances.
It genuinely looked like he was playing in his gaming room and just like another day at the office for UMUT. But congratulations there. What a dominant display, as we'd expect from the reigning world champion. So it was great to see him. We've already mentioned this matchup. It was Oli Bolly taking on DULLENMIKE. We said it was a pretty tough first round matchup for both of them. We know the quality of both these players, and this is how it unfolded. It was close as you like.
And if you're a fan of competitive FIFA, this was definitely the matchup to watch, or turned into that. Two big names and players that we expect to see go through. I don't think anyone expects a DULLENMIKE or an Ali Bali to not be able to progress to the next stage of the eChampions League. And they both have a success story and competitive history that matches that. And you see a variety of different goals. You've got crosses, you've got some of the build-up, you've got the skill moves, you've got the ins, the outs, the step-overs, the extra pass. Why not? And it just makes me so happy to see Ronaldinho scoring and impacting and being one of those standout performers on the virtual pitch.
And it was really close. We'll get to it shortly. It ended extra time, actually, 4 apiece there. We had to go to a penalty shootout. Mike, when we were watching the penalty shootout, we'll get to that in a second, you said you felt Oli Bolly had greater mental strength than DULLENMIKE. Why would you say
We've
that?
seen them both go into a lot of penalty kick shootouts. I was just watching it and I felt that he had a small edge, but sometimes that's just the rock, paper, scissors, a big save here, a big save there. You're in your opponent's head. It plays a factor. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a bit of a rock, paper, scissors type of guessing game in terms of alignment, but there's different strategies that have been implemented. You see some of the penalty kicks here, and well done from AYMANE, getting the job done.
Well, DULLENMIKE struggled a little bit, didn't he, with the penalty kicks there at the beginning. He obviously got 2 in the end, but it wasn't enough. Yeah, really difficult first round matchup there for both those competitors. DULLENMIKE, unfortunately, got the loss, so has to really up his game. Not up his game because he's playing on a great level, but I guess it's more difficult for him.
He has to make sure he doesn't fall off in form. When you lose in penalty kicks, it affects you mentally.
Well, let's see how affected mentally he is in round 2. He was already saying Ollie Bolly's better mentally. Anyway, let's move on there. Let's talk about the Wonder Kid.
I don't think that's the quote. But yes, tell me more, tell me more.
Let's talk about the Wonder Kid. We always talk him up. This guy, I mean, we've been waiting for him for years to be on this big stage. He's now here and he's performing.
And this is the reality. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. When we look at mechanical players, and when we say mechanical, we always mean your potential, your skill set, those ability to just create moments. That's where the likes of Anders VEJRGANG is different. And that's why everybody has this expectation for him to become a winner, become a champion. It's kind of as if what Gravison was saying with Neat yesterday. The mechanical capabilities, what you can do with the cancellations, the skill moves, the expression, doing the unexpected. Can you replicate it on the big stage? Sure. Sure enough, that's to be proven maybe a little bit with Anders, but he has a higher potential than the majority of competitors. At least that's the feel around the community.
And obviously he's a Leipzig player, but if you've been watching his matchup in the first round, you have noticed that no one's sitting behind him. He's brought no one to be a coach in his camp. Obviously, Daniel would be that person for Leipzig when they're playing 2v2 with UMUT. Why does he not bring a coach, Matt Clabel?
I think we'd have to quiz him on this, but sometimes players don't always want coaches. And this is still a relatively new side of Anders' gameplay in terms of the LAN environment, so maybe he's trying it on his own. He's also a pretty intense player. If you watch not only when he plays, but sometimes the reactions and dealing with adversity and so forth and so on, if you're super intense, sometimes you don't want to deal with somebody else. I can relate to that to a certain degree.
Well, I guess again, if it's not broken, then don't try and fix it. His 535 on his unbeaten streak, that was done without a coach, so he did something right there. So whatever he's doing obviously works, and he's got this far alone, so let's see how far he can go. It'd be quite a story as well if he got to lift this trophy without a coach.
Well, especially considering, I don't want to, this isn't his first LAN tournament
but big,
in a 1v1, but the big one.
Yeah.
As a major, because I consider this an absolute major, if you win this, you have put the ultimate stamp of approval or stomp of approval of who you are. You've arrived officially, and everybody else, good luck.
Well, good luck. We've still got 4 rounds of fixtures to come. We do have a MasterCard moment of the match as well, and it comes from the UMUT matchup. Mike's picked this one out as well, so let's have a look at the moment.
And we got moments, actually, and I really want to talk about the simplicity and the intangibles, because so many people talk about FIFA and they look at all the skills. This is the best fundamental player. You're going to see the ball roll. We want to emphasize the ball rolls, these extra passes, and you have the finish. A lot of goals that seem simple, but he constantly is able to remake and replicate these. Again, you've got 3 different options, but it's really about opening up this space. The ball roll does that. He makes the extra pass. R9 steps into that lane. He's inside the box. Of course, you're going to bury this. It's time green. He's going to attack on the near post. And again, it's just been something that's so impressive with UMUT, and you got to give him the compliments.
Well, that, of course, is the MasterCard moment of the match, and Mike did it perfectly. You know, simple movements is sometimes all you need. You don't need to go too intricate, do you? Because then you just get kind of caught up in the moment.
He's direct, he's effective, and he's clinical. Like, this works. And then on the defensive end, you do not want to try to break down or beat UMUT. He's so good with the counter press. I've only got superlatives to say about this guy.
Well, only one guy yesterday went 5-0. That was Emre Yilmaz. Who is going to be that guy today? Could be UMUT from what we just saw there. 12 goals he did score against AYMANE. Anyway, let's have a look at round 2 fixtures coming your way. Here we go. So who's got VEJRGANG? Ouch. Antonio has there. Pepe, Eldos, Ollie Bolly, Henning. That's a big one there. RVP Legend, Keika Rice. These are all the guys that won their first round, of course. UMUT, Kamal, sticks out, and then Montaxa Open, that's a big one as well. Danny Pitbull, MOAUBA, another
I like
big
a lot of these
matchup.
matchups.
They're all good. Where do I even look? Let's go, there's another page coming our way as well. Plenty more fixtures. Mike, which one's really popping out for you there?
Well, these are guys that need results. I'd like to see what Predator's going to do with Lenny. I think that's a fun matchup coming into this game. I'd like to see if Feldman can bounce back, because again, another player that we expect to kind of get these results, and really he does well in these LAN events. And then I'm also looking at Hezers, because we were talking about that earlier with Gravison. He said he's a player to watch, so I'm going to be dialed. I'm going to walk over to the pit. I'll be standing behind them, not making any noise or reactions or yelling and screaming. That won't be me.
Don't distract them, Mike LaBelle. You guys at home know exactly what he's like. He's a distracting type, he is. But round 2 is coming your way. Plenty more FIFA action coming this afternoon. 4 more rounds of fixtures. We've got 32 players starting. Only 16 can go to the next round, the knockouts in April. Long way to go. Let's see what happens. eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the eChampions League group stages here in London, England. My name is Leah Ravel, and I am joined alongside me, my co-caster, Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great. Of course, we had a great day 1. We saw the players qualify for the next stage, but yeah, we're going to be seeing 16 more today in the other side of Europe.
16 more today, qualify to go through to the knockouts in April, and of course, their biggest goal is to compete at the grand final in Istanbul in June. A lot of good matchups we've seen already in round 1, but a lot more excitement to come in round 2.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be honest, I hold my hands up. I'm just mainly excited to see Anders. Of course, it's been mentioned many times. It's his first event, his first 1v1 event, actually, if I correct myself, in person. So it's great to see him at a LAN event. We know the prodigy he is, the Danish young superstar. Coming onto the scene, you know the correct amount of games he won in the FUT champion streak. It was 500 odd games unbeaten, so he has a lot of weight that carries with his name.
535 games, 0 losses for, at the time, a 15, 16-year-old, which is unheard of.
Yep, of course. We're going to go through his results. Of course, he won the first round, so his record is 1 win, 0 losses. He won that game 7-3, so there's 7 goals for, 3 against, with a goal difference of 4. He's got a tough game as well, a tough competitor in Antonio. You know a lot more about him than I do myself, but I know he's a great player from Germany, representing his hometown as well in Frankfurt, so be honored to represent them at the biggest stage of all.
Definitely. Playing for Frankfurt, last year being in the top 8 in the virtual Bundesliga grand final. So lots to play for and lots to prove today.
Absolutely, and he started off very strong, winning his first game today in round 1 on penalties. So it was a nervy affair. It was 4-4 after regular and extra time. But winning on penalties, of course, would potentially lift his heart rate at levels that he wouldn't be used to. Of course, this is a major event. We're going to take a look. I mentioned already, winning 1 game with a 0 loss on the record, scoring 4 and of course conceding 4. I mentioned that he did win his game on penalties.
So how do you think a competitor like Antonio going up, one of the world's best, and the world's best at 17 years old, how do you think Antonio is feeling?
It's difficult because it's sort of an unknown quantity in person. We know how good Anders has been online. It's different in person. We've seen a lot of players fall short yesterday as well. They might succumb to the pressure. They might not be prepared for an in-person. They're used to playing at home, but for him, I actually understand it is different. He's used to having his name in the floodlights, just being a popular person in the community, having a target on his back. He's had that since he was 12, even earlier than that, winning competitions. So yeah, he'll be used to the pressure.
Definitely. Well, let's take a quick look at the fixtures that we can expect in round 2.
Yeah, we have some fantastic competitors, of course, in day 2. We have Olibody up against Henning as well. That is a huge game. We've got RBP legend from Romania up against Kekarai, who represents Focus Clan as well. We also have the world champion we saw have a demolition job in round 1 up against Kamau. Montaxa versus Oberon, huge names in the Italian scene as well. So it is going to be a major set of games as well. We also have Danny Pitbull up against the champion in FIFA 19 of MOAUBA. We have Lenny up against Predator. That is a huge game as well. One of the featured matches. We'll be talking a lot more about those 2 competitors later on today. We have Hezers up against Pipe Crew as well, a representative from Wolfsburg. And ISO Power up against The Stranger, 2 household names in the FIFA scene.
Some big names indeed. Some very exciting games ahead of us. A lot of pressure on these players. 15 German players. And as we know, the German FIFA scene has been renowned for the last few years.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think the German FIFA scene is the best, right? I actually think it is the best. They've got a lot of players who, some players aren't even here today, that are that good, who could honestly go the distance. So you can see the level of quality in the scene is huge. And as you can see from the camera shot now, the pit, the tons of players surrounding, the coaches behind them, the viewers as well, getting ready to start round 2, which is going to be a really interesting round with some great matchups.
Talking a little bit about the feature games that will be going on behind us on the main stage, obviously we have Anders, the 17-year-old who we expect lots from against Antonio. To the right and left of us, we have Danny Pitbull versus MOAUBA and Lenny versus Predator FIFA. Our game on the main stage, though, one of the biggest names at the moment.
It just has to be. It has to be Anders. As I said, I'm really excited just to see how his gameplay is, how he adapts to being in person. He's cool, he's calm, collected. He loves the celebrations as well. And something that I do credit to him as a youngster in the community, he's very ruthless. He knows that he could be up by 5, up by 6. He's not going to stop. He's going to keep going. We even saw that with his teammate in the previous round in UMUT. Didn't stop when he got to 8 or 9 or 10 or 11.
12.
Yeah, just carried on going. So they're very professional. They're very strict with the way that they keep to their performances.
And speaking of him, how do you think he deals with the pressure at such a young age? When I was 17, I was not as calm, cool, and collected as he was for sure. So how do you think he's dealing with that in a tournament like this?
As I said, because he's been around the scene for a number of years now online, he has a presence as well. He streams regularly all of his games. So he knows that he's got a lot of pressure on his back. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, let's take a quick look before we get into the matches at some of Anders' best highlights.
536 games without losing. It looks to be a double for RB Leipzig, but who has got the goal? Is it VEJRGANG with it? A couple of step-overs, of course it is.
There's so much anticipation in the air for Anders VEJRGANGs.
I know they will win every match.
Looking to do something historic after being 4-0 down on the Trevor. 4-0 to 4-4.
Who is captain, you or UMUT?
I'm the captain.
Good, captain over there.
So that was the main man, Anders. He's prepared, I'll be honest. You can see, of course, his nationality is Denmark, the Danish young superstar, aged just 17. The EA Sports Cup, of course, was a 2v2 format. They finished top 8. They went out on a whimper, I'll be honest. They were resoundingly beaten by Fnatic, but that was 2v2. This is different now. This is 1v1. This is the eChampions League in London. And I'm definitely be sure that he'll be ready, he'll be prepared. But so will his opponent in Antonio. You have to give him his props as well as we count down to get ready into round 2 in the European region. Huge games across today.
Huge games indeed. And as mentioned before, this is Anders' first 1v1 tournament, his debut. So he started off with a bang. He won his first game by quite a few, and so we are excited to see what happens in this second round between Anders and Antonio.
It's a massive game. It is a massive game. You mentioned earlier how would Antonio be feeling. I think he'd be confident. There's a reason he's here today. Antonio's performed really well. He's qualified. He's one of the best players in Europe, and he's been showing that the last couple of years. He has a lot more, I'd say just know-how, just because, of course, he's older. He's had a few more games, a few more competitions he's taken part in that have actually, I guess, fed into the FIFA Global Series. Anders wasn't able to do that just because of age, so there's going to be a little bit more pressure, in my opinion, on Anders to win this game.
And do you think with the lack of experience, per se, in 1v1 tournaments such as this one, do you think that will affect Anders in any way?
I don't think so. As I said, I think he's just a ruthless player. It's just going to be a tough game. Any game's tough for whoever you match up in this tournament. You just have to sort of just play your game, be confident. And with FIFA, there's a lot of games that are sort of decided based on play styles. A lot of players sort of feed into that. But it's just about being confident, trusting the way you've practiced and prepared for this, and doing it on the day.
Definitely. Well, you have a chance here right off the bat, but Ronaldinho can't get through the back line.
Of course, we do have other games going on today. We do have Danny Pitbull up against the FIFA 19 world champion MOAUBA, and it was Danny Pitbull to start off a touch downwards in at the near post, and it's a perfect start for the Italian.
Danny Pitbull obviously winning his last match 3-1. He qualified for the World Cup last year, is the E-Serie A champion and an FGS winner. So he, along with MOAUBA, are both two very experienced players.
Again, another featured match is Lenny up against Predator. There has been a goal, so we'll swing over to that there. As you can see, it was the finish from Lenny in at the near post to give him the 1-goal lead in the first 10 minutes. I think something we'll see here with Anders' play style. Whenever I've watched him, it's never really a lot of like skill combinations or anything. It's always one skill move, and that skill move is the step overs back from FIFA 21, where honestly he just reined in, and he's in on goal here. It was red time there from Anders, but that was a chance. But we're going to see a lot of step overs, a lot of ways for him to get into the box, manipulate the spaces, the speed boost from that, and get a lot of shots at goal.
I think, as you mentioned, Anders coming into this, although very young, with lots of experience, and sometimes at that young age, you do have some ruthlessness in you to, you know, do what you need to do and not care about your surroundings. And Ryan, speaking of one of our other feature matches with Lenny and Predator, I think you mentioned possibly you had played Lenny before in the past?
Yeah, Lenny's a fantastic player. I played him a few times in qualifiers online. I haven't played him in person at an event yet, but again, he's a fantastic player. He's a great person as well. So I'm not shocked to see him at one of, if not the biggest competition for the players this year in the eChampions League. There are, of course, some other games going around on the pit that I'll be able to update you on as well, for people at home focusing on or wanting to get some information on other games. You've got Montaxa up against Oberon, as I've said, a clash of the Italians. Montaxa is currently 1 goal up in the first 20 minutes. We have Oli Bolli as well. Coming off of that nerve-wracking game against DULLENMIKE, it was sort of a back-and-forth game, ended up winning on penalties. He's up 1-0 against Henning as well. As we see, this game is still 0-0. We see a step over there from Anders into the space, trying to push forward.
Ronaldo is taking that ball up into space, but can he get it to the top of the box or take a shot? He does, but Van der Sar gets that easily and recycles that possession. You mentioned just briefly some of the comebacks that we saw in the last round. Well, Lenny actually had quite quite an incredible comeback to actually qualify for this tournament. In his qualification game, his very last one, he came back from a 3-0 deficit. Do we have a chance here? Gianola! And Antonio takes the lead.
That is a big goal. That's a big goal for Antonio. That will settle the nerves there. That will give him a boost of confidence. A grimace on the face of Anders as we take a look at the replay. It was very simple, just played across, simple passes. A shot across the goal there from Antonio, and it gives him the 1-goal lead. But just echoing on from what you were saying, Lenny ended up qualifying for this event. He was 3 goals down, ended up winning 5-4 in extra time to qualify. So there's not just been comebacks at this event, there's comebacks in order to even get here in the first place.
So obviously Antonio leading by 1-0 against Anders will give him some confidence, because I'm sure going into this game he knew what kind of opponent he was coming up against. Do we have a chance here from Anders? It is fizzled out slowly with the defensiveness of Antonio. Taking a look at one of our feature matches between Lenny and Predator. Predator has actually equalized.
It's a big goal. It's a shot in at the near post. It wasn't timed, but you don't need to at those angles. A slice of fortune in the first 30 minutes there. It was a good equalizer for Predator. As he looks to bounce back in that game. He's got his coach behind him in Marlet, who's a veteran in the FIFA scene. One of the household names in the Germans FIFA scene as well. There could be a counter-attack here to potentially make it 2 with a player lock as well.
Got a lot of space in the middle with Gianola. Passes it to Pelli, but can Pelli get the shot away? He does. 2-0. Antonio, he must be elated.
That is an incredible goal. They're using the player lock just to bait the pass there, to force Anders to make a decision defensively. Putting players out there. He didn't know what to do. It seemed as if that counter-attack left him with a lot of defensive space to try and make up, but it's a shot again at the near post. Maybe that slight little bit of goalkeeper movement to the left, what maybe favoured the attacker there, allowed the goalkeeper, or sorry, didn't allow the goalkeeper to react in time. We'll quickly swing over to one of the other featured matches as well. Danny Pitbull up against MOAUBA. There has been an equaliser just before half-time. A ball over the top, a shot across goal from the German in MOAUBA to equalise. And there's no better time to equalise than just before half-time.
And that's what we expect of a World Cup champion that is MOAUBA. And Anders looking to make a comeback from this 2-0 deficit. Do we have a chance here? Can he get in behind with the space? But very composed defending from Antonio.
Approaching the half-time mark in this game. Last couple of minutes. Antonio pushed forward here, try and just sort of keep possession and wait to see, but there seems to be some space opening up there.
And some fumbles inside the box, but Anders is able to clear it successfully. Now, how do you think he's feeling at this moment? The first half almost concluded in the first leg, trailing by 2-0. Do you think some of the inexperience with 1v1 events might be putting some pressure on him?
It's tough to say, of course. It's very difficult as well, because you can see the emotion from Anders. He's very emotive with the way the game goes, whether that's positive or negative, but it's not been the best start for him. But there's still a long way to go. We've still got 45 minutes of this leg, plus the whole of the second leg, and he's only down by 2. But it's been a great start from Antonio. You have to give him credit. He's taken his chances. He's created quite a few as well, not just the goals that he scored, and he's been decisive in front of goal.
Decisive indeed. And Anders doesn't get 535 goals and 0 losses in FUT Champs without a few comebacks, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course, but it's different. This is the thing, it's very different now. It's the lights are on, you're on the main stage. You have to sort of deal with the pressure and not allow it to overcome you.
And we are off in the second half of the first leg in round 2. Antonio leading 2-0 against Anders. He's going to look to either score more in Antonio or redeem himself in Anders.
Yeah, definitely.
Anders, of course, coming off of a big win in the first round, and Antonio coming off of a win as well on penalties.
There's also another young player in this scene. Qualified, it was the only other player that wasn't German. I mentioned him after this attack comes to an end, but it's a great save there from the goalkeeper, bringing him out there just to close down the angle One of our other featured matches, of course, we've mentioned already, Danny Pitbull against MOAUBA was 1-1, but it was a breakthrough again from Danny Pitbull to restore the lead, to go 2-1 up just after halftime, a shot across goal. I was mentioning another youngster in the scene, in Eldos, is currently winning 3-1 in his game. He's another player to keep an eye on as well in this tournament, one of the top youngsters in Europe, in the world, in fact.
We have a chance here. Pele in behind and first time shot, one touch goal, 3-0. Are you shocked? Did you anticipate?
Wow, that is it's a sort of trademark Anders goal that's gone against him. The step over into space, the shot across goal, didn't need to be timed. I don't know if there was any goalkeeper movement there, slightly was, so maybe you might feel a bit of misfortune. I think that's where the outpour of emotion does come from, but it's 3 goals to the good for Antonio, and it's a great start.
And as Ryan mentioned, you can see the emotion in the face of VEJRGANG. He's going to want to come back. He doesn't want to end his second game like that. Antonio, on the other hand, though, must be feeling very confident. Especially given this is just the first leg. A chance here from Anders, and he does get a goal back.
It's not even any celebrating. He's sort of, I think he's still frustrated after the other goals. I'm not really sure. But the celebration does come out in game. It was a reverse elastico there from Anders, just to open up the angle for the shot across goal there. And it's an easy finish to bring him back within a 2-goal deficit. There's still a long way to go. I know he seems upset, he seems annoyed, but he can definitely come back into this game.
Antonio leading by just 2 goals at the moment. As we've said so many times, 2 goals is not a lot. The easiest lead to come back from, or deficit to come back from rather, and the easiest lead to lose.
Yep. I think it's key to mention, of course, the squads that players are using. If you're not aware, they have restrictions on their squads. They can only use Champions League items in game. You can have 3 icon items as well, which I think most players are opting for towards Ronaldinho, R9 and Ruud Gullit. No surprise there. I think some players are using Pele as well, which we've seen today. And of course, you're able to use any FUT hero item in game. That could be one of the World Cup items, one of the standard ones as well. I think some players are using markers in that centre back as well. That is a different choice.
We haven't seen too many. There's a few that are using Rafa Marquez, but most have some carbon copy teams. A chance here from Anders to get 2 back. He does. You can see what it means to him. He knows what he has to do, and that's why he's on that stage.
Yeah, he's got the all-important goal just to try and get back into the game there. It was built up from the sides of the pitch, just to step over inside. And I think that's where the difficulty comes in marking Anders, because he step overs into space forward so often that you, of course, anticipate that. But this time he turns back, plays a pass, and an easy finish there from R9 across goal, to leave him with only a 1-goal margin to come back from in this game from Antonio. Of course, being 3 goals up, it is difficult, I'll be honest. When you're up by 3 sort of early on, you don't really know whether to stick or twist. You don't know whether to go more defensive, be more attacking, slow the tempo down, because it's still a long way to go.
And on the contrary, losing a 3-goal lead must add some pressure and some tension to Antonio's gameplay.
Yeah, for sure, but he would have been in situations where he's given away leads or he's came back from leads, so he knows it's possible to do either side of the spectrum, but he'll back himself to keep pushing on, to try and see if he can get another goal, just to give him more of a cushion that he unfortunately, for his sake, gave away in this game. I wouldn't even say gave it away. I think it's just been good play from Anders and just taking the chances when they came.
We've seen Anders play with a little more confidence now, scoring 2 goals in the last 20-odd minutes. Do we see another goal before full time?
It's tough to say. You can never rule out any of these players in scoring goals. That's what they do best. That's why they're here.
Got some space here. Ronaldo does get in behind and takes the shot, equalizes against Antonio. He's happy now.
I absolutely love the celebrations. Like, just the gritty as well. It's unbelievable, I'll be honest. He's back from 3 goals down. Now the smile comes out after the celebrations. The step over, as we mentioned, into space. Goalkeeper's movement sort of made his decision as he shoots near post there into the open space. He's back now, level terms, 3 goals apiece.
Now Antonio is going to have to respond. Obviously, the game being much more open and going either way at this point. Likely wanting to get a goal before half to have a lead going into, or before full time rather, to have a lead going into the second leg. And Antonio not wanting to make too many mistakes. Wouldn't want to concede another goal either before halftime, but we might have a counter here.
Of course, we do have other featured matches going on across. And we do have Danny Pitbull up against MOAUBA. It was MOAUBA to score now to make it 3-2. There's a little chip over there, sort of a trademark MOAUBA goal there. It was a finish from his favoured Ruud Gullit to make it 3-2. I believe that's the end of the game. There was actually another goal. So I'm going to give an update when it comes in that game.
And Anders applying the pressure now after having come back from a 3-0 deficit. Ronaldo tries to get the shot away there, but no such luck, and Lucio is able to clear.
This was a goal I was talking about in the other game. It was the Italian that did, in fact, get the goal to make it 4-2. One of the last kicks of the first leg, and it was a step over to the left and a shot across goal there from Ruud Gullit to give him a 2-goal buffer going into the second leg, up 4-2 against the FIFA 19 world champion in MOAUBA.
Got Antonio carrying the ball into space here. R9 in the box with the ball, passes to Pele. Gets the shot away, but Van der Sar saves well. No thanks to Anders, of course. Can he get another shot away here?
Ooh,
a little too heavy.
He's tried to clear that for a throw-in to end the game. It's actually gone out for a corner. There could be another chance for Antonio. This would be a sucker punch to concede from where it wasn't meant to be, and cleared out from Anders. What first leg we've had there, ending 3-3. A lot of emotion, a lot of celebrations. Wow.
Wow. 3-0 for Antonio. And then Anders scores 3 to equalize in the first leg. That's a high-scoring first leg.
Yeah, definitely. 6 goals shared between the two players. It's tough, of course, because you're 3-0 down. You say that the momentum in terms of mentality is with Anders, of course. Coming back from a 3-goal deficit is never easy to do, especially against someone as good as Antonio. So be taking that confidence into the second leg.
Definitely, and as mentioned before, Antonio gaining some major confidence playing such a big name as Anders. You know, he popped into the FIFA scene very quickly with a vengeance, with a record like he had, and I think, yeah, like you mentioned, Anders coming back is great, and Antonio leading is awesome. But we are taking a quick break. We'll be back for leg 2 shortly.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
And welcome back to the eChampions League group stages here in London, England. We are just about ready for leg 2 of round 2. As we saw in the first half, or the first leg rather, Anders coming back from a 3-0 deficit to equalize at 3-3 going into leg 2.
Yeah, we saw the outpours of emotion, both sides of it, whether it's negative or positive. Anders doesn't shy away from showing his emotions, which I like. I think it's good. I think it's something that we need more in the FIFA scene. But as you said, he was down by 3. He ended up coming back, so that shows a lot of resolve. But on the other end, you have Antonio. He will definitely be disappointed to give up a 3-goal lead. But it might seem sort of I guess people at home casuals will be wondering, how is it you're giving away a 3-0 lead at this level? You have to remember, for somebody like Antonio up against Anders, 2 fantastic players, so it's very easy to sort of give away a 3-goal lead, especially in the first leg, where we're hoping to bounce back in the second leg.
Definitely, and I think that, as you mentioned, going into this leg, this is why we play 2 legs, to give both players the advantage to change some things, come back, have the home advantage, and I think that Antonio is going to have to change a few things to not give up a lead and score a few goals to come ahead, and likewise for Anders.
Absolutely, there's still a long way to go. I think the players will just see this as a best of 1 as we prepare to get into the second leg.
We are off all square at 3-3 on aggregate, looking to get their second win or first loss on day 2.
See Antonio building up here, hoping to start the second leg as he did in the first. A driven pass into Arnhem Ronaldo with the skill moves, the step overs. Can he work a way to find an angle in at goal? It was a great step there from Anders to see out the danger and step with that tackle.
And Anders on the counter-attack here, carrying the ball up the line with Ronaldo and getting in behind with and a shot, but not quite enough power to break down Van der Sar.
We also have the pleasure at the venue to be right in the middle, being able to oversee some of the other results going around. You see games I mentioned earlier on, Pipe Crew up against Hezzers. Is in fact Hezzers leading 3-2 in the second leg in that game as well. We've got a lot of other games going on, a lot of other goals as well, so hopefully we get some updates from the other featured matches as well. But the main focus game right now, Antonio up against Anders. For those who missed it, it was a comeback from Anders, being 3 goals down. We've seen the play look again from Antonio, building up into the area, but it was good defending from Anders, but he has to deal with this corner straight away.
Capdeville looking for some space to get that ball into the box to get a shot away. Passes it to Alawyram, but can he find the space? Anders again, a good step to defend that attack. Pretty even matchup so far. We've seen some chances on both sides. And Anders looking to break in behind, but defended well by Antonio again.
Absolutely. I think the key with both of these players is just getting the ball to their strikers. I think that's where they're most dangerous. It makes sense, of course, having the strikers with the 5-star skill moves. You can be unpredictable. You could do a reverse elastico, a McGeady cancel skill move to try and open up angles and open up space. But it's just been great defending from both of these players, but there could actually be some space for Antonio to anticipate and exploit as he builds up.
Some skill moves with Ginola, but Anders is defending well again to clear that danger inside of his own box. And he's on the counter now. He has a few people going forward in Ronaldo and David Ginola, but can he get the chance away? A mistake here by Antonio, and gives him possession, and he takes the shot, has some space, but Ronaldo misses the shot with almost an open goal.
That was a huge chance. I mentioned as well another game in Oberon and Montaxa, 2 giants. And it's actually 4-0 for Montaxa up against Oberon. I was speaking to Gravison earlier on about Montaxa. We play a lot of friendly matches up against him. He seems to be a formidable opponent for many players in the FIFA Global Series, and he's showing that today at LAN in person, showing how good he is. There's still a little way to go in that game as well. And another game, another Italian, and it is Danny Pitbull up against MOAUBA in this game. As you can see, the fake shots, the keeper comes out, the green time for an open goal there. And he's up 6 goals to 2 against MOAUBA.
That's quite the result for Danny Pitbull and MOAUBA for sure. Anders looking to build up a chance here with some close and concise passes without making a mistake to regain possession. The green time Travella, but saved well by Van der Sar again.
That was great intricate passing, just utilizing driven passes straight away from the corner. I thought that was going to be a mistake there. The defender missing the header, but that was a mistake in fact. Trying to play back to the goalkeeper, wasn't meant to be, as Anders keeps piling on the pressure here.
Ronaldinho with the shot away, but defended very, very well by Antonio. Again, out for another corner. Ronaldinho with some space, and Anders rather takes the lead. You can see the emotion.
The celebration comes out. I'll be honest, if I'm Antonio, I'll be upset with that one. I think he defended it pretty well. The defender sort of got animated and backflipped, in fact, out of the way, but it was a chance that Anders had to make use from, and he goes and takes the lead. He's up by 4 goals to 3 now. The celebration comes out, the pointing to the temples on the side of his head to show the mentality. But an update in another game we just saw. Goals galore in this game, in fact. It is MOAUBA up against Danny Pitbull. There was a goal back from MOAUBA to make it 6 goals to 3. We do have the second half left to be played, but it was a neat finish under the goalkeeper. 3 goals to make back in the second half. We've seen MOAUBA do crazier things, so it's going to be difficult up against someone as good as Danny Pitbull, but anything is possible.
Antonio looking to get a goal back now to equalize the scoreline again, but can he create some space? Anders has lots of bodies back. Pele tries to get the ball to R9, but again, Anders is very solid in Lucio and Rafa Marquez and does not let him through.
Good defending there. Also good attacking in a way that he didn't rush the pass. He sort of waited to see if there was any space, bided his time with the area. But as we say, great defending there from Anders. Not to pull any defenders, just sort of running players back into position, so there's no real space to exploit for Antonio.
Fede Valverde, another consistent item that we see being used. As you mentioned yesterday, and for those that are just tuning in now, there are certain squad restrictions for these matches, being Champions League items, heroes, and 3 icons, but not many options at right back.
Yeah, you're seeing players use the Champions League item in Valverde off chemistry. There could be this could be onside. I think it was just offside there. That's why the whistle blew for half-time. We go into the break. Anders winning 1-0 in this second leg. Up 4-3. He's turned around a 3-goal deficit right on his head to lead by 1 goal as we go into the second half of the second leg. Leah, do you think there'll be more goals?
I think so. I think at this point people won't want to make mistakes, and I think that, you know, Antonio, as you mentioned, was unlucky to concede that goal in the first half. There were some pretty humorous animations, but I think, you know, Anders isn't going to want to lose that lead, and Antonio is going to want to push hard, but doesn't want to, you know, create too much space, so Anders can exploit that.
Yep, there's other games going on. AYMANE was up 4-1 up against Van Basten, and the last time we gave an update on this game, Montaxa up against Oberon. It was 4-0 to Montaxa, but it's currently 5-1 now. So there have been goals from both sides from these opponents. Or these players, I should say.
We are back with the second half in the second leg. Anders leading 4 goals to 3 on aggregate, but very, very, very close. And Anders is in here with a chance. R9 tries to get the pass to the top of the box. He passes to Ronaldinho and gets the goal. 2 goals.
He stands up, he roars, he looks around, he soaks it in. The celebration comes out again for every single goal. He doesn't stop. Again, the pass across the goal was intercepted. It fell straight back to him. Defender out of position. Again, I'll be upset, I'll be honest, if I'm Antonio. That is a difficult goal to concede. But again, as I mentioned, Anders, you have to react in time. You have to be calm and composed and make the right choices. whether that's an easy choice in that situation or not, you have to take it when it comes. And now he's up by 2, 5 goals to 3.
And take those opportunities. He did. You saw his celebrations. You might have heard them in the background as well. But we still have a lot of time. 40-odd minutes left to go in the second half of the second leg. At what point do you think that Antonio changes some things, makes some substitutions?
I'd probably say because it's only a 2-goal deficit, maybe the 60th minute, you can start to look to see or prepare some tactics if you do not have anything available. The other game going on, we mentioned, there's been 10 goals in this game, and the next goal came in favor of MOAUBA. The other chip here, straight to it. Honestly, a carbon copy of one of the goals we saw in the first leg. But there's 30 minutes left to go in that game. Only a 2-goal deficit for MOAUBA to recover, which is definitely possible. So maybe it'll be a bit nervy in the last moments of the game for Danny Pitbull.
Back here, Antonio with a great pass to Pele, but defended very well by Anders and Lucio. And how do you think Anders manages this 2-goal lead in this second half to see out this game?
Anders will be happy to keep possession, just to draw out Antonio into making mistakes, pulling defenders out of position, rushing attacks.
An attack we have here. Alawiren into space, green times, but saved well by Van der Sar and Antonio with that goalkeeper movement. Another chance here off the corner. Can Ginola get in behind? He doesn't, but it is out for a goal kick.
Talking about chances, there was another one in the game. Montaxa up against Oberon is now 7-1 to Montaxa on aggregate. So that is a huge, huge result. You'd anticipate that game being done and dusted in terms of the scoreline anyway. There could be a chance for Antonio. Can he break through the defense of Anders? Trying to play passes, trying to play a perfect pass, but the perfect pass wasn't an option there. And these are the gaps we're talking about. 65th minute, maybe you apply a little bit more pressure, a few more bodies forward. It was a great recovery challenge there from Antonio.
And that's what you see for players at this level with those last-ditch tackles. If that were me, that would have been a red card.
In the game, Danny Pitbull up against MOAUBA. Danny Pitbull takes the lead in this leg to make it 3 goals to 2. A pass across the goal there, and an easy finish with Arnhem Ronaldo, which makes it 7-4 on aggregate.
11 goals.
11 goals in that end. There's been a lot of goals.
And as we mentioned several times before, Antonio, around this time, is going to want to make some tactical changes in order to regain some sort of momentum without creating too much space, which obviously will lead to a potential mistake. And a chance here from Pele. Lots of space for Antonio. That is exactly what he needed at this moment in the game.
That's a big goal at a big moment. The space just opened up. The amount of players in the box there felt as if he could have done many things there to create the chance. He chose an option that led to the goal there. You can see the passes, the ball roll towards the byline, just waiting his time. An extra pass across goal to an easy finish. An open net there as Van der Sar was moved out of the way there from Anders, anticipating a shot across goal. We've also seen a last-minute goal. Pipe Crew up against Hezzers, winning 4-1 in the second leg, 5-4 up on aggregate, so that's a huge game. Another game coming to a close potentially in the second leg is Henning up against Oli Bolly. It's currently 2-2, so there's 5 minutes left to go in that second leg. We could be seeing extra time or penalties if a winner isn't there.
Lots of high-scoring games around the studio today, but our main stage game, several goals still, I would say.
We think there's several goals left? There could be some more goals,
No,
I think.
Still.
Yeah, of course. 9 goals is a lot of goals. I think Anders will be trying to anticipate what Antonio will be doing to try and push forward. There's going to be gaps, there's going to be spaces to exploit for Anders, but Antonio pushing bodies forward. If he gets the ball in and around the area, he needs to make it count.
And Anders here looking to have another chance to solidify his lead, but won't want to rush anything to give possession. Ronaldinho with a quick turn, takes the lead, indeed. You have to love the roller coaster of emotions that you're seeing from Anders behind you.
He's amazing, I'll be honest. I love the celebration, just standing up, just laughing, having fun. Played into Ronaldinho. The reverse elastico we've seen in the first leg, scoring a goal very similar, but he makes it look easy. He makes it look very easy to do that, but he turns in, a reverse elastico, as you said, and a shot past the goalkeeper. 13 minutes left to play. We need 2 goals from Antonio to come back into it. It's going to be a tough ask to create 2 chances that are on 2 goals. So again, as I said, if he makes those chances, he needs to make it count.
Definitely some more games coming to you around the pit. DULLENMIKE actually trailing for his 2nd game in a row, losing on pens in the last match and trailing in the 2nd. Do you think he would be surprised with that result?
Absolutely, of course. DULLENMIKE is a fantastic, fantastic player who's shown it over the years. There's going to be another update, potentially the last one in this one. It is, of course, Danny Pitbull up against MOAUBA. There was a lot of goals in that game, and it was Danny Pitbull who ended up coming out victorious up against MOAUBA. So that is a huge victory for him.
Is that 12 goals total?
Yep, here's the goal as we see it. It's a played ball in. There's a lot of space there. It was just a shot across goal, in off the inside of the post. A great finish there to give him the 4-goal lead, 8-4 on aggregate. These are the spaces here that we're talking about to exploit for Anders.
Exploit he does. Green time, but saved incredibly well by Antonio, but concedes the corner to Anders once again. We're getting close to our 90-minute mark in this match, and Anders isn't going to want to give up possession now. He might play for the last attack. What do you think?
I think he's just going to go just to die the clock down here. Doing an update as well. Storari widens the gap. He's up 4-2 against DULLENMIKE. So you can hear a lot of roars around. A lot of goals, and I believe that goal is actually coming in the Pepe versus Eldos game. A huge outpour of emotion. I believe that game was included in the latter stages, so that's a huge, huge result if he manages to see that victory out.
For those of you that are just joining us, this is a Swiss format tournament, so each player will either have to win 3, and if you lose 3, unfortunately, your time ends this weekend. So that's a 2nd loss for DULLENMIKE. He's going to want to and has to win his next game in order to continue. We can see here Anders just draining the clock for that last tackle, or that last attack rather, keeping possession, and we'll see him clear the ball at the 2-minute mark shortly.
Yeah, that is it. That is the game done. A thrilling game between these 2 fantastic players in Europe. It ends 6-4 to the good for Anders. We have to remember, he was down by 3 goals down. He turns it around, 6-4 win. But there's another game, a featured matchup that's been going on. We haven't really been giving you too many updates, but there's been a lot going on in this. Predator FIFA up against Lenny. Last 20 minutes to go. It is currently 3-3 on aggregate. Of course, 1-1 in the 2nd leg as we jump into a free kick on the edge here for Predator FIFA. Can he make the most of it?
And what we've seen over the last 2 legs with this feature match is very, very, very even. I think the first match ended with a close score line, and it looks like we have the exact same thing again.
Yep, we do. And an update in the Pepe and Eldos game, the one that I mentioned, it is 7-4 for Pepe in extra time as well. So he scored 3 goals in extra time to secure him, in my opinion, the win to advance him into the next round. Of course, that is a massive, massive, massive victory. I spoke about Eldos and Anders being 2 of the prodigies in the FIFA scene, the youngsters that have a lot of weight with their name. But it was, of course, Anders winning and Eldos looking as if he's going to drop a game here. But I'm sure he'll bounce back. He's a top player. I'm sure he will.
I think so, too. Another massive gap in the pit. 6-1, I think it was. Daniel 7 to Finino. Incredible, incredible score lines in this 2nd round. But this one being very even.
Yep, it's going to be a nervy last moments of this 2nd leg. Neither player want to make any mistakes. They've got their coaches behind them, or Predator has his coach behind him, I should say, feeding him information, telling him whether he should change formation, maybe a few more tactical adjustments, player personnel is all going to play a part in how this game ends.
Do you think there's an advantage or disadvantage to having a coach versus not having a coach?
Absolutely. It's personal preference, but I think some players might lean to a coach, not even necessarily for in-game assistance, more so just the mental side of things, just to keep you calm, composed. You know how difficult it can be competing at the highest stage. And a game that is at the highest stage, we did have a match with Oli Bolli. I believe he's just scored a late goal to go 3-2 up in extra time. That is a massive goal for the Swedish representative in this event. He, of course, coming off of that game, that's 2 games in a row now in extra time. Of course, he won the first one against DULLENMIKE on penalties, but potentially winning this game now in extra time will be a massive, massive result. But another result here, which would be massive, would be if Lenny could capitalize off that chance. It was a great tackle from Predator FIFA.
Great tackle. Neither of them want to make mistakes at this time in the match, because there's not a lot of time to redeem themselves. Do you think these two are going to want to take this to extra time?
Of course, you want it done as soon as possible, in all honesty. You want it to make sure that you can do it in normal time, but if that option doesn't arise, you just need to be a bit more composed. Sometimes resort to game management, not being too erratic, but the build-up here is fantastic from Lenny. The step overs, the skill cancellations, but great defending from Predator FIFA.
He recycles possession very quickly. Di Natale, a hero item that we haven't seen too often in this competition.
I think that's the first time. It might honestly be the first time we've seen him, of course. It looks as if he came off the bench there to impact the game. He's fast, he's good dribbling, lethal in front of goal as well. But I think a lot of pro players tend to lean towards attackers that have 5-star skill moves. As you saw there, the gap sort of was open for Di Natale. I don't think he had a lot of trust in him to anticipate it, but this is the build-up we're talking about from Lenny. 2 minutes left to go here in our other feature match, given away from Predator FIFA.
Will that be the decision maker of this game? A quick mistake in possession with AYMANE, and Predator takes possession again and is looking to counter for his last attack of the match. Is this a chance here? A last-minute winner! Oh, wow.
Incredible winner from Predator FIFA. Celebrating with his coach Marlet behind him. Commiserations, of course, to Lenny. It looks as if this could be a loss in round 2. The cross whipped in, the composure as well, to not try and head it or overhead kick it first time. Just bringing it down with Gianola.
What a ball.
Brought down, shot across goal. Oof. And it's a great finish at a great time for the German in Predator FIFA, which should see out the game. Another game that was saw out was Oli Bolli up against Henning, winning the second leg 1-0 and winning a 3-2 on aggregate to advance into the next round. 2-0 now for Oli Bolli. That's 1-1 for Henning. Oli Bolli is in touching distance of securing his qualification into the knockout stages of the eChampions League later on in the season. But in this game, I'd be very shocked if we see something here. It's going to be launched forward straight from kickoff, but it's headed out for Predator FIFA straight out, and the final whistle blows there. What a result for Predator FIFA.
What a result indeed. With that late winner, he is going to be very happy with that scoreline, given he has come off a loss in his last match. But Lenny still has more matches to go to redeem himself, as does Predator FIFA. 2-1 is the final score, 4-3 on aggregate. A close game.
Yep, definitely a close game between two fantastic players as well. And of course, it hurts just to see last-minute winners. Of course, it's great for the winner, of course, but when you lose it, it's just your heart just drops. I feel for Lenny, but he's a player that's been around for a number of years now. Still very young, has a lot of experience, so I'm sure he'll bounce back.
I think so too. Well, you guys, that is all the action for round 2, but we are going to hear from Rachel and Mike to highlight all of the best moments from round 2.
Yeah, thanks, Leah. Thanks, Ryan. I mean, Mike and I, we were front row seats for that last match there. And Predator FIFA had the celebration of all celebrations. Ding dong, Bing bong. Don't know what that was, but it was great.
That's what came out.
He used to come over and tell us what he meant when he was celebrating like that. Jumped over the screen, basically into me and Mike, which was, yeah, great to see. We had the best seat in the house to watch that 90th minute winner there from him, which was really key as well. He obviously lost his first round, so to bounce back and get that win under his belt was vital for him. But a couple of big moments as well in that round. Mike, well, the world champion, losing his second match. UMUT going down there 4-5 to Kamal. We didn't expect that one after the first round from him.
Well, I do wonder, when you have such a dominant game, does that maybe not prepare you for having to face a little more of that back and forth sometimes? You're taking your foot off the gas pedal. It's natural. When you're up 5, 6, 7, 8 goals, that was a 12-1 win on the big stage, okay? So maybe he didn't regather some of that the same way that he would have liked.
I mean, on the contrary, though, a man who lost to UMUT in the first round, he bounced back in pretty great fashion there to get a win over Furman, 3-2 there. So we were pretty, I guess, pleased to see that after that battering in round 1, Mike.
The short-term memory. We talked about it a little bit yesterday as well. It is one of the best traits or characteristics of any pro FIFA player, especially in formats like this. Forget about that last game. We're moving forward.
Well, let's forget about the last game. Let's have a look at some highlights from some of those matches as well. What are we bringing you guys straight away? VEJRGANG, of course. We'll have to have a look at this one. We weren't quite sure watching it in there. We had a lot of his celebrations. He was whacking his head. I was about to bring it up. Quite a lot poking his head. Kind of, I guess, just trying to G himself up a little bit, Mike.
I'm trying to switch on. I got to give a lot of credit to Antonio as well. Obviously set the tempo here. Went up 3-0. You see some of the step overs, which is kind of the bread and butter of VEJRGANG, but look at the response. I mean, you get some of the classic work here. Elastico outside of the boot, opens up the space. R9, right place, right time. One is good. Why don't we double that up? Little layoff. Who else? Ronaldo, the original, steps through, across the body. And this is a great counterattack. We're actually going to revisit this in a little bit here, but you see a classic step over. That's going to be a recurring theme. Anytime that you see VEJRGANG play, there are so many step overs, and it gives you the ability to not only get a little bit of a speed boost, but you also shield the ball and you cause moments of hesitation.
The fact that VEJRGANG was trying to psych himself up, switch himself on, which he seemed to do in the second leg, again, is a great sign. He's only 17 years old. His mum's here with him. He has to obviously be accompanied on these trips, and he's mentally strong enough to bounce back and get the win he really needs here to go 2-0.
To come back from 3 goals down and really forge that comeback, and yet alone do it really in the first leg, it took a little pressure off of him, and I was impressed. I was impressed by the result here, and he keeps on winning, which is not something his counterpart can say with UMUT.
And it shows how versatile he is as a player as well. The fact that you can obviously go down and bounce back and then be winning and keep that winning streak. He is obviously not afraid to go down and try and bounce back like he did there.
Well, FIFA will always challenge you. It'll challenge your wits. It'll challenge you from a mental standpoint. That's why we give so much credit to a lot of these players and competitors of how they've developed that mental state. And we talk about having experience and why that's so important, often because you can handle the big moments better because you're used to them.
Well, Predator handled the big moment, which was thrown his way when he thought he might go to extra time.
That. I need that reaction.
I'd love to see the reaction. I don't know if we're going to get to see it, but that was Predator Lenny, of course, we saw there. We heard it before we knew the result.
Another quality matchup as well, very close. You see some of the player lock, which I like to remind people how difficult that is to use and really to implement at this level. Another one of those outside of the boot elasticos, R9, who else? Top of the box, pick a corner. Any corner is the best corner, but we have a response. A couple big touches there. That second touch really helps him out. Green time finish.
And second leg then, again, it was a little bit, I guess, likening to the previous match sat on that very stage as well. It was super tightly contested between these two players. I mean, could you separate them at all? Did you think it was going to go extra time? How did you see this one playing out?
I had already started writing it off for an extra time. This is happening right in front of us. It's the last game of the day. You see this whipped in cross. A lot of crosses from Predator Pre-field. Great composure to take that down with Ginola instead of trying to hit it first time. Off the chest, back of the net. And there's the reaction. If we have a mic, it's more what he said. The reaction is normal, but I don't know why that's what came from what happened, but that's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, a great end to that match result. That's the last one as well to be seen, which is probably telling as well, the fact that he realised everyone else has been completed. We were all eyes on him. He had to perform, and that was what we got. We got the little ding-dong. But anyway, there we go. Great matchup. I think we have one more set of highlights to bring you as well. We obviously highlight the 3 big matches on the stage here. That's Danny Pitbull and our 2019 world champion, MOAUBA.
And don't write off the Italians. We have seen the scene in Italy really grow dramatically the last couple of years, and last year in particular, at the end of the year, we had a lot of players that were peaking in 2v2s and 1v1s. Pitbull, of course, is part of that grouping, and going up against a former world champion here with MOAUBA. But I will say this, and I was talking to you about it a little bit before we went back live on camera. MOAUBA's a player that always leaves it where it's going to be interesting. We often see him in the last stage of a Swiss, and he's always battling it out through streams. He has ups and downs. It's because his play style is so sporadic in terms of scoring goals, conceding goals, a little bit of random here and there. But you love to mix it up, and Pitbull is able to get the job done in this game. You'll see a couple more goals. I think it finishes 4-3, or is it 5-4?
8-4.
8-4. All right, well, then I'm off.
We've got a second leg, haven't we? We've got a second leg. Yeah, a word on MOAUBA there. He makes things difficult for himself, doesn't he? The fact that you said he's so sporadic in how he plays. Why does he do that? Why can't he learn from that?
I think it's just part of his stance in FIFA in many regards. Like, one of his biggest advantages and disadvantages is he never plays differently based on the opposition. So he's always kind of, for lack of a better descriptive word, a little bit YOLO. He's throwing the ball forward, he's going to play with a high line, and it's always been part of his storytelling or narrative when you're looking at FIFA gameplay.
So that's easier for his opponents to read what he's going to do, because they always kind of know what he's going to do.
I don't think so. I actually think he's super unpredictable. It's the opposite of that, Rachel, but that's where I'm saying it leads to an advantage or a disadvantage depending if it's clicking or not. Because if it doesn't work, but you're taking a lot of risk, if you're not getting the reward, and it makes for interesting results. And as I was kind of stating, I expect this to come down to round 5 for MOAUBA somehow. It's just how it always goes.
Well, you can have a look at the results then. Just have a quick recap on some of the ones we didn't maybe bring you. DULLENMIKE there, losing his second matchup to Storari. 4-2 there. Let's pick out another one. Levy Finn there, 5-2 to Santil. We already brought you up to speed on AYMANE winning 3-2 over Furman. That was a good result for him. Montaxa 8-3 over Oberon.
That's a big result. And a lot of people have been talking about Montaxa as well. And remember, Oberon is somebody that I said is on my list to watch. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't go through. As you were saying, with UMUT dropping points, you've got Hezer also dropping again. And now you're looking at some of these 0-2s. You don't want to go home early. You don't even get a win on the board.
Well, that's DULLENMIKE, and it would be awful. It's a kind of likening to Ethan yesterday. We expected so much from him, and then obviously he kind of fell short. Let's have a look at the standings then after 2 rounds here and see who is in a bit of shaky territory as we go into the 3rd round, which is the defining round for a lot of people. So at the moment, looking great. Danny Pitbull, Myrtle, Kamal, Karai, Montaxa, Oli Bolly, a lot of these guys still on 2-0. Pepe VEJRGANG there. And then shaky territory at the moment. We mentioned it. DULLENMIKE, 0-2. Furman, names like Hezers, Lenny, a few people we wouldn't have expected. And then guys in the middle, they're the 2 columns. UMUT, MOAUBA, still a long way to go for those guys there. Okay, well, we've got our MasterCard moment of the match to bring you right now.
And we want to revisit the game with VEJRGANG, this comeback. And it starts with some of the counterattacking speed, something that's I've always been really impressed with. And in this example here, you get the big interception with Yaya Toure, and now you've got your first option, which you want to go forward as quick as possible. Then you have that support that's going to go around him with the counterattacking speed. And you look at these additional options.
Yeah, exactly. That was the MasterCard moment of the match. Well, there we have it. Round 2 of fixtures has been completed. We were talking about the next round, Mike, is pretty crucial for a lot of these players. You could see a couple of players crashing out early on. We'll lose for the next round, and 4 will have qualified to go through. So a lot at stake in round 3, which is going to be very exciting. So there we go. Let's go and see what else we have. We have another moment to bring you, I believe. Right now, it is the Turkish Airlines Widen Your World. So 64 players are here.
Please tell me you're not going to quiz me again. Please don't quiz me again.
And it's great, isn't it, to have another partner, of course, here as a sponsor. There we go. Widen your world with Turkish Airlines. So 64 players over the course of the weekend have been here. We had 32 yesterday. We halved that, of course, to 16, and we get to see another 32 in action. And then at the end of this weekend, we'll have 32 that qualify again to April, and then we whittle that down to 8 as well in June in Istanbul. So Turkish Airlines, widen your world. Well, there we have it. So let's get into the next round. Then round 3 is coming your way in a couple of moments' time. And on the other side of this break, we'll have Gravison. He'll be casting alongside Brandon Smith. Very excited to see how the players get on. And is there, are we going to see more moments like that from him? More celebrations? He definitely excites everybody who's watching him. He's got a kind of aura about him. That's the pit that's been popping off. Loads of players performing well in there. Let's see who takes the big stage and who goes through in round 3. eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Welcome back to London once again. You join us for round 3 here in the Swiss stage. Myself, Brandon Smith, and the absolute Spanish FIFA legend. That is Jaime Alvarez. Many will know this man as Gravison. Gravison, this is our favourite round. We got to commentate on it yesterday. Back again now, because this is, for a lot of people, time to qualify for the knockout stages or time to leave the tournament.
I mean, it's probably like the moment the tournament really starts, I like to say, because obviously round 1 and round 2, every round is important, but now you get to a point where you lose one match, you might go home. You win a match, you might be qualified for the next stage. So yeah, we have big names who are O2 at the moment. Kind of the same happened yesterday with Stokes, with Ethan, big players, big names, performing well this year, being O2. And I think we can have like the same thing with Dullen and Ethan, 2 players we pretty much didn't expect to be O2 at the moment, and they are against the ropes.
Well, look as well, you know, we know there's 15 German players in this tournament. We knew there was always going to be a German player that could be at risk, but we didn't expect it to be a certain someone who is going to be one of our big games that we do focus on a little bit later. That's DULLENMIKE. But look at some of these games jumping off your page in round 3. Keep in mind that a lot of these are qualification games. And Gravison, you just pointed to one there. Montaxa against Anders VEJRGANG is a 2-0 qualification game.
It's an interesting match because we're going to see Montaxa, a player who's pretty much playing at his best, I would say, in all his FIFA career, against Anders, a really interesting character and one of the players who are the one to watch in this tournament. And I don't know, I think Montaxa is going to take this one. I think he's going to be 3-0. It might be kind of a hot take because of Anders, obviously, but yeah, I think Montaxa is bringing it home.
Yeah, well, there's also plenty more games taking place. 15 in this round will be underway. Other games that, of course, are knockout games is that one. Look at the bottom of your screen. DULLENMIKE against GIANLUCA M17. The only player from Switzerland that is in this tournament could be on his way to one potentially leaving the tournament or knocking out one of the giants, one of the German giants in DULLENMIKE. We said there was names that were at risk. Yesterday we saw Ethan in the same scenario, Gravison. You wouldn't expect DULLENMIKE to be in there. After speaking to him earlier today, he said he was feeling good. But for the big juggernaut that he is in the FIFA esports scene, this would be a massive shock he was to leave the tournament.
Yeah, DULLENMIKE cannot be in a tournament and leave the tournament without a win. He is a player, we talked about him before. He won the Bundesliga in last year. He won the FUT Champions Cup in FIFA 19. He's a player who you expect to be at the highest level every single tournament. And you expect him to win tournaments, so he cannot leave a tournament without a win.
No, absolutely, as we said. And look at the run that he had. 4-4 extra time penalty loss in his first game to Ollie Bolly, which no doubt would have given him a little bit of a shake and frustration to take into that second game where he lost to his Italian opponent. Let's go on the opposite side to Gianluca of FC Basel. Keep in mind, FC Basel has been a breeding zone for so much talent from the likes of Lubo, of course, a Swiss player that everyone knows, but more importantly, Nicholas, 99, who lived there for quite some time. Coda the finisher, German player. The Stranger was there at FC Basel for quite some time. This is the new man in town, though, in Gianluca. He might not have had the best of starts this tournament, Gravison, but as we know, Swiss format gives you two lives, two lifelines. He's had his two lifelines. He has to go and win this game.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see some similarities between Gianluca and Dullen because they both lost on pens on the first match. And that can bring you kind of down to the second round, which they both lost again. I don't know. I think it's gonna be, I think, pretty much a goal-scoring match, especially in the first leg, because their defense are going to be weak, both of them. But I just expect Dullen to win, to be honest, because it's DULLENMIKE. How is DULLENMIKE in a 0-2 situation? I cannot believe it.
Why do you think it could be a difficult scenario for Dullen today, if there was a reason?
I mean, I heard something about that he has been sick or anything, but I don't know. Maybe the pressure, maybe he hasn't competed in a 1v1 situation for a long time because he trained for the eSports Cup with the 2v2 tournament. I don't know. Maybe the pressure of being one of the better players of the Germans, who are, I think, 15 in this tournament. I don't know. It can be anything, but I don't know. I just cannot imagine DULLENMIKE leaving this tournament without a win.
Yeah, it would be a crazy thought to think of. What's more important is he's literally, like, when he's not on the main stage behind us, he's literally playing next to his teammates. He's next to MOAUBA of Focus, and obviously his fellow teammate as well of the other side of the Focus, which we know is Kei Karai, who on the opposite side is having a fantastic tournament. If he wins his next game, he does qualify for the knockout stages. So there's been loads of great storylines, but I think the players that have probably had the most to talk about is the Italians, Gravison. 8 of them qualified. Loads of them are 2-0 and 1 game away from qualifying for the knockouts.
I was just going to ask you the same question, because the Italians back in FIFA 19, you had Cosimo, you had Principe, obviously, but look at them now. Like, there's a lot of good players at the moment who are playing in these big tournaments. You have Danny Pitbull, you have Hessers, who is against the ropes right now, 0-2. You have, I don't know. Just
Pepe's in there as well. He's the... People have joked around him as he's the Italian Anders. He's come through in his first tournament, which is great to see. But other players that are 2-0 as well include Kemal, AYMANE, the only Turkish player, as we know, that is here. Ollie Bolly. I mean, he always performs well at tournaments, but hey, enough of those people that are doing well. We're into the games where people aren't doing well in the eChampions League. It's elimination FIFA here. DULLENMIKE up against Gianluca. Alongside that as well in our other featured matchups, Kei Karai takes on Danny Pitbull in a qualification game. And on the opposite side, another elimination game. Fanino against Hezers. If you remember him, a past European champion, the Italian of AC Monza. He's also not had the start he would have wanted here in London. And that's why a lot of pro players enjoy the Swiss format, Gross, and it just gives you the extra life that sometimes you need.
Yeah, definitely. I really like the Swiss format as a player, because it is the first game of the day. It's really hard, especially in a big tournament like this. So it just gives you like 1 or 2 chances to pick up your game, and I think it's one of the best formats we can get at here.
Well, here's Gianluca kicking from right to left, who made one of the first chances of the game. Looks for the The smallest of passes, great save from Leviashin. It was a gift of a bounce or a knockdown that fell to the feet of hero David Ginola. Does win a corner and looks to place one in directly to the box. Recycled so well back to Ronaldo Nazario. It's another really impressive attack, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do in this game, Gravison, and that is taking the game to DULLENMIKE and making him uncomfortable as soon as he can by scoring the first goal.
Definitely. Good defense by Dullen, and I gotta say, I really like Dullen's t-shirt in game. I think it might be the focus one. I'm not very sure, but it's beautiful. I just like that kind of black dark t-shirt in a game.
I think it was actually one of the most popular esports kits in the game. Team Focus, who are here in numbers today here in London. The captain, manager, co-owner of the team, Elias, is here. I'm sure you know who he is if you are in the FIFA scene. They were part of the EA Sports Cup as well. They have been one of the big German giants in terms of a talent factory as well. Here's a chance for David Ginola. FC Basel's only Swiss representative that's in this tournament. Doesn't want to leave in this stage of it. In terms of the teams, Gravison, as we know, we've seen a bit more of Marquez today that we didn't see yesterday. If you had to build your back four in the current climate and restrictions we're seeing now, what would your back four be?
I would probably be using Konate, the US Seal item. I really like him. I think he's fast enough. I think he's strong. I think his defense is on point. And if I had to use someone else, it might be Ricardo Carvalho. I don't know. I'm not feeling as confident with Marquez, with Rafa Marquez, the Barcelona legend. But it's kind of funny to see how, like, all the Germans are using Marquez, but yesterday we saw, like, what, 2-3 persons using Marquez? And it happens every single time, you know? When a community, pretty much when you're training, you play against the players in your country, because it's easier to find a match. And if you find similarities between their teams, it's actually because they train together and they talk previous to the matches. And I don't know, you can see this pretty much the same tactics, same players, everything.
He's DULLENMIKE now with his first real sniff at goal. I think one thing that he needs to do, Gravison, is just start to back himself a bit more. And how good he is going forward, attacking-wise. Hasn't scored as many goals as he would have wanted to so far in this tournament. But as much as it was a 2v2 tournament, the EA Sports Cup, there were so many moments of individual quality that we did see from DULLENMIKE. He's on the backbone again now. GIANLUCA with a great chance when you time it green. It normally falls into the back of the net. And if you are a Focus fan or a DULLENMIKE fan, it's not the start that you would have wanted to have here. GIANLUCA, you can't say it's not been coming, Gravison. He's been knocking on the door of the German, and about time someone let him in.
Yeah, it's the third big chance for him. A really good build-up, creating a run for Ale Warren, and he wasn't quick enough to stop that L1 through pass by, I think it was R9. And yeah, I think a deserved goal for GIANLUCA because it was his third big chance, and let's see.
Oh wow, is he onside? DULLENMIKE may have run that one too much. No, he hasn't. The beast has maybe just been awoken. You want to see how easy it is to score from a kickoff? Clip it, save it. That's DULLENMIKE for you.
And practice at home, yeah, definitely. You could see it was pretty much the same chance by both of them, creating a run with the midfielders, timing it really well. The precision is on point, and 1-1.
Well, it's not just this game that's underway. There's another elimination game taking place just across the stage from us. It's Germany against Italy. It's Firmino against Jesus, and oh my Jesus, that is not what you would have wanted to see. As we jump back to this one, DULLENMIKE comes close, but for Jesus, Gravison, a very unfortunate way to find himself a goal down in this one. DULLENMIKE sadly feeling that confidence after equalising.
Yeah, and it's a shame if... Oh, this is a big chance.
I said he felt confident. He might be 2-1 down here. Referee, you've got to be careful there. What's he going to give? Just a yellow. It looked for a split second that Lucio may have been the last man, but referee thought differently.
If I was with the ref, that's a red card for me. I would say that's a red card. And this is a big chance, big chance.
Pull it, over it. Fancy's going direct, unfortunately. That one completely wayward and off target.
Ruud Gullit is a brilliant free kick taker. Like, I really like him.
Once this attack does come in, Gravis, I'll be keen to get your thoughts on that man on the ball there.
Yep.
AYMANE, why has he been probably the MVP this weekend? Obviously, we know the players have not got the deepest pool to choose from in terms of Champions League upgrades, rose to the group final knockout players. The Saudi Arabian foot hero, though, has sort of been the cheat code in many ways. What is it about that in-game item that's so good?
Yeah, I would say it's because of two reasons. Let's wait for this chance.
Oh my God, what a ball. This is Gianluca. It's nothing fancy about that one. It's just a long ball over the top. Run for it as much as you can. Battle, as R9 did. Just put his body around it. And it was a case of just get it on target and time it green for Gianluca. Game on.
Yeah, and picking it where you left it. It's not only AYMANE, it's Valverde, I would say. Valverde is out of chem. Everyone is using AYMANE at the left side of the pitch. And I'd say he's not quick enough to stop him. So I think that won't be happening in the stage 3, you know? We'll have a stronger right back. And I think AYMANE is not going to be MVP in a few months. But now, he definitely is.
Well, someone that you're good friends with, Nicholas, he actually put AYMANE as a right back yesterday for a period of time, just when he was in a winning position, just to counter out the Saudi Arabian on the offensive side, which is quite clever.
Yeah.
It's just man for man. I've got the same stats. Doesn't matter where I'm on the pitch. I'm just there to stop you. And Nicholas did that so well. Of course, Nicholas, part of that 16 players that has already qualified for the knockout stages. Gianluca, with the last chance of the half, looks to add a third onto his tally. And as this game draws in to half-time, there's been more goals across from us, and it's Hezers, who was 1-0 down, now leads 2 goals to 1. What a way to pick yourself up and dust yourself off after conceding quite an unfortunate goal. But past European champion of AZ Monza back in the driving seat.
I mean, with 15 Germans, we had to see a lot of German crosses, right? It's crazy that it is from an Italian player, but yeah, the German cross, it certainly changed the meta. Like a year ago, I remember when Bene kind of found it, and then it's crazy because in FGS1, Bene scored a lot of German crosses, obviously, but he scored 15 goals with Aljamik, the center back for Valladolid, which I just don't understand. How can you score 15 goals in a tournament with a center back? Well, Bene did it.
And just for those at home as well, what is the German cross, so to speak, for those that maybe are new to competitive FIFA?
It's basically like a pretty easy chance to create, because you just make a run with your center midfielder, and then the thing is, like, the crosses are kind of assisted. If they weren't assisted, they would be pretty much impossible to do. But if you create a run with a midfielder and you cross it with your right back or your full left back, it's just a really easy way to create a good chance like this.
Oh my days, what a ball that is for Gianluca. Even better save from Leviashkin. Not sure if there was any goalkeeper movement there. There may have been just a touch of it. That vision to find the run there.
Oof, that could be a red as well. I mean, Dullen is a bit aggressive. He's been a bit over the top, I would say.
Corner comes in for Gianluca. Plays it short. Ronaldinho looks to take around his man. That's brave. Is there a rebound available? Is there one more pass inside? There was, but matched up by fellow Brazilian Lucio.
I mean, Dullen is definitely having some luck. I wouldn't say, I'm not saying luck, because obviously you have to move your goalkeeper and everything in these chances, but I mean, he could be, what, 4-1 down? 4-1, 5-1 down easily, and he's 2-1 down, just. So, I don't know, he has to step it up, because right now he's getting annihilated.
Gianluca could have a chance. Gianluca does get bundled to the ground. Oh my, I thought it was a penalty. It's not, it's a free kick on the edge of the box. Dolomite needs to be careful here, because he's one missed button press away from throwing this game away. Hullit's over. Does he go for a direct shot? He does, off the bar. Still not fully dealt with this, though. And everything, as you could argue, is just working in his favour at the moment for GIANLUCA. He's got DULLENMIKE on the best day and the best time possible.
The step overs from GIANLUCA have been on point. Not only like the step over acceleration, but the fake step over has been on point as well.
Well, let's head over to a game where there's qualification riding on it. We can still see both games on the screen for a split second. Danny Pitbull, speaking of Italian players that are just steamrolling through the tournament, David Ginola putting Danny Pitbull up by a goal to nil. That man, ever since he won the Serie A 2 years ago, has just been on fine form.
Definitely. And talking about fake step overs, there we have one from Danipi and the first goal. It's a good chance. It's a good way to make your opponents guess one way or another, creating 50-50 chances. I'm not as good as I should be using them.
That's clever. That's really clever from DULLENMIKE. A moment of magic when his back has been against the wall for the last 60 minutes or so. Nothing was moving, nothing was really grooving for him in the final thirds. He had to be creative, and by God he was there. Watch that one again on the replay.
Would you say Mo teached him this goal? Because that's a very FIFA 19 MOAUBA goal to do. But yeah, Ruud Gullit.
And a great example again there, Gravison, of what your midfielders can do. If you get two tall midfielders, we've been speaking about the German cross a lot. It's great doing the German cross, but you have to have the players that can head the ball in and be very good in the air. Prime example, Yaya Touré and Ruud Gullit.
Yeah, definitely.
There's been another goal in that elimination game. Firmino was 1-0 up, then went 2-1 down. By the looks of it, he's just gone 2-2.
Jesus Christ, Yashin. That's been like, what, the 4th save in a row?
VEJRGANG, save after save.
Ooh.
Nicely done. GIANLUCA dancing very well with Ronaldinho, who just has his own way of moving around the pitch when he's just sort of chaining skills to skills. He's just got his own personal animation. DULLENMIKE just offside. That could have been risky.
And I gotta tell you, Hessers is a big friend of mine, so hope he doesn't take this personal, but you cannot afford to do that player switching in these situations. The player switching in that play was awful, so he deserved to concede that goal.
15 minutes left in our featured matchup. Remember that at the end of this second leg, this is only the first leg.
You cannot stop him.
Someone will be eliminated. Valverde can try his best there, can't he? R9 does well. DULLENMIKE! Maybe just moving into gear 4. Before you know it, he'll be back to gear 5 and 6 as he needs to really up his game. Gravison, talk me through the goal.
I mean, how can you stop Alaiguaran with Valverde out of game? The cancellation over there, the shot cancellation, oh, beautiful. And that's the thing with Dullen. He might not be at his best right now, but he created 3 chances, 3 goals. So that's what matters in FIFA. It doesn't matter if you create 15 chances. If you don't score them, you're going to lose your game.
Well, speaking of someone that you kindly criticised a minute ago, Gravison, you'll be happy to know that he's back in from Alaiguaran, putting Hezers back in the lead. What a first leg that's been, by the way. 3 goals to 2. Still 30 minutes left in that game.
I mean, we're talking about Hethers. We're going to see, what, 10 goals, probably? He's a crazy guy.
GIANLUCA.
Good defense.
Down by a goal for the first time in this leg. He has been on top for most of it.
Have you seen that much of VEJRGANG this tournament? Because I've pretty much seen...
I think yesterday was the day of Edwin van der Sar. Today, I saw Schmeichel once, but it has been the day of VEJRGANG.
Yeah, definitely.
It's interesting now Europe West changes from Europe East in terms of these squad restrictions. Pumped into defeat Ronaldinho. It's all going through the Brazilian winger, isn't it?
Yep.
The question mark has been, though, Gravison, is can DULLENMIKE stop him? Which luckily he has been able to, because I mean Capdeville is over on that side. Look at that. No one can stop anyone on that left-hand side. One more pass, got to be there. Goes down to ground. David Ginola just couldn't connect with it. As DULLENMIKE tried his best to
Had a fourth onto the tally and a 2-goal cushion. And I tell you what, he might be punished for it on the opposite side. R9 could be through, golden chance. The goalkeeper was moved. But Gianluca just had the patience there just to wait and delay until it was time to shoot through a goal. And that's not easy, is it?
It is not easy at all. And it is not easy at all to do against DULLENMIKE. You are against the ropes. If you lose, you're getting eliminated. He's moving the keeper back and forth. And you have the patience to just control the ball, time it green to the back post. I don't know. I think that was brilliant from him.
This is end-to-end fee for DULLENMIKE down the other end. Cheeky chip. The way that DULLENMIKE has just been able to reply when he's gone down by a goal or conceded is so crucial in FIFA esports, Gravison. Not leaving any time for your opponent to settle on the result or settle back into the game. And he's done that on 2 different occasions now.
How important is rhythm in FIFA? Because he just created these chances, these 4 chances. He hasn't been able to build good plays pretty much in the whole first leg. But if you break the rhythm of your opponent, as Dullen has done, you score 4 goals. And I gotta say, Gianluca's offside trap was awful.
The use of Hullet in this team from DULLENMIKE as well, Gravison.
Yep.
3 goals he scored. He's been so involved going forward in pretty much everything.
Yeah. And not only offensively, obviously a hat-trick, but defensively. I mean, Rod Hullet, the man to have. Do you have him on your ultimate team?
I could only dream of having enough coins to afford him. We pray for an icon pack down the line. Halfway point in this elimination game. DULLENMIKE might have his back against the wall, and I tell you what, in moments in that game, he certainly did. But he does leave the first leg 4 goals to 3 in the lead. There is still a second leg to play. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes to bring you the live action.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Well, welcome back to the Champions League again. You join us in the 3rd round of the Swiss format here. It's the ultimate round here in London because we decide who will be going through to the knockout stages and who will be leaving the tournament. We did this yesterday as well. 16 players booking a spot in April's knockout stages. I mean, the games so far, Gravison, they've been very interesting. DULLENMIKE certainly started off the slower of the 2 players, but DULLENMIKE showing what he can do and pulling himself through in the end.
Yeah, and I think DULLENMIKE is not playing at his best right now, but he's scoring goals. Hat-trick from Hullet. He has created, let's say, 5-6 chances, scored 4 goals. So he's been effective. which is kind of good. But I personally expect a lot more from DULLENMIKE because he has really good build-up, and I know he can step it up a bit in the second leg.
Yeah, and you might be thinking about some other results and other players that are currently involved in the Champions League. For example, such as Anders VEJRGANG. He's currently 1-1 in his game at the moment. He is on the verge of qualification. We were in the back room watching his last game. Anders VEJRGANG, as a pro in the scene, seeing someone like that come through who is just so fearless. Like, what's it like having someone like that in the scene now?
I mean, one, it's good for the scene, I would say, because he's an interesting character, and two, it's scary to play against him. I played against him last weekend. He obviously bet me 1-3, but you know, every time he has the ball, you're kind of scared because you don't know what he's gonna do, and whatever he does, he's gonna do it perfectly with the timing and the mechanics.
And you also don't know what celebration he's going to pull out as well. He does celebrate his goals. Do I dare to ask? Did he griddy you or not?
No, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
He didn't because I skipped replays. But he told me. He told me back at the hotel. He told me it was nice playing against you because you skipped replays. But if not, I was greeting you, and I was like, oh. It's interesting.
Well, he certainly will be doing a bit more of that here in the Champions League if he can continue his form. Back to this game though. This is an elimination game. Yet, believe it or not, DULLENMIKE in an elimination position. He is leading 4-3 in this second leg now. But his opponent, GIANLUCA, certainly didn't sit back on the game last leg, did he, Gravis? He was able to create a handful of good chances, but the little break may have just given DULLENMIKE that bit of time to speak to his coach and to work out a plan of how he can get his first win on the board here in the Champions League.
Yeah. I mean, the work that Focus has done over the years is amazing. So I expect them to have a great coaching staff, for sure.
Here's GIANLUCA. Valverde, we may have been picking him out for not being the best of right-backs, but going forward, he has offered a bit of an overload. If you were in this tournament, Gravison, in terms of a right-back, would you just follow the trend and put Valverde there? I mean, Dirk Kuyt's popped up once. The truth of the matter is, whoever plays there is not going to get chemistry, and you're not going to risk an icon there. You're not going to waste an icon as a right back.
No, definitely not. Like, you cannot afford to not use R9 or Gullit. And who do you prefer, Cafu or Ronaldinho? I will be using Ronaldinho every single time of the year. So I don't know. I think I'm a kind of a weird guy, so I would be trying out Cordova or even Marquez, but I would probably still be using Valverde because pretty much everyone is using him, and that's for a very good reason.
DULLENMIKE building up with a chance here on the edge of the box. Gullit does well, so does R9. Pumps the shot out and gets a corner for his efforts. What can we see here from the Champions Cup winner DULLENMIKE? Just on that last game, he did score 3 goals with Gullit. You don't often sit in a game and see Gullit score more goals than R9. Why was Gullit so involved going forward? Is it just the passage of play that DULLENMIKE looks to look into using?
Yeah, I would say it's because of his way of playing. He's creating runs with Gullit every single time that he has just done. So he just want to push bodies forward and use Gullit in an offensive way, which kind of could backfire you because he's not here at the moment.
And in that exact moment, what is he doing with Gullit there in terms of a controller input? Is it just second man running forward, L1?
Yeah, pretty much. It's an easy thing to do. It's, you just press L1 and X. The thing is the timing. The timing is the hardest thing to do. This pass was amazing.
Got to remember, Gullit is a central midfielder. I've just seen him out as a left winger, as an ongoing striker for him, and he is everywhere as he picks up the ball again.
Oh,
dinked in, he'll be looking for the flick on. It makes sense. It totally makes sense. He's going to offer you so much in the box. I just worry about his stamina, but his stamina is pretty good.
You don't have to worry talking about the stamina talk with Gullit. I mean, he has been the MVP of the league, for sure. He's been playing really, really good. I asked more of DULLENMIKE's build-up, and he has to step it up because his build-up has been so much more effectively the second leg than in the first one. This build-up has been really good.
R9, cut back, this is DULLENMIKE, one more pass, oh my, it's you again! Ruud Gullit just keeps on popping up and scoring goals. He is everywhere, Gravison.
That's brilliant. He's defending, he's attacking, he has scored 4 goals in this round. And we asked more of DULLENMIKE in a kind of build-up talk. and this was like a, what, 30 passes chance, something like that. It was beautiful. Some tiki-taka. Beautiful tiki-taka from DULLENMIKE.
I remember a FIFA, probably FIFA 19 is when it will call, or FIFA 20, when we saw Hullet scoring a lot of goals and he was involved in so much. Last couple of FIFAs didn't really see it too much. Maybe from a corner he may have flicked it on, but this year especially, in a format tournament like this where he does feature and he's needed to get forward so much, he is so crucial in an attacking sense, just as good as he is at the back.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing also with Hullet, I think in FIFA 21 and 22 he wasn't as good, but I remember FIFA 20, he was amazing. And we are kind of seeing him back at the moment.
Well, there is another qualification game that is taking place next to this one. It sees Danny Pitbull, the Italian, against Karai of Focus. There has been a goal in this game. It's Danny Pitbull opening up his account, and as it stands right now, he is 35 or so minutes away from booking a spot in the knockout stage of the eChampions League.
Yeah, this is good. Whoa.
Oh my, DULLENMIKE, that's superb. It's Hullet again. Golden chance for DULLENMIKE. One more pass, it's clever. And if a one more pass didn't make it a 99% chance, a green time finish will make it a 99.999999% chance.
I mean, we expect Hullet to score one more goal, right? But he's selfish. He plays for the team, so brilliant play by Dullen. The extra pass was amazing, and not only the extra pass. I think if this was like a normal shot, I don't think it would have gone in. But with the green time, yeah, crazy goal. And we hear hearing some screamings all over the place. Who is it?
I wish I could tell you, Gravison. There's too many bodies everywhere in the pit right now. Another goal has gone in. We're here over in the Danny Pitbull game. Here it is now, 60th minute. He only scored 5 minutes ago. It's the Italian Danny Pitbull with R9, making it 3-1 on aggregate. He's getting very close to being one of the first Italian players to find a way into the knockouts.
Yeah, beautiful low-driven shot. I mean, if Boras Legend is watching this at home, he has to be happy with that.
Just to talk about that chance again.
Yep.
I'm sure Mike LaBelle might break it down at some point, but that flick from DULLENMIKE, the timing of that, to get that right, incredible.
It's the hardest thing to do, actually, because mechanically speaking, that's not hard to do, but to do it correctly with the timing and everything, there's not much players in the world who can do that.
GIANLUCA has really struggled in this second 45. It might be his first ever eChampions League, but he really needs to pick it up now, otherwise he will be heading out of the tournament half-time. And it's a 3-goal lead that DULLENMIKE has. Do you think DULLENMIKE's back feeling it now? He seems like he's just back in control.
I mean, the same happened with Ethan yesterday, and then he lost in the 4th round. So he's obviously feeling well right now, and he's playing really good FIFA. But he has to keep this level for a few more matches if he wants to progress to the next stage. I want to talk to you about Montaxer against Anders. They're playing in the pits, and it's 1-1 at the moment, second leg.
Another qualification game there as well. We're going to be seeing Anders VEJRGANG qualify. I believe this is actually his first game in the pit. He's been on main stage for the first 2 rounds of action.
I mean, obviously. I mean, oh, this is... I love this so much. Like, I don't know if they can hear the screams at the stream, but this is what makes FIFA beautiful. The passion from everyone.
I'll tell you what, there is no passion like that player area when there is 32 players in the same area, all fighting for knockout status in the eChampions League. You get some of the best reactions in that. Corner played short. Probably going to get to the 60th minute, Gravison, and you have to start thinking, come on, it's time to go now. It's time to put 3 at the back, or at least try and go for the game.
Yeah, definitely. You have to do something. You have to... We see a pause from Gianluca, but this is a big chance from Dullen.
Alawiran to put the game to bed. DULLENMIKE just doing what he does. Making it look so easy, so simple.
And this is it, I would say. Game over. I mean, 4 goals lead, this minute of the game, Dullen just, I don't know, being precision with his timing. I would say this is it. for Gianluca. Sad for him, obviously, but I don't know.
And just that there, Gravison, as well. So many people in those moments at home would just, in the nicest way possible, just waste that chance. It's a heavy touch, the goalkeeper picks it up. In that exact moment, the timing of that skill move again.
Yeah, it's a really easy skill thing to do. Like, it's just press L1, right flick up, right flick down. But the timing of it, it's what makes it difficult, and it's what makes it a great goal. But yeah.
Game over, you say?
I think so, yeah. Because I mean, not only because of the result itself, but because of the way Gianluca is playing. I mean, he has been nowhere over the pitch in this second leg.
Well, if you're a Danny Pitbull fan, as this chance comes in for Gianluca, it's a goal back for him.
Haven't said anything.
Curse of the commentator, Gravison, might be...
It is a thing, right?
the cause of the goal there. On the flip side, as we said, if you're a Danny Pitbull fan, he did just score again over in that qualification game against Karai. That one, whoever wins, as we said, maybe one of the 16 from day 2 that will qualify for the knockout stages.
Yeah.
And on the opposite side, I've just seen an equaliser going from the German in Fernino. Gianluca, surely not!
That's a beautiful goal. Beautiful goal from Danipi, as we call him in Spain. Yeah. I mean, have we just cursed Dullen, really?
Big goal there for Danny Pitbull, sorry. Thought we were about to see Gianluca's comeback there. Saw 2 white kits and got a little bit confused. Big switch of play could be there. Alawaira, no one's stopping him. Quite literally, no one is stopping him. Or are they? Lucio came across and just about got back there on the rebound.
Could you imagine him being Corey, a great player, but having besides you Musti, probably one of the best players in Europe at the moment? Like,
I've just looked over to my left and I've just seen Danny Pitbull point towards the cameraman and blow a kiss at the camera. I think he's just scored again.
Oh.
And when Danny Pitbull's in a good mood, his FIFA results normally follow. I believe he's just scored again. It's a massive result for him. Former East Serie A champion, that was his big announcement onto the world stage. No doubt this will be one of his best ever runs in an eChampions League. Full-time result there. Danny Pitbull, we can confirm, is in the eChampions League knockout stages. That's a win against Karai.
So happy for him, man. He deserves it.
Oh, 9, dancing, great save from Van der Sar. But the question I'm going to look forward to DULLENMIKE answering now, Gravison, is how does he take this result through to another elimination game? Because for him, it's elimination FIFA now. Every game is at the risk of being knocked out of the tournament.
If there's a player who can win 3 games in a row, that has to be Dullen. Obviously, he's got the experience, he's got the hunger, he's got the skills, he's got the timing. So he has a son, I think, or a daughter, so that might be it. We just saw Danipi sending a kiss to his daughter or son, I don't know, but yeah.
A kiss back to Italy as well, I can assure you. He'll be back here in April in the knockout stages. Great to see that we have one of the 16 qualified for the knockouts. There'll be quite a few of them after this round. Gianluca still needs 3 goals. He's only got 11 minutes to find it.
That's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow. Green time. Good angle. Ginola. 5 stars. Weak foot. That's a shame. But yeah. He's been playing well. But let's see what happens in other matches. We see Heathers playing against Fonino. I think it's a draw, 4-4 at the moment. And I don't know, many things happen pretty much everywhere. I just don't know where to look. But we can't. I already made this mistake once, saying this game is over. I'm not gonna say it twice. Or maybe yes.
DULLENMIKE. Cheeky chip. We're playing heads and volleys in the box now. We pretty much can confirm this game is done and dusted. 3 goals in 8 minutes just will not happen. But DULLENMIKE will keep his tournament status alive just for now. I can confirm that all 3 focus players are still in the tournament as well. MOAUBA's still here, Kaikarai is here, and DULLENMIKE is here. However, there is a chance that maybe they could match each other up depending on how the Swiss gods will bless them or maybe curse them.
I mean, it could happen. It could easily happen. And if this happens, I would like a camera pointed to Elias to see his reaction. But yeah, I would say this is over, right? Yeah.
Just offside. Another goal's gone in the Hezer's game.
Yep.
That one on aggregate. 5-4 up, 6 minutes left in that one. Again, that's elimination FIFA. Added time to follow. DULLENMIKE will remain in the Champions League. GIANLUCA, unfortunately, will be leaving the tournament. Last chance, he would make it perfect if Hullet was to score again. He's been so good in this game. Ronaldinho is enjoying himself. Referee conclude this one. DULLENMIKE goes into round 4. It's not done yet, but he has finally tasted a win here in the Champions League, and it was about time.
Yeah. Now he has to pick it up. He's 1-2, and he cannot afford to lose another game.
Well, we're going straight into the pit now, Gravison, because there are plenty more games underway, and there are plenty of German players in this tournament. It is Daniel of Hamburg, who is playing against Pipe Crew of Wolfsburg, I believe. So it's Wolfsburg against Hamburg. Little step over there from R9, was very confident. And let's have a look at what that goal does. 7-5 between the two, 12 goals in it.
And we talked yesterday about big names being in the pit. I mean, I envy Predator. Do you imagine having Marlut behind you? That would be good coaching, indeed.
Well, there is a scenario here. They're both 1-on-1, so they both won a game and lost a game. So this isn't an elimination game, this isn't a qualification game, but regardless of it, it will push you forward. And to be honest, the chance of them actually playing opposite each other is quite fortunate in the in the pit.
And we had a sneak peek of Oliboli's screen, who's qualified 3-0. Oliboli, my player to watch, so I'm happy because I thought I would curse him again. But yeah, Oliboli, the 3rd player confirmed to the stage 3.
Ronaldinho, pull it back inside, Ginola scores to just make this game even more interesting. 13 goals scored, Pipe Crew, with still a long time left to be played here, Gravison.
Definitely. Good chance by Hullet. The first time shot was on point by Ginola, and there's still time. There's still a lot of time. And we saw Daniel changing to the 5 at the back, and it seems like it's not working for him at the moment.
Well, a bit of headline news for you guys at home. Anders VEJRGANG has qualified for the knockout stages back in April. He has not lost a game. First major 1v1 LAN tournament, Gravison, and he's already done it. 3 games to go in the nicest way. He can kick back and relax now. He's just playing for seeding in the knockout stages.
And he has performed, yep.
Here's Daniel now. HSV wins a corner. Other names that have qualified as well. Danny Pitbull, as we know, the Italian Kamau, the first German player to qualify for the knockout stages, and Oli Bolli. He may have been the only Swede to come to London to play in this tournament, but he has also qualified. Those are the first 4 names that are in to the knockout stages.
Yeah, and not only the only Swedish player.
Tell you what, it could be on for a 7-7 here. R9, Pipe Crew, it's very clever, one more pass. It was a great save from Van der Sar, still not dealt with. 7-7.
The passion from Pipe Crew.
Talk about not giving up on the chance, Gravison.
Yep.
We thought he fluffed it originally. It was a brilliant save, regardless, from Van der Sar, but just to recycle that one back into the path of R9 for a second chance at it.
Blood on his veins. And yeah, we were talking about Daniel changing to 5 at the back, 5-4-1. I mean, hasn't worked out. 2 goals conceded in 10 minutes. But yeah, he has 20 minutes left to play, so he can change it up a bit, but no more mistakes.
This is the difficult part, as I know, currently in the virtual Bundesliga, it's the club championship side of things, so it's a lot more 2v2 than 1v1. But the amount of matchups, Bundesliga teams, as we know, that are heavily invested in FIFA esports, a lot of these guys have already played before, Gravison. They know each other. I mean, from your past experience, when you're playing against fellow Spaniards, is there an extra couple of question marks in your mind of, like, I've got to play so different here because this guy knows who I am and exactly how I play?
Definitely. It changes the game up a bit because he knows what you're going to do in a 1v1 situation. He knows how your build-up is. Your opponent knows pretty much everything, and you know everything about your opponent too. So it changes up the things a bit. And yeah, they have played for sure, like I'll say 2 or 3 times back in the, not only this year, but last year and the year before. So yeah, for sure. Great ball.
Chance for Daniel, great save and the stop. And to be honest, I do feel for Daniel a little bit. He had to play his teammate from Hamburg in Firmino in the second round. He was able to beat him, luckily, but regardless of it, you never want to face a teammate, but unfortunately, that's the truth of it. There was a chance today where we may have even seen Anders VEJRGANG play UMUT, but because of how the Swiss results have gone, I don't think that will be happening today. Capdevila.
Trivela? No.
Fancied an outside the boot finish there from the edge of the box. 50 minutes left to play here. After 14 goals, believe it or not, there is still nothing to separate them.
Yep. This is nice from Pipe Crew. Oh, that's not nice.
I don't think it's going to be nice at all if that one falls through to Ronaldinho. Another chance to maybe break forward. Keep an eye on the run of David Ginola, who's sort of been the tally man in this team, who's been on the front foot every time. This game screams extra time and maybe a penalty shootout, or not. You do not make that mistake. You do not make a mistake like that. Luckily enough, Cordoba picks up the pieces, but that could have been terrible.
Yeah, back-to-back curses from you and me, eh?
Every time we say someone's doing something great, it flicks the other way.
We're not saying any other word. Pipe Crew got Marquisio on. I think he's gonna be a big part of this 10 minutes left because I really like Marquisio this year. It's an amazing item.
Valverde bombing on from right back. We'll see what he can do. Options are in the box now. Flooding, there's an option on the edge of the box for Yaya Toure. So maybe let rip from 30+ yards. He certainly can do it, and he has done it.
I like this calmness from Daniel. Maybe the last chance of the game.
Play a lot. One more pass. Oh no, and on a plate! The patience there, paid off. Wanted to go forward once, went back, recycled, and just waited patiently, teased the player lock. And for Daniel, that was enough just for Pipe Crew, just to move a couple of players out of position.
Would you say last chance of the game for Pipe Crew?
With how this game has gone, we generally could be looking at even Stevens, 16 goals in the game if that wasn't to be some heroic defending from Cordoba, who just about got his body in the way. Added time of 2 minutes. This is in Daniel's hands to go 2-1 in the Swiss stages after round 3. He should be through. Referee will pull that one back for a free kick. Managed very, very well.
Yeah, definitely. And he recycled it back, the last chance, Daniel. He could have gone on the attack, but he recycled it back to the defenders, attacked on the right wing with Valverde, and had the patience to do a player lock, extra pass, and an easy tap in. So yeah, deserved win. Great win by Daniel.
Well, it was a game that they probably wouldn't have wanted to play. Two fellow Germans playing in the same virtual league outside of this tournament. But with 15 goals, it certainly has delivered. I think there's loads of matches still going on. There's a penalty shootout in there somewhere.
Yep, we can see it on the screen.
It's currently going. You can just see on the left-hand side of your screen there. That one, another big game. Keep in mind, though, Pipe Crew is not out of the tournament. He's just going to be on a negative record of 1 win and 2 defeats. Some of those games in that pit have been full of goals. 7-7, 6-6 penalty shootouts. If you listen carefully, you may hear a big roar any second now. There's the roar. And I think it's a big win for a fellow German in that booth. This is where it certainly gets interesting at the Champions League. As we confirmed, 4 names that are already into the knockout stages. Anders VEJRGANG is there, Danny Pitbull's there, Kamau is there, and Ollie Bolly. There'll still be 12 more names to join them by the end of play today.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy that we have 15 German players.
How many do you think will get through?
I said 10, but I don't know about that now.
Okay, a bigger question for you, Gravison. There was 8 Italians, 15 Germans. Do you think more Italians get through than Germans?
No, no way. No. I think Italians are one of the best players at the world right now, but I mean, Germany.
I mean, it'd be crazy if that happened.
Nah, Germany is the strongest country out there right now. I would one thing that happened, but yeah, we see now 4 players qualified, and they are 1 German, 1
German, 1 Swedish,
yeah,
1 Italian, 1 from Denmark.
Oh, we see a little bit different. I like that, but now we're going to see a lot of Germans and Italians qualifying.
And another question for you. We did follow DULLENMIKE's game, picked up his first win of the tournament. Do you think he pushes forward now and qualifies, or he's still not sure?
The thing is, we haven't seen that yesterday. All the O2 players lost in the 4th or 5th round, so I don't think so. Well, no. Yeah, I'm going with DULLENMIKE. Yeah.
No,
He's qualifying.
He's qualifying, right.
Yeah.
Well, 3 rounds are concluded here at the Champions League. Still 2 more rounds and 12 more players to find into the knockout stages. However, in the meantime, I believe Rachel and Mike are joined by someone who has just qualified.
In a short while, don't get ahead of yourself just yet. We'll bring you up to speed on those 4 that the boys were just talking about who have qualified already in a short while. But the conversation that everyone, I guess, wanted to know the answer to was, is DULLENMIKE still alive in this competition? And the answer, of course, is yes. But it does mean GIANLUCA does crash out of the competition at this stage. I mean, we thought DULLENMIKE would bounce back, and he did it in the style that we expected, Mike.
Well, it took a little while to get there, though. I think most people, after his initial loss in extra time versus AYMANE, you thought the next game that he'd be able to rebuttal. Didn't happen, but here we go versus Mr. Luca. There's a lot of goals, goal fest, which I always support. I like to see goals going in. The post becoming his best friend. For the first time, chip through ball. We see this used effectively, walking around the goalkeeper, a little bit of a ball roll. You're going to see Ruud Gullit as a man that is utilized and really a target man, kind of looping through that midfield. It just gives you an ability to almost gallop and have these delayed runs through the center of the pitch.
Yeah, and why do you think DULLENMIKE struggled a little bit early on? I know he had a really strong opponent in Ollie Bolly to start off with. We didn't expect him to go 2-0 though.
Oh, I'll keep it simple. I feel when you lose in penalty kicks, sometimes that sits with you. So if you're playing your second match and you're still thinking about your first game that you lost, you're not going to be as focused, you're not going to be as good. It's maybe in the back of your mind a little bit. And I think that's what happened with DULLENMIKE, but he maybe wants to make this a little more interesting. Maybe we'll see a leg 5 where we're projecting or manifesting.
You're still on this knife edge though, aren't you, when you've had these 2 losses? Okay, he's got 1 win now, but we're looking for 3 losses and you go home. It's a really tricky situation to be in.
Absolutely, and I mean, you can't afford any more mistakes. As you see, a lot of Ruud Gullit again. He's the leading goal scorer for DULLENMIKE. It's rare that you see that, but he just takes up so much space and steps into space well. Who else? Delayed run again, Ruud Gullit lines it up, extra pass this time. He probably could have taken that and walked it around the goalkeeper to add to the tally.
Well, the tally kept on being added to, didn't it? And we thought, was GIANLUCA, he obviously got 3 goals there, was he going to get back into this? DULLENMIKE just showing the class that we've seen from him from years gone by.
And I love that utilization of the new heel-to-heel ball roll segment where it walks around the goalkeeper. If you haven't added that into your arsenal, even in just those sequences, it's so effective.
Well, we can see that being used effectively then for DULLENMIKE. Goals for 13 against 12. Goal difference 1. So, yeah, that's the key we're looking at. 1 win now and 2 losses.
Still has hope. He still has hope.
Still a lot of work to do. He just needs, though, remember, 3 wins and you go through. 3 losses, unfortunately, you're going home. So let's go to the next set of highlights then. Jesus and Firmino, this comes from. Again, a match which was very important for both of these players. Oh, not liking what is happening early on there is Jesus.
But he gets that first time release again, Pelé. that extra skill, goalkeeper movement gone wrong, kind of baited the goalkeeper out of position there. That's why it's so important to have those little steps, the ball rolls, the knockdown in this case off the beautiful cross. We still call that the German cross. Maybe it'll move to the Italian cross where you're opening up spaces, and it's just been something that's been targeted this year as a way to get into the box and allow your players to do their job.
Do you think Jesus should have been in this position? You know, Gravison was saying he's a really exceptional player.
Well, I also back Hezers in terms of somebody that I expect to see do well, but it's again, we've been talking about it. This is the best of the best. To get here is so difficult. You know how many names aren't here? Like, they didn't even make this round of the qualification.
No, we were talking about that off camera a moment ago. Once you're here, it's a little bit easier, but trying to get here is a task in itself, and it's a very difficult task because you'll know a lot of names aren't here. The likes of Levy, Olalito didn't make it. So there's people who
taking
just
us
won.
through a Hezers like emotional display in this game.
Well, it was a roller coaster journey, wasn't it? And we're living every single moment with him as it goes to 4-all in the 84th minute here.
And you see him celebrate.
He needed that one.
A mini pop-off. There's still a little bit of time left, but a mini pop-off, and it keeps the hope alive.
Yeah, lives to play another match in round 4 a little bit later on. And then finally, we have Keikarai and Danny Pitbull for you. And this, again, was to see which of those two players safely make it through and kind of can relax in the next 2 games. We saw that yesterday. As soon as kind of that 5th gear has been taken away from you, you go back down to 1, and they don't really mind, even though it still comes down to seeding, if they carry on winning.
To a certain degree, once you get out of this group, does seeding matter that much? That would be the question.
Does it?
That's what I'm trying to say is, you could be the first seed and technically go up against the likes of Tex, who barely got through yesterday. So was that really a reward? Was that really a good situation for you? And these are 2 players that have been in form, and also guys that you expect to see do well. Of course, Keikarai coming from the Focus background, Danny Pitbull, part of that new Italian squad that has been oh so dangerous. And we really saw that happen last year. I talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but in the 1v1s, the 2v2s, and just having like camaraderie between all of them has really helped, I think, build the scene. There used to be 1 or 2 players, and now there feels like there's 9, 10, 11, 12 guys that are in the conversation each and every year.
And Danny Pitbull is such a great character as well to have around. He's such a likable chap to have, even if he wasn't playing just around the camp.
As long as you're not losing against him, he's happy days, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's a nice chap to have in your corner. Okay, well, let's have a quick look at the results then from this 3rd set of fixtures. We mentioned a couple of them there. So Danny Pitbull 5-2 over Keikarai means he goes through. Anders VEJRGANG 4-1 over Montaxa goes through as well. Myrtle and Kamal 8-1 to Kamal, and then Oli Bolly 5-2 over Pepe. Oli Bolly makes it through as well. So those 4 already going through, and the guys out of here, Gianluca Furman there, he goes home as well, and a couple more guys still have a lot of work to do. Standings, here we go. You can see the eliminated Furman, Fanino, Gianluca, and Isopower unfortunately couldn't make it here, had a problem with his visa. And the guy is playing round 4 with a lot to play for. Let's have a look at the ones who are teetering on that knife edge I was talking about, Mike.
No, absolutely. A lot of big names, and this can go either way. I'm still looking and focused very much on DULLENMIKE because I think we've started the show where he's been a focal point, and most people expect him to get through, and he's won away. The same with Feldman. For me, Feldman's a guy that I always expect to get out of these types of Swiss or group stages.
And MOAUBA is there as well. We were talking about him. We never know which MOAUBA is going to turn up on the day, and he doesn't even know which MOAUBA is going to turn up.
A lot of smiles, though. Good energy and good vibes.
Yeah, he's always smiling. He's always got great energy, of course. Right, then I think it's time for our MasterCard moment of the match.
Happy days. And I want to talk about where the back line's flat, and you've seen competitors utilize this or take advantage. It's a great pick out from Yaya Toure and DULLENMIKE here, where he's got a little bit of vision. He's going to trigger Ruud Gullit. I was saying Ruud Gullit has been the main man when you're talking about DULLENMIKE and scoring goals. You got space in behind, a little bit of a chip option into the box, and this is your best aerial pursuit or best aerial player, wins the header, knocks it down, scores the goal.
Well, that's been vital, hasn't it, for DULLENMIKE, trying to continue his run of form here in the MasterCard moment of the match from Mike LaBelle. Right, let's move on then and talk about one of our other partners. We've got Turkish Airlines. We're very pleased to have them on board the eChampions League this year, which is great to have them. So let's talk about widening your world with Turkish Airlines. There we go. Here we go. Well, Widen Your World presented by Turkish Airlines. It's great to have them on board. Of course, we were mentioning it yesterday. There's 64 players starting this journey. And obviously at the end of this, we have 16 from West Europe and then 16 from Central and Eastern as well. Then we cut that, don't we, as we go to Istanbul. We only take 8. That's crazy, the amount of numbers get whittled down there. Mike, yesterday, I challenged your knowledge of Europe.
So you're going to challenge me again.
Would you like me to challenge you again?
I heard the tone of your voice swap.
Well, okay, right. A couple of questions coming your way. You can answer at home if you want as well.
I challenged the chat because I don't want to be the only one.
Challenging the chat. All right, guys, ready at home? Mike LaBelle ready? Which European country has hosted the most Champions League finals?
Most Champions League finals. I'm going with Italy. We got Italians here. I'm going with Italy.
No, you're right. 9 times.
Oh my God. I have to think of something right on these. Because I know you're going to have a kilometer question and I have no chance.
Yeah. Even
I already know that's coming.
Miles. Right, second question. How many times has a Spanish club won the Champions League?
Well, it's going to be primarily
it's
Madrid and Barcelona.
I'm thinking Leah Ravel would know this one, but anyway.
Can I tag you in? You know the answer? No.
She's off camera. I said, how many times has a Spanish club won the Champions League?
I think we're in the 20s. 20s. No. More than that. Let's go. It's not 14. She said 14. It's not 14.
No.
24.
No, lower. 19. Finally.
Oh.
How many kilometers? You're going to love this one.
There we go.
From Madrid to Milan?
1,200 kilometers.
Close. 1,584. Right. There we go.
84? They think I'm going to get the digits on the back end?
You got 1 out of 3. That's a good result for Mike LaBelle.
Let me know. I'd love to see the chat for this.
Turkish Airlines, widen your world. Welcome then. Let's welcome one of our players who has now qualified to the final 16. We've got Ollie Bolly. Congratulations. A great job. 3-0. You still have 2 more matches to play, but the first one, we have to talk about the first one. You were super unlucky to have DULLENMIKE in your opening match. Went to extra time, went to penalties. I mean, that was a tough affair. How did DULLENMIKE fare? It seems like you guys were evenly matched there.
Yeah, but I think winning on penalties is giving a lot of confidence, of course. I mean, I think Dullen was the hardest game I played so far. So I really hope that he makes it 3-2 as well.
Can I quickly ask another question, Mike? Because Mike was commentating on your penalties. He said Ollie Bolly is stronger mentally. Do you think you're a strong mental character?
Yeah, I think I actually like penalties. I feel really confident going into penalties, so it's nice.
You don't hear that every day, Mike LaBelle.
Well,
this guy, he likes penalties. Okay, cool.
It kind of leads into what I wanted to ask you about as well, because we were just talking before we went on air about online versus offline, LAN versus playing online, of course. What's been the biggest difference from a mentality standpoint? Because that's really where you shine. You always have good LAN results.
Yeah, but I think that there's more pressure, more people around, so you need to have better focus playing at LAN events, and I feel like I feel very confident playing on LAN.
Is there anything you can do to prepare for that, for an offline event?
I think yeah, that's hard to say, but I think playing a lot of LAN tournaments is giving you like experience, and I think that's the most important thing.
We were just talking about it as well, the fact that so many big names didn't qualify, and we always talk about you in the same sentence as Optole and Olalito. The fact that those guys aren't here just shows how difficult it was to qualify. Did you feel it was a tough ask this year just to get here?
Yeah, I feel like online, to qualify for the events is even harder to play in the events, I would say. So yeah, qualifying online is really, really hard this year.
And in terms of, I'm not going to say new players, but players that we haven't seen a great deal of them. I feel like yesterday especially, a couple of players we've kind of unearthed this weekend. Who would you say has possibly not surprised you as much, but kind of come out firing and you didn't really expect it?
Oof, that's hard to answer, but I think Neat is one of the best online players.
He's been bubbling though, right?
Yeah, and now he's showing it at LAN events as well. So.
Yeah, it was great to see. Well, congratulations. You are going to the next round, which was a hard ask, of course, but congratulations. We'll see you in April. Congratulations there. Ollie Bolly, one of the 4 people that have already gone through. Fixtures over round 4. Ollie Bolly will still have to play, but pressure is definitely off now. Mike LaBelle, who's still under pressure?
I'd like to see this Keikarai Antonio game. I thought Antonio played really well against VEJRGANG. Remember, he had that big lead. Obviously, didn't keep that big lead, but I'd like to see that game. And also, I want to see MOAUBA in action. If we can put that together somewhere, I'd like to watch it.
Well, he is under pressure because he is 1 and 2. So this game against Henning for MOAUBA is pretty vital. MOAUBA, again, we just mentioned him, DULLENMIKE. He'll be on the next page. He's under pressure as well. We just saw him get the win, sending GIANLUCA home. But he's still got everything to play for against Pipe Crew. You are going all
I like the
against
Hezzers and Feldman game because
yeah.
I like both these guys. I think they both are top tier talents, and somebody has to go home.
Well, someone has to definitely go home. We're losing.
They're both 1 and 2, so this is an elimination game. That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly. It's elimination FIFA now at its finest. Matchup round 4 of the eChampions League group stages is coming your way. On the other side of this short break, can DULLENMIKE stay in it? We'll find out with Leah Ravel and Ryan Pessoa in our round 4 of fixtures. eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 4 of the eChampions League group stages, Swiss format here in London, England. If you are just joining us today, my name is Leah Ravel, and alongside me is Ryan Pessoa. We have a lot of exciting action coming up next for this round 4. But first, let's talk about round 3.
Yep, a lot of important games. Of course, some games were elimination games. Some were games to guarantee your place in April in the next stage of the eChampions League. We saw Ollie Bolly there, one person that did go at 3 under. We also saw highlights of the game. DULLENMIKE up against GIANLUCA. We saw an elimination in that, DULLENMIKE winning that game, advancing it to the next round. But let's turn our attention to round 4. Our featured game will be MOAUBA, the FIFA 19 World Champion, up against Henning. That is a massive, massive game. We've also got Daniel up against UMUT. We've got Antonio, who we saw earlier, up against Keikarai. That is an incredible game as well. We've seen Montaxa earlier on today scoring a lot of goals up against the Stranger, a veteran in the FIFA scene.
As you know or may not know, being round 4, this is a very important match as a potential elimination or a potential qualification again.
Absolutely. We do have some fixtures as well that will not be the actual main stage, but we'll pay attention to the scores. Of course, we have DULLENMIKE up against Pipe Crew. 2 players, DULLENMIKE, of course, coming off of a victory. The other end, we've got Pipe Crew coming off of a loss, so 2 different ends, maybe a different sides of mentality. And of course, we do have Hezzers up against Roy Feldman, the only Israeli representative in this event. Someone who I remember from last year having that controversial game, keeping possession, done what he needed to do to win. and he's here. We're hoping he can bounce back, of course. Being 1 and 2 is definitely a surprise. But our main game, of course, MOAUBA up against Henning. It is a huge game. All of these games that are featured are elimination games. As we take a look at the champion, he's done it all. He's won the main competition there is to win as a FIFA player. But he wants to add the eChampions League 2023 as part of something that he's won. And he'll definitely need to perform at his best to win this game.
Looking at his results from today, 15 goals for, 21 goals against, giving us a goal differential of -6. 2 losses, 1 win. As Ryan mentioned, this is an elimination game for him, so everything is on the line. But talking about Henning, his opponent, also an elimination game for him, rather. Wow, I can't speak. 2 losses, 1 win, so everything on the line for him as well.
Yep, he also lost his last round. Both of these players did lose their last round, but 2 German players, they will know of each other, of course, throughout the scene in practice games and other domestic competitions. We're looking to leave a mark here and make a statement, knocking out a former world champion. As we take a look at his results as well, of course, we know that he's currently with a 1 win and 2 loss record. 13 goals for, 14 goals against, the goal differential of -1. So it's significantly better, I'd say, than MOAUBA's in terms of goal difference. But all of that is out of the question now. What matters now is this game. Can he bounce back? Can he show some resolve and win an all-important game against the former world champion?
A couple all-German affairs in this round. We have Henning and MOAUBA, of course, but we also have DULLENMIKE and Pipe Crew as one of our feature games also.
Yeah, DULLENMIKE seems to be kicking into gear a little bit slowly today, of course, starting off at 0 and 2. But if there's somebody that can go from 0 and 2 to 3 and 2, it is DULLENMIKE. He's proven it in the past. I believe he still currently holds the record as the youngest FGS winner. I believe he won that in FIFA 19 Cup number 3. And he's been coming on leaps and bounds ever since. That was the first event he made his mark, and he's shown why he deserves to be at the top. But yeah, the people that are at the top right now are Henning and MOAUBA as we count down to get into our featured game. 5 seconds to go. The players are ready and raring to go.
A lot on the line here. These players are going to want to win these matches if they want to stay in the competition and make it to knockouts in April. What's interesting about having so many German players in our featured matches and in this competition today on day 2 is that all of these players have likely some experience coming up against one another.
Absolutely. I think the German community are very close-knit. They've got a fantastic domestic system in their E-Bundesliga. They practiced against each other. They played against each other in important tournaments, in practice tournaments as well. So they have a lot of experience in terms of game style, and they're always very difficult to play. They utilize the game mechanics that lead to the most goals, the little chips across, the German crosses we call it, triggering runs from deep with Ruud Gullit. We definitely will be seeing that with MOAUBA as well, especially the player lock. So could be potentially a clash of styles, very similar with the way they'll build up and try to score goals.
Even a clash of titans, one would say, but a chance here. First shot of the game, but saved well by Van der Sar. It's a clash of titans and a chance here. Ruud Gullit gets the first goal. Henning takes the lead, 1-0.
That's a huge goal there from Henning. A bright start as well, creating that first chance that was saved. But the second chance, he made the most of it. Straight from the corner, played short. A speed boost towards the byline, played across, a simple pass, and even more simple finish there.
Facing backwards from goal too. Difficult one.
Do of course have some other games as well with equal importance. Of course, these games that we're focusing on are elimination games. We do have games that are important where players are 2 and 1, where they can win this round to progress into the next stage. We have Eldos, who is currently 1 and 2. We've got Levi Finn, who's 2 and 1. We've got AYMANE, who's 2 and 1 as well.
Potential chance here. Oh, that's unlucky. That is unlucky from MOAUBA.
Look at the facial expression as well. He expected that to find the back of the net. That sort of surprised me as well. He stemmed his attack very quickly from defense to attack, or should I say from kickoff to attack. And another day, you'd expect that to find the back of the net.
Definitely. Well, another chance here from Henning. Can he find the space with Alwyn Ronaldo turning and taking a quick shot? But it looks like that was red timed and saved by Van der Sar. Henning maintaining that possession, but a poor pass from him. And DULLENMIKE still firing on all cylinders, keeping his momentum going. In his game, we have him up 1-0 against Pipe Crew, and this is the goal we see here.
Incredible movement there with the step overs, the reverse elastico, the right skill moves at the right time to give him the 1-goal lead early on up against Pipe Crew. He's firing on, but this could be a chance.
And Ronaldinho with the header, jumping high over the defenders of Henning.
I genuinely can't believe the amount of goals that MOAUBA scores from headers. Whether it's Ronaldinho, whether it's Hullet, he always finds the space and then finds the right time to cross the ball in. But it's a well-worked goal from the former world champion, building up towards the byline. The keeper sort of makes a decision already to try and intercept that cross, leaving an open goal. And it's an easy finish there from MOAUBA. But again, we saw a goal in the other featured match. DULLENMIKE up against Pipe Crew was 1-0. In fact, DULLENMIKE has scored another goal within the first 20 minutes. Building up here with Ronaldinho. The ball roll from DULLENMIKE played across for an open goal almost with R9 Ronaldo. So DULLENMIKE is up by 2-0, as you said, following on with that momentum that he got from the last round. DULLENMIKE is someone you don't want to play when he kicks into gear. Of course, we've seen him win tournaments online. We've seen him win tournaments in person as well. So he's a scary, scary player to play when he's in full flow.
As you said, ice in his veins. If there's anyone that could come back from 2-0 down, it's DULLENMIKE. All square at 1-1 here in our main stage match between MOAUBA and Henning, both looking to maintain their spot in this tournament. $280,000 prize pool, as well as qualification to the knockouts in April. A potential chance here from Henning, but can Janola find the space? Defended well by MOAUBA.
Great play looking as well there from MOAUBA, just to create the space to allow him to drive down the pitch as MOAUBA looks to find a space to pass to in the area.
MOAUBA can't quite find the space in behind Henning, tries to recycle possession, but ends up going out for a throw-in.
We do have a goal update in another featured match. It is, of course, Hezes up against Roy Feldman, and it was the Italian in Hezes to break the deadlock, scoring one early on within the first 15 minutes of the game to give him that 1-goal lead. I think if Roy Feldman bows out of the competition this early, it would be an upset. But it'd also be an upset if Hezes drops out as well. Two fantastic players that have shown their quality in seasons gone by, and also this season as well.
A lot of the matches today are even frankly in this competition, as Rachel and Mike had mentioned before, some names we don't even see on the roster for this competition. It's the best of the best, the elite of the elite that are competing here today. And I think at some level, any would be an upset. Ronaldinho tries to find the space in behind, but no such luck.
That didn't lead to a goal, but what did lead to a goal is Hezes breaking forward again, crossing the ball in a headed pass there from Yaya Toure, flicked on for an easy finish for the Italian to make it 2-0 up against Roy Feldman.
Henning has those continuous attacks, tries to cross the ball to the head of Ronaldinho, but hits it a little bit hard.
Henning's been building up really, really well in this game, creating a lot of spaces to attack. He's attacking in numbers as well, triggering the runs to support the attack here. And there could be a counter-attack. I think it looks as if it was going to lead to nothing there. Not enough support going forward for MOAUBA.
MOAUBA with a chance there with his signature over the top pass, but no luck again. Henning takes advantage of the loss of possession and tries to do something on the counter here. And there's a chance from Janola. Does he pass it? He does, but Van der Sar saves it again. Some good goalkeeper movement there.
Great build-up play again there from Henning. Still the chance, playing it from the edge. Can he score again from a corner? But it's a great bit of defending there from MOAUBA. Of course, giving some updates from across the event. We saw Antonio earlier against Anders losing, but what he's doing right now is winning. He's up 4-1 against Keikarai. That is a huge, huge game.
Another chance here from MOAUBA, trying to do his signature cross to the far post, but is read very well by Henning.
We saw DULLENMIKE leading in the game against Pipe Crew. It is now 2-2, so a quick response there from Pipe Crew. Whipped in there, and it's Yaya Toure jumping, leaping in the area for Pipe Crew there to bring him back at 2 goals apiece between the 2 Germans in that elimination game.
All of these players in our featured match and in the studio have several titles to their name. They all have their own successes in some way, shape, or form, and are all looking to prove themselves on the big stage. DULLENMIKE, obviously, we know he was the German champion of 2022 and being successive in the same tournament the year before.
That brings us, of course, to halftime between the 2 Germans in our featured match. It is, of course, Henning up against MOAUBA. 1 goal apiece between both of these players. And, of course, in the other featured matches, there are draws between DULLENMIKE and Pipe Crew. And, of course, we'll wait to give an update in the Hezes and Roy Feldman game. It looks as if there's been a few goals over there as well, which we'll try to bring you after this attack here built up from MOAUBA, but it was a great bit of defending there from Henning. But, yeah, we speak about that game. Hezes up against Roy Feldman. It was the Italian. A beautiful skill move around the on-rushing goalkeeper from Hezes to make it 3-0 up against Roy Feldman. That is going to be a tough ask. I know playing against Roy Feldman, he's very difficult to play against when he takes the lead. And he's always usually in those favourable positions. But backs against the wall, 1 and 2, and he's 3-0 down. But what a ball that is from MOAUBA.
Woo!
And
wow.
What a goal that is. I speak about trademark from the world champion. It's always a whipped cross in there with his favourite man, his main man in Ruud Gullit on the volley. The keeper couldn't do enough to stop that finding the back of the net. Goalkeeper movement as well from Henning, but it wasn't enough to stop MOAUBA taking the lead.
Great goal that was as it stands in the first leg, 53rd minute. MOAUBA is leading, but lots of time.
Definitely, there's a lot of time to go.
Henning's now going to want to respond, but perhaps not too fast.
It's great defending there from MOAUBA. Giving updates around as well. We've got other games going on. Montaxa up against The Stranger. 3-1 to the good for Montaxa. We've also got Van Basten up against Levyfin. That is a 2-1 game, and it is actually 2-1 for Van Basten in the first leg.
Got Henning on the attack with Ella Wyron on the wing, but ooh, a very good tackle from MOAUBA. A confident tackle in the box, you would say.
Definitely timed it to perfection. Sometimes if you miss those, you grimace because you know that the ref is going to point to the spot, but it was a well-timed tackle there from MOAUBA.
Another great tackle and great piece of defending by Henning to regain that possession. Henning's got numbers up as always, but can he find the space to get the ball into the box to get his shot away? It looks like perhaps he can, but MOAUBA says not today.
It's great play there as well with the quick passing, just forcing MOAUBA to step forward, sort of playing it around him, but there's too many bodies behind the possession for Henning to break down.
There's some space here. Can Danola get the shot away? He does! 2-2.
It felt like it was coming as well. It felt like it was coming. It was a great sequence of attacks there from Henning. Sustained the pressure, which led to the goal there. There was a few options he could have taken, but it all stemmed from that through ball. The ball roll in, the pass across there for the first time shot for Henning to make it 2 goals now. and levels the tie, 2 goals apiece between the two Germans. There's also been another goal as well in one of the other feature matches. Pipe Crew up against DULLENMIKE. I'll give you an update in that as soon as I have it, but I saw it was 4-2 up, and we're going to be able to take a look at the highlight as well. This was a goal to make it 3-2 for Pipe Crew as well. Played across and a great Trivela across goal, and he's actually just scored another one to put a dagger in the heart of DULLENMIKE. But of course, we've seen him bounce back from crazier scorelines than this before.
Definitely, that's a match that DULLENMIKE is going to want to find the momentum that he had going into this match to maintain some sort of control over this game. As we mentioned before, these are all elimination matches in our feature matches. So winners qualify, or winners rather move on to qualify potentially in the next 2 matches, but losers will be eliminated.
Here's the goal I spoke about as well. Pipe Crew up against DULLENMIKE. This is the goal to make it number 4 for Pipe Crew. It's a great ball row, and the speed of Aloha, and you know, once he gets past the defender and he's in on goal, there's only one thing that's on their mind, and it's to find the back of the net. So Pipe Crew leading 4 goals to 2 there up against DULLENMIKE.
Definitely DULLENMIKE is going to want to find that confidence in him. It must be a tough blow, going down by a few goals in a matter of not very many minutes. But that's what these pros are trained to do. That's why they have coaches behind them. They'll have to adapt slightly now being down by several and take his chances to come back. We're nearing the end of the first leg. 2-2 for Henning and MOAUBA. All square as it stands. Potential chance here. AYMANE has some space. Ball roll around the goalkeeper. Henning takes the lead.
That is a huge goal, as we see the chance there, the through ball, and as you say, the ball roll onto the on-rushing keeper, straight around him for an open net and an easy finish. It's a good bounce back from Henning there, being down 2-1. So now we're be leading 3-2 towards the end of the first leg. So pause is cued. I'm sure there'll be some personnel changes. I can give an update in the Hezes game against Rory Feldman. The Italian was leading the last time we managed to get an update in that game, and he's actually made it 4 goals to the good with 15 minutes left to play. So it's going to be a tough ask for Rory Feldman to bounce back.
But as we mentioned, you know, crazier things have happened. There's 2 legs. You never know. You can see the slight frustration in the face of MOAUBA. He knows what he needs to do in the last 12 or so minutes of the first leg. But we've seen him do it before.
We've seen him score a lot of goals, so it's not questioning the ability there. It's just about whether it's meant to be on the day. And could this attack lead to something as well for a quick response?
He's composed. He has some space. The first time we're seeing Messi, I think. Ronaldo can't get the shot away, unfortunately. And Henning regains some of that possession.
This was a goal I was mentioning earlier with Hezes to make it 4-0. We actually do have a chance as well, but it was great defending. But this was the goal here. A lot of space for Hezes to take advantage of. Brought down and finished very easily past the keeper to make it 4-0 at that moment in time.
How do you think Roy Feldman must be feeling at this moment?
He'd be devastated, of course. We'll come into this, of course, trying to replicate what he done last year in terms of reaching the final stage of the eChampions League. He was in touching distance of the final, losing the game just before. But he could take solace in the fact that he's amongst one of the feared players. You never really want to play Roy Feldman at any event, in any capacity, because of how well he can play offensively and defensively. Plus, he's not afraid to keep possession, so those opponents are tough to break down. It's a great bit of defending there from MOAUBA.
We mentioned yesterday that a lot of these competitors today and yesterday had qualified in November of last year. And since then, there have been a patch or 2, maybe 3. And how do you think the play styles have changed?
course, the playstyles would have changed from that. The patches do add variations in game styles and player personnels, of course, who are, we call it the meta, the most effective tactic available in terms of the players who are most suited to the game style that was the case in the first patches that we did play for the qualification for this event. But that is the end of the first leg of our featured match. Henning leads 3-2 up against MOAUBA.
Some very exciting matchups and lots of tense moments in this first leg of the 4th round. But we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with leg 2 shortly. And we are back for leg 2 of round 4. Some good matchups in this first leg, some potential upsets with Roy Feldman.
Yeah, I would say it's hard to say it's an upset because he's up against Hezes. Hezes has won an FGS qualifier before, so they're both top players. It's really hard to say an upset. They both deserve to be here, but it's a shock that they're both at 1 and 2. If this was a 2-1 game or a 2-0 game, I wouldn't be surprised. I am shocked, though, that it is at this stage at 1 and 2, an elimination game. I think we saw as well Roy Feldman get one back, so 4-1 down. He could spark a comeback, but our featured game, of course, we saw it end 3-2 in favor of Henning up against MOAUBA. But he needs a lot to do. I felt as if Henning attacked really well in that leg, I'll be honest. I felt as if every time he got the ball in the final third, he could create a chance. He was bright going forward. He took his chances when they came. We're going to go straight into the second leg.
With that classic Champions League anthem we love to hear in esports and in club football, we are back with leg 2, rather. Henning leading MOAUBA 3-2 on aggregate. MOAUBA looking to do what he can to make it happen.
If there's somebody that can do it, it's someone that has the accolades that MOAUBA has behind him, giving him the confidence and the know-how to progress into competitions, into latter stages of the competitions, I should say. Triggered runs there as well. I was going to say, if he gives away possession, there could be a counter-attack. A lot of bodies have pushed forward.
Nice over-the-top through ball right to Ruud Gullit. His classic, but defended very well. Perhaps unlucky going out for a corner.
Good goalkeeper movement as well to sort of anticipate the pass across there. He sort of made the mind up of MOAUBA. What a ball that is if he's onside. He's just offside.
You can always count on MOAUBA for one of those whipped-in crosses, huh?
He loves it. That's a mistake there. that wasn't capitalized on. A slice of fortune there for Henning. He can't be making those errors.
But Henning through with Ginola. And saved well by Van der Sar.
That's a major chance there. That was it. He's in on goal there. The ball roll scoop from Henning wasn't enough to sort of sway the goalkeeper to either side.
Another misplaced of possession there by MOAUBA, and Henning tries to take advantage of that, has players up in numbers. I think we have to give credit where credit is due. I think, like you mentioned, Henning, a chance here with Ginola. Saved well by Henning again.
It's quick passing in the box there. Almost led to a great goal. It's really hard to defend against that because you don't know what's coming. The Trivela there was blocked on the edge of the box, given away as well by Henning straight to MOAUBA. But we do have an update in the DULLENMIKE versus Pipe Crew. It was 4-4 at the end of this first leg. We go into the second leg, a ball around the keeper for Pipe Crew to make it 1-0 in the second leg, 5-4 up on aggregate.
And as I was saying before, another mispaced pass in an unfortunate area that led to a free kick in a fortunate area for MOAUBA.
This could definitely be a goal. Free kicks this year, if you know what you're doing, are very, very difficult to stop. Almost as good as a penalty from these areas. And it's off the bar there from MOAUBA on the edge of the box there.
And as I was saying before, we have to give credit where credit is due to Henning. A good player in himself, maybe a little bit of nerves coming up against a big name, a legend like MOAUBA. He's really managed this game well, attacked with confidence, made few mistakes, but a chance here for MOAUBA on the volley, but saved well by Henning.
One of our other featured games, of course, was Hezes up against Roy Feldman. It was a 4-0 situation. It went to 4-2, but then this is the goal at the start of the second leg there. The keeper coming out, not getting to it. Giving an easy finish there for Hezes to make it 5-2. There was almost a chance there as well from MOAUBA. Could have led to the equalizer.
A little bit of panic there in the box from Henning, but worked out in his favor. Some good hold-up play by MOAUBA.
It's another goal around in one of the featured games. It is DULLENMIKE up against Pipe Crew. It was 5-4 to Pipe Crew. It's now 5-5. The cheeky chip over the keeper from DULLENMIKE. Cool, calm, and collected to equalize. He seems to be the calmest player in the arena, given the circumstances. But it's a great goal.
I feel like we sound like broken records every few minutes. It's a goal from DULLENMIKE. It's a goal from Pipe Crew.
Yeah.
We have some other exciting games happening in the pit. Predator FIFA up 5-1 on aggregate to Sorari. That's a good ball down the line by MOAUBA, but read very, very well by Henning.
Yes, 5-1 seems to be a common theme, of course. Montaxa up against the stranger, 5-1 for Montaxa. The Italian seems to be in position to seal his place in the next stage of the eChampions League. Can MOAUBA be a person there that could get back into it? Great defending there so far from Henning, but the danger still is there.
Maintain that position well. Still trying to find that space. Quick turn by Aloiron, but doesn't quite get the shot away.
I think MOAUBA there was sort of thinking that Henning would defend the extra pass across goal, but he stood firm. Anticipated a touch upwards from MOAUBA, which was then subsequently defended from Henning.
Henning looking to take advantage of this attack, but fizzled out and taken advantage of in the opposite direction by MOAUBA. Ronaldinho to Ginola, equalizes again.
You can never rule him out. The German champion, the world champion, has found an equalizer. The counter-attack there, capitalizing of the open space. just driven across there for an open goal and a finish to bring MOAUBA level on the score sheet. 3 goals apiece now, all to play for.
I think that's one of the disadvantages of Henning attacking with so many numbers is if he makes a mistake in those positions and gives up possession to MOAUBA or an opponent, it's a lot easier for his opponent to attack, and that's what we saw here. Nearing halftime, MOAUBA's leading this second leg 1-0, but we are all square.
Could have run there. The German cross, as we call it, from a German, wasn't meant to be. There's something you have to look out for. Just triggering the runs from deep, causing the question. The players, you don't necessarily have to play the pass. It just pushes the defensive line back. And if the player does mark it, you can just driven shot it into the striker. What ball that could have been there from MOAUBA, but that will be the end of the first half. 1-0 up to MOAUBA, 3-3 on aggregate.
A very similar match that we saw in the first leg as well.
Yep, we even get the pleasure of seeing the stats. The XG from MOAUBA is actually 2.2. So you could say there he has been slightly unlucky in front of goal, but if he can keep prodding and keep pushing for the goals, I'm sure there'll be some more openings in this second half for both of these players.
Another in our other feature match with Feldman and Hezers, he is actually winning this leg, and 1 goal separates the two on aggregate as it stands.
That's an incredible comeback if Feldman turns that around. 4-0 down.
That is.
Great tackle there from MOAUBA, stepping out there. A lot of players maybe would have sat back and waited for the attacker to make the move, but forcing him to a mistake, pressing high up the pitch or higher in the area there to make the tackle and step outside the box. He turns defense to attack. Again, it's a triggered run there from Hullet. This time couldn't find the head of the Dutch midfielder.
And Henning regains that possession in midfield, looking to create a chance here, but read and defended well by MOAUBA again.
Seems as if we've had a lot of goals in the other featured matches. But it's no surprise here.
No surprise.
Another goal here for DULLENMIKE. There's also another goal in our featured match we just missed there from Henning up against MOAUBA. An all-important goal to break the deadlock. It was driven in there with Ruud Hullet into Alawar, and a first pass there from Henning into the striker for a great finish to take the lead. And now the questions have to be asked now. Will MOAUBA change anything? He still have the second half to play. He doesn't necessarily have to change anything now, but he will start to play in his mind. Does he set up a tactic in case he can't retain possession towards the latter stages of the game? He probably has the tactic already set up in case he was in a situation like this, and he's given away possession.
Can this be the clincher for Henning? It looks like maybe it is, and it is.
That is a huge goal there from Henning. Outpour of emotion, head in hands from MOAUBA. That is an awful mistake. It's very tough in those moments. And FIFA esports at the highest level is ruthless. You can't be making those mistakes. But of course, easier said than done. Counter-attack, the ball roll, played in there. Could have potentially shot first time, but he had the calmness and the composure to take a touch and arrow it into the corner. And now Henning has a 2-goal advantage.
Some updates from the pit. We're hearing that Oberon is leading 3-1 rather, and on his way to qualifying shortly, if anything doesn't change. And in this match here, MOAUBA unfortunately is trailing by 2 goals on aggregate. But he is a champion for a reason. So perhaps we see something from him to come back and make it square again.
Yeah, you can see the pauses cued there as well from Henning. Potentially some subs, maybe just to set up a different formation to stop MOAUBA from getting back into this game. but it's more in the game between DULLENMIKE after this. If this attack could have been a mistake there.
Let me guess, a goal from Pipe Crew?
No, this was the goal that we saw earlier on. It's just following on the fact that now DULLENMIKE is up by 2 in that game against Pipe Crew, so he's done really well to turn it around.
You had called it. You said if anyone can come back, it's DULLENMIKE. Chance here, Ronaldinho creates some space. Henning does well and gets that shot away, leads by 3 goals.
3 goals with 25 minutes or so left to play. This could be all over for MOAUBA. It will be tough for him to get back into this. He knows, he can see the look on his face, despair, but elation for Henning. The 3-goal advantage now gives him a cushion. He knows that even if he does make a mistake, let's say, he still has the 2-goal cushion to rely on. But maybe he could change formation. You spoke about how many bodies he has going forward. So I think for MOAUBA, I think now's the time to go constant press, to try and push forward. That's what I think a lot of players would do the same, and just sort of give yourself the best chance to get back into it.
We can see him making some changes there, trying to do what he can to get back in the game. Not a lot of time left, but we've seen 3 goals in 15 minutes before.
If he's going to get back into it, he probably needs a goal within the next 10 minutes in game time, I'd say. That's probably a moment, of course, trying to bounce back off of conceding is tough in FIFA, but with MOAUBA, anything is possible.
And we'll see what kind of changes and adaptations MOAUBA has made to get himself back into this game. Henning, likewise, perhaps opposite to MOAUBA, looking to defend well. That's a great over-the-top ball. Ooh. And a great finish by MOAUBA. You called it. That's what you said he needed, and he got it.
I kid you not, I think MOAUBA could play the game without the ball touching the floor. I genuinely believe it. He's so dangerous with those passes over the top. Has the composure to play an easy pass across goal there and to finish it as well. 2 goals now in 20 minutes. I said Henning could make a mistake and sort of feel okay because he's still up by 2, but it's going to be a nervy last 20 minutes for the German.
We see another pause cued in this main stage match. Some more changes being made by both opponents. MOAUBA's locked in, Henning's locked in, and some potential updates from our other featured matches as well.
Other games going on. There's, of course, qualification and elimination games. Montaxa is leading by a large scoreline against the Stranger. That will secure his spot in the next stage of the eChampions League. One of my favorites coming into this, somebody that I played in practice games. He is absolutely incredible and very tough to stop offensively.
It's a good read of the play by MOAUBA. He's got numbers up. This could be a chance here with Lionel Messi to the byline, but can he find the space? It gets deflected, and he does! He finds the space rather, with Ronaldo R9. 1 goal to go to make it all square.
Not even a celebration for MOAUBA there. Again, you could say it was good defending to stop the cross, but a slice of fortune for MOAUBA for it to drop back to him. But there's no luck in that finish, arrowing it into the corner, making the most of it off the inside of the post. And we're now left with another pause, but 15 minutes to go. It's just a 1-goal lead for Henning now.
This will be quite a comeback if he can pull it off.
It's a lot of screams.
A lot of passion, as you mentioned, a lot of qualifications happening, a lot of potential eliminations happening. Important games all around.
Somebody who has, of course, already secured their spot. Both of these players in Oliboli and Kamal. Oliboli actually won 9 goals to 2. Of course, the game doesn't decide anything in terms of progression to the next stage. Both players have already secured that, but that's a statement. That's somebody that's unbeaten as well, or was unbeaten. Just seems as if that was a demolition job from the Swede.
To go into knockouts with that kind of momentum and that kind of record in the group stages will give him some confidence there as well. His MOAUBA's classic over-the-top ball to Ruud Gullit again, but no such luck there.
It's given away straight away from the goal kick, or the goalkeeper's hands, I should say.
You can sense a little bit of panic in both Henning and MOAUBA, a few mistakes, some incomplete passes.
It's nerve-wracking. As a player myself, it's not easy. It seems as if he's made mistakes. Of course, he has in some essence of it, but it's not easy to maintain possession or maintain leads in FIFA 23. So giving away leads is something a lot of players struggle with.
MOAUBA, however, regains that possession. He's looking to have 1 or 2 more attacks so he can equalize this and send this match to extra time. He does have the numbers up, but Henning is expecting exactly that from him and reads the play well.
I think this is the key, though, for Henning. Just playing the ball towards the corners of the pitch that if he does get tackled, he could potentially get a corner or a throw-on. Just try and kill the minutes and the clock. Great skill move there, the McGeady cancel. Could actually look to get another goal here.
Saved well by MOAUBA, but not a lot of time left. Henning maintains that possession. And like you said, Ryan, not looking to do too much with the ball in the latter stages of this match.
Absolutely not. I don't think he should as well. I think these are the moments where you set aside friendships. It's just about keeping possession, resorting to game management, killing the clock down and the time in order to seal your spot in the next round. Of course, this is an elimination game. We've got 2 minutes left in this game now. Can MOAUBA get possession back? It's looking as if Henning's done a spectacular job to see the timeout back to the goalkeeper, and I'm sure he'll be lumping it out for a throw-on to end the game, Leah. That is a huge result from Henning.
A huge result indeed. Commiserations to MOAUBA and congratulations to Henning for getting one last chance of qualifying for the knockouts. Both players should be very proud of their performances this weekend.
Yep, of course. Commiserations to MOAUBA, but we have another game going on. We do have RVP Legend up against Pepe. These two, of course, have the 2-1 record, so this is a qualification game in extra time. 2-1 lead for Pepe in this leg, of course, 4-4 on aggregate. We haven't got to see much of RVP Legend. He's a great player as well, representing Romania. And Pepe as well. Probably going to be looking to keep possession for the last attack. There's no need to go forward and give away possession, so that if you do give it away, you end up potentially conceding last minute. Of course, no one likes to concede a last-minute winner. We've seen quite a few of those this weekend so far. But the last attack looks as if it's going to come from RVP Legend. Can he make it count?
He's got some numbers up. He's triggering some runs here, but not looking to give away possession, potentially looking to have this go to pens.
I think this is enough time here for one last attack here. We've seen the quick passing, the step overs as well, the driven across goal, but it was great defending for Pepe. And we do have a penalty shootout in a qualification game.
And RVP Legend is up first with Ronaldinho looking to take the lead in this penalty shootout. Will he score? He will indeed. Top left corner, goalkeeper doesn't even move. Similarly to last time, Pepe is looking to equalize, this time to the right corner.
RVP Legend with his second penalty. Goes to the top right of the opposite corner, sending the goalkeeper the wrong way. Can we get a response from Pepe to score here? Goes top left.
All square right now. RVP Legend looking to take the lead again, but saved by Pepe. Can Pepe respond immediately with Ronaldo R9? He does and takes the lead.
We need a response here from RVP Legend just to give him some more hope, and he arrows it into the top right corner with that penalty. This is the penalty now to take the lead from Pepe again, straight down the middle.
And Ruud Gullit steps up for RVP Legend and tries to score, but saved by Pepe, and Pepe does what he needs to do.
Advancing to the next stage of the eChampions League. That is a huge result. The celebration with the members behind him as well. It's a massive, massive statement to defeat someone like RVP Legend, who is fantastic. And for Pepe, he secures himself into the next stage. We see there the win on penalties, 4-4 on aggregate. That is absolutely massive. And the celebrations as well. I love it. It's great to see the outpour of emotion. We know how much it means to players to advance into the next stage of the eChampions League. one of the pinnacle of events in FIFA esports. So to do well, to be in and amongst the top 32 players in the next stage is a massive, massive accomplishment.
Massive indeed. The most prestigious tournament in club football and the most prestigious tournament in esports. So all of these players that have qualified thus far will be looking forward to competing in April and hopefully making their way to the eChampions League final in Istanbul in June. Exciting matches that round.
Yep, definitely exciting. A lot of goals. I feel like I'm saying that a lot every time we were going back to the featured matches, but there's a lot of goals, a lot of emotions in and amongst the players, the featured matches, in and around the pit as well. And we're seeing celebrations right in front of us. So it's great to see the players that have secured their spot. And of course, commiserations to the ones that haven't made it. Of course, it's so difficult to get here. Mike said it, you've said it, I've said it now. How important it is or how difficult it is to even get to this stage is unquestioned. So you have to give credit. We see the kiss to the camera from Pepe as well. It's a huge, huge statement from him.
Definitely a huge statement indeed. Very, very exciting for all of these competitors. Take some pressure off of them going into the last two matches if they have them, for players that have already qualified, and even the players that have not qualified. They have two matches.
Yeah.
The chance to prove themselves in the last two matches, although unfortunately at this point means not a lot for them.
Yep, of course. And a lot of the players that you've seen players that are 2-0 are now 2-2. You've seen players that are 0-2 and are now 2-2 as well. So it's two ends of the mentality. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting final round of the day.
Definitely interesting indeed. We have round 5 coming shortly. But first, we are going to see what Rachel and Mike have to say about round 4.
Yeah, thanks, Leah. Thanks, Ryan. Mike looks a little bit hot under the collar after that round. And I'm going to say one of the big surprises is that UMUT still hasn't got himself qualified. And the narrative that I'm seeing run there is the fact that the guy he beat, Mike, 12-1 in the opening round, AYMANE, is qualified. How does that figure?
He recovered well. Fair play. After a 12-1 thrashing, maybe he wasn't ready for the big stage, and then he was prepped. He needed a warm-up game.
Warm-up game? I mean,
I don't know.
That was practice.
He was nervous. It was his first game.
He wasn't even in the stadium.
He was nervous.
But I'm meaning that's shocking that UMUT hasn't managed to get across the line yet.
I am surprised by that. Correct. Especially considering how dominant he was to start the day. I was really surprised that he hasn't kind of regathered and already qualified himself. Now it's coming down to the wire, but I'm okay with that. I like some drama.
Okay, well, he likes drama. Some more drama came your way in the form of MOAUBA. Unfortunately, couldn't get the job done here today up against Henning in his final matchup to see him qualify.
And as per usual, I feel like any MOAUBA affair is going to have a lot of goals scored and a lot of goals conceded. He just doesn't play a lot of defense. If he could figure out a little bit of balance as well, I think his results would have been different today. There's just so many games, or every single game actually, that had a lot of goals in all sorts of different directions. I love this finish here. I mean, over the top, Ruud Gullit in motion. It's perfect connection on the volley, full extension. But Henning always had answers. Lovely pullback, first time finish from David Ginola. What you would expect, the right place at the right time. What's better than one goal is adding to it. Got another layoff here. Nope, walks it around the goalkeeper. Always gonna see the ball roll, or even the heel to heel into that roll, which is another common way. Dino into space, another cross from MOAUBA. This game had so many back and forths and twists and turns.
You said we were going to possibly see MOAUBA really adapt to this new game style of FIFA 23. Do you think it was lack of adapting or just everyone else playing really well today?
I think it's a mix. Just getting here is so difficult. We talked to Ali Bali earlier, and he was saying that it might be a harder accomplishment to qualify online than actually to have the result in-house because of so many different factors and competitors that take part. So it tells you that MOAUBA is at that level. And then it's a matter of picking it up on the day and also getting those little bounces, especially when you play aggressively. Everything either clicks or you're going to have some struggle city.
How much is going to hurt MOAUBA not going through? How much does it hurt the competition not having MOAUBA in the next round?
From a biased viewpoint, especially with the energy he gives, I'd love to see MOAUBA at least going into the 5th round. But congrats to Henning, now 2-2, and puts himself in a position. You see 19 goals for, 19 goals against. That's the offensive FIFA that we like.
Well, a great job then for Henning. Unfortunately, not to be for MOAUBA in round 4. Still one set of fixtures left to play, of course. Let's go down to our next set of highlights. And this one was crucial for DULLENMIKE in particular. Up against Pipe Crew was his 4th round fixture. DULLENMIKE, remember, really needing some big results.
And again, we're going to be here for a while. There are so many goals scored on both ends, and there's back and forth. And there's a lot of variety as well. You see a couple step overs, you see the layoff here from Dino. Just a mix and match of all sorts of different periods of gameplay. Dino lines up a beautiful pick out there. Ginola, goalkeeper in no man's land, always going to convert. Again, attacking that end line. good cross, good pick out, Yaya Toure. We're seeing so many midfielders really become offensive weapons.
Do you think, I was going to say, DULLENMIKE, momentum's now with him, Mike Lebel, 2 wins. I'm not going to say this in disrespect, but the fixtures are almost getting easier for him now.
Maybe that'll change now, but I do think that he started to pick up a little bit more confidence. Remember, we talked about that early loss, penalty kicks, didn't handle it that well, and he's starting to squeeze out results.
Well, he is. He's now got 2 wins to his name, 2 losses in this crunch fixture. Let's see who he's playing in the next round. He's happy with himself there after that one. Second round, obviously still more goals to come for both these players. Again,
he might have jumped just ahead of us a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot in this game. If you were watching this or just even the highlights between Leah and Ryan going back and forth checking in, oh, I love this goal. Oh, it's just so pretty. To have the power of Ruud Gullit and then the finesse of Ruud Gullit and then the chip and the placement, it's just something special. I love some extra precision.
Well, DULLENMIKE is a special player, and we get to see
you see him building into the game as well.
From him, don't we? For sure. And this was just to finish out just a few more moments of magic from this guy who we will be seeing hopefully a lot more of. 7-5 there.
Please let that be the feature game. I don't know who he's playing yet, but I think we need that as the main stage.
And that was the end result there, 8 goals. Then this is our oh, this is still going. 8-5 was that one. 8-6 from Pipe Crew was how that one finished. 2-2, like we said, 1 more for him to go. Not the best when you have to go 0 and 2 and then pick up your final 3 wins. Goals for, though, 21, pretty good in terms of that. So well done for DULLENMIKE for his 4th round set of results there. And we have one final sort of highlight.
That's why I'm flustered. There's so many goals. A lot of it's a roller coaster here.
The final set of highlights, Mike, I was quite shocked to see Veltman up against Jesus. Veltman, again, a super great player. Rory Veltman, he's always around. I think he was final 8 last year in the Champions League. He went all the way to Stockholm. Disappointing end result for him, but he struggled today.
He did, and again, that's, I think, credit to the competitors and the amount of top quality talent. And also Hezers is another guy that I expect to get through. This is just an unfortunate matchup. They weren't in form today, and they're kicking in late, and someone has to go through, someone has to go home. And you see Hezers get off to an early lead, kind of add to it. I saw him just after this. He gave me a smile and a little bit of a hug, so I think he's pretty happy going into round 5.
Well, he is, and unfortunately, Veltman, that is 3 losses now. So he unfortunately does finish the competition at that stage, which is, not the best at the office. Again, this is really difficult to take, Mike, as well, at this point in the calendar, when there's still so much to play for in terms of playoff, trying to qualify for World Cups. How do you kind of bounce back for the rest of your season at this point?
At this point, you should take a break. If you get eliminated, take a break, give yourself a couple weeks, and then come back to it, because it is a long season. We're really maybe at the halfway point, and there's still qualifications, and you need to be able to kind of re-up.
Well, Hezers then, good day at the office so far for him. Still 1 more chance to qualify. Unfortunately, we lose his opponent there, Veltman. Well, let's just clear up all those results from round 4. So we covered quite a few of them already. Let's have a look at some more. Levi Finn, 5-2, means he's going through over Vastaben. Oberon there, 4-1 over Myrtle. Daniel 7 and UMUT, that was surprising. 6-4 over UMUT. So UMUT still has 1 more match to qualify. He's 2-2 at the moment. A couple more further down. We've got Montaxa 9-2 over the Stranger. MOAUBA, we know that one, to Henning. 6-5, he gets a defeat there. And then Hezers and Veltman, we just said 6-4 as well. So some pretty difficult results there. Okay, well, we talked about a couple of the players who have already qualified, and we have one on the stage right now. Levi Finn, congratulations.
Thank you.
Big day at the office for you, getting to the knockouts of the eChampions League. You must be pretty excited right now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited for the round in April in London too. Yeah, now I'm very, very happy that I can go through the Swiss round. And yeah, now I'm looking forward for what is in April.
And how did it feel kind of going through all the competition here and match by match? There's so many different competitors and so forth and so on.
Yeah, every match is a new match. It's for the mentality very, very hard. But yeah, now I'm happy that I can go through it. And yeah, maybe I drink a beer at the evening.
Do you have a half an eye on your teammates as well? Obviously, we just saw Henning there.
Yeah.
Do you kind of go and have a word with him as well?
No, because after my game, I have to go to the interview. But yeah, hopefully he will go through the Swiss station, and we can travel to London in April again.
Well, a great result for him, just getting the win over MOAUBA, so he lives to fight another day. It would be so amazing for both of you to go through. I mean, talk us about the day, though. Who was your most difficult opponent?
Today? Yeah, I can say RVP. He was very, very clear in the offense, made good player locks, and yeah, he was the best opponent of me. Yeah.
You'd have another question?
Oh, I thought you were
I thought he was just tapping me to go, I have a question. That's what usually our signs are. I was going to speak a little bit about what is the plan now then. You've got a couple of months and it gets really tricky, obviously. Only 16 players qualify. Do you have a lot more work that you think you need to do between now and then?
No, because in Germany we play Virtual Bundesliga. That is between the two competitions, so I have focus on Virtual Bundesliga. And at maybe in April, then I will look to the eChampions League and will focus on that. But step by step, and after that comes the Virtual Bundesliga, and then come the eChampions League.
And we know how competitive as well the Virtual Bundesliga is. 15 German players here. I mean, if you can top the table there, you'll be doing exceptionally well. Well, congratulations, Levi Finn. You are one of our 16 players. I'll see you back here in April. Well done.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
He's off. He's out
so
of here.
Polite.
He's polite. They're all polite. Right, standings. We mentioned Ollie Bolly. We already spoke to him. VEJRGANG, Antonio, Daniel, Danny Pitbull, Kamal, Levi Finn. We just spoke to him. Montaxa, Oberon, and Pepe. Your qualified players so far. Awesome day at the office. Mike, do you want to talk us through, unfortunately, the eliminated?
Yeah, and I think that's where you're going to have some of those surprises. We talked about Feldman. Of course, MOAUBA being a former champion, you always expect him to go through. I liked what I saw from Lenny in some moments. Unfortunately, had that bad loss on stage. Maybe that carried with him a little bit. Even the likes of GIANLUCA, going 0-3, I thought that maybe he'd battle back into this. But either way, we still have a lot of players that are in the competition in these 2-2 scenarios, which is my favorite part of the competition because every game or the last game decides everything.
Well, we have 12 players still trying for 6 spots. You do the maths. We're losing 6 players. Mike LaBelle, that was an easy one for you to do there.
Was that part of our questionnaire, my trivia?
That was. And you got that one right. Well, actually, I answered it for you. Anyway, round 5, guys, is coming your way. These are the fixtures we should be looking out for. Mike, DULLENMIKE, can we even talk about him being possibly going out? UMUT, the world champion, he may be going out. Predator FIFA, such massive name.
I can't wait. I'm looking at Predator versus Hazards as well as standing out. UMUT having to go up against Henning as well, that we just saw in action, scoring a bunch of goals, and obviously UMUT hasn't been in his best form. I like K. Karai versus Myrtle. There's a lot here. There's a lot here to unfold and unpack.
RVP Legend is still in it as well. Some big names coming your way in round 5. We mentioned it, there's 12 players left, only 6 spots up for grabs. We're going to lose some big FIFA players in this next round. We're not going to see them back here in April. Come back and see which shocks are going to happen and which players are going to go through.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
The Champions League round 5 is right around the corner. Richard Buckley, Mike LaBelle in the commentary booth for you. We were here yesterday and we saw some shocks. We saw some very surprise results. Today, I think it's going to be even more shocking. Your jaw will hit the floor because there's big storylines that are taking shape right now. We've got the... we're going to get into the DULLENMIKE game because that's our featured match, but that is... Shakespeare wouldn't have wrote a script better than this. This could be a tragedy, potentially, for DULLENMIKE. It could be something magical for him. And AYMANE, who knows what will get
story
out
there.
of
He
him.
started on stage.
12-1.
12-1. I mean, devoured. Only ate for breakfast, lunch, and dinner all in that one game. He was completely full.
And then we look at a couple of other stories. Hezzers, DULLENMIKE, 0-2 to 3-2. IMERTAL 2-0 to potentially going out. He was knocking on the door, and then he might be out of the tournament. First things first, Mike.
Yeah, walk me through. Where are we going? Because we can go in a lot of places here.
I would just want to get your general sort of, as we see all these players in front of us, as we see the people taking their seats for this final game, what's been your sort of overriding emotions about today? Have you been surprised? Have you been...
You couldn't have asked better. I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Tell me.
So what I've loved about day 2 is that no one plays defense. We've had no low-scoring affairs, so I don't think this will be any different. It has been full-fledged offense everywhere in all games, and guys that are good defensive players have struggled. We talk about UMUT all the time being a defensive guarantee or a strong point. He's conceding goals all over the place, and it's really back and forth action. There's been comebacks, there's been drama, there's going to be more drama, there might be some tears. I'm here for all of it. I don't know if that's something that I should be pushing, but I like to see emotion in my FIFA matches.
We see some outstanding shots there of our pit and people getting in there, sort of getting the matches ready, setting up the games. I don't know if you saw the match on penalties that was won.
I did. There's almost a secondary pit.
The Italian presence that we've had here. I know we've talked a lot about Germans. We've got 10 players so far. 10 players who are in. 4 Germans, 4 Italians.
I keep telling people, don't doubt the Italians.
Half are already in. Who came? 50% done. Tick.
They're on a mission.
What'd you put that down to?
That community's been growing tremendously the last 2 years. We used to always talk about the same players. And then the last 2 years, that's shifted. There's been a lot of new names, new faces. And then last year, we're talking about peaking. When you look at Danny, the Pitbull, we're looking at Hezzer. We're looking at the likes of Oberon, who went on an incredible run and deserved it. He was so dominant. Nobody could take it away from him. Sometimes you have a pathway where you say there was some ease of scheduling.
Yes,
there was an ease of matchup. That was not the case. He took down everybody.
So on the other side of
Hollywood supporting. You see he's out here as well.
Yeah,
one of the largest streamers in the community.
Great coach. I mean, when we look at our match in particular, when we're looking at DULLENMIKE, he started 0-2. Were there part of you that thought, he's going to go out 0-3 here? Or did you always think, he's got it in him, he's got it in him? If there's one player to do it, it's DULLENMIKE.
I might have a little bias. I just don't doubt DULLENMIKE. I just believe he's still in that peak of his career. He's 20 years old with 4 years experience. It's kind of wild saying that. I feel like he also gets to the finals of an event every single year. And I just didn't see him getting Swiss or going out in the group stage. And I mean, he still could in eChampions League. This is something that he needs on the resume. He doesn't have it yet.
Well, if you look at a couple of his fixtures as well that he had, he lost on penalties in the first game against Oli Bolly. Just for reference, Oli Bolly is now 4-0. No one's touched him. He's taken on Anders.
We interviewed him. He is ice cold.
Yeah, in a 4-0 game. We talked about DULLENMIKE. You can see there, 21 goals scored, 18 conceded. He's 2-2 at the moment. We're familiar with DULLENMIKE. If you aren't, have a little look at this before we get underway with round 5.
This is the first time DULLENMIKE has ever gone this far in a tournament. First time he's ever gotten to the 3rd day of a tournament.
Attack after attack after attack from the German. To R9, one more goal would finish this. DULLENMIKE, congratulations.
But now I won, it's just the feeling is better than ever before.
DULLENMIKE is the wonder kid out of Germany.
This man is 9-1 up, 10-1 up.
Don't score that. Come on, please.
DULLENMIKE is a man who has no mercy.
Grand final time in the virtual Bundesliga. Could be an electric start here from DULLENMIKE. Cut back inside, 2-0. Paulinho, is there one more pass? Yes, there is. DULLENMIKE is in dreamland. DULLENMIKE will be the virtual Bundesliga champion.
you just see a little bits of what he's done over the last 3 to 4 years. And I think one of the turning points for him was signing with Focus Clan and sort of, it's a bit of a family. We often throw that word around, but this really is a family affair. We saw how many people were here with Focus Clan. It really comes sort of from the top, from Elias as well, what he's creating over in Germany. And I think we have to tip his hat. We talk about teams a lot. They're right up there as one of the most successful and most dominant teams, franchises within FIFA esports.
And I like that they have like an intermix of players they've developed and also players they've signed that are some of the best players, not only in Germany, but worldwide. We're talking world champ when you're looking at MOAUBA, even though he's eliminated. The same with DULLENMIKE, world champ, actually the youngest FUT Champions Cup winner of all time. And also maybe the deepest voice ever. I remember that first interview and I was like, who's talking right now?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see right there everybody who's flown over with Elias as part of this Focus Clan crew. And look, I think we mentioned it earlier, but if you need my address, if you need my postcode.
Yeah, how do we get these?
One of those
jackets? I need one of these bombers.
Yeah, I'm there for it. We were mentioning about DULLENMIKE. Let's turn the page to his opponent because it takes a real, just massive, just huge character, I'm going to go with, courage, to get beaten.
I like this, courageous.
On that stage right there, 12-1. To get embarrassed on that stage and then be back up there 3 hours later with a chance to qualify for the knockouts.
And we talk about it. You have to have, as a trait, short-term memory, but still, when have we been at a tournament where someone loses by double digits and finds himself on the same stage now? He had to be nervous. Going up against the world champ, first game of the day, and now he's going to be able to battle himself back into this scenario, only to get rewarded with DULLENMIKE, of course, on that same stage.
Well, I'm just going to run you through his fixtures. Obviously, we've talked about the defeat. He lost 12-1 against UMUT. He then came out with a 3-2 victory against Furman. He lost 7-4 against the Stranger, and it was the final match that just took place right there in round 4. It was an extra time victory against Santil, the Italian. The boss is in town. He's watching a few of the games right there. Who do you think this favours? Do you think it favours Dullen after being 0-2 to 3-2, or do you think it favours AYMANE, where we all writ him off?
Well, I'll make it very simple. You're playing with less pressure, maybe if you're on his end, but the fact that he lost 12-1 today on that same stage, and DULLENMIKE is used to being a stage match, I have to edge DULLENMIKE. Not even from a bias. This is I'm observing here. I'm just stating what facts are facts, but I definitely think that it has to favor the likes of DULLENMIKE just with the experience and the fact that it is going to be the main stage. You've got the boss behind you. You've got more eyes than ever before. And we're building it up, and you can hear us talking.
No, absolutely. And look, he'll know what DULLENMIKE's all about. He doesn't need us to tell him the level of performance Dullen has had.
Look at a negative 12 goal difference for AYMANE.
But that's that one game.
I know. We never see this where you're in a position to qualify. What a story this would be as well. I'm happy to see whoever deserves going through to make that push. I'm not trying to sit on the fence here. I'm just saying, if you can battle back from such a defeat, get yourself back in the conversation, which he's done now, and then change the narrative, shift the dialogue, and do it against the likes of DULLENMIKE,
this is the time to do it.
Hand clap.
And if you were to eliminate DULLENMIKE right now, nobody is even remembering that UMUT performance.
Nope.
No one cares if you win this game right now. Round 5 of the 2023 eChampions League group stages are officially underway across the board. All the matches in this pivotal 2-2 situation are underway. We got UMUT against Henning. We'll be giving you updates of that one. Predator FIFA against Hezzers. That match underway. And here we are in our featured game of the round. AYMANE up against DULLENMIKE. It's going to be Dullen from right to left in the Focus Clan kit. And from left to right, Ollie White is AYMANE.
And normally I would stress the importance of the early goal or getting the first goal, but that just hasn't been the case today. When we're going through fixtures, there's so many comebacks, a lot of late goals. If anything, I'd rather you peak in the second leg, in the second half.
Peaking at the right time. Unless you're going to blow the game out of the water in the first leg.
We've seen 3-0s and 4-0s turned today, turned over today on multiple occasions.
It's really been yesterday was probably, you showed a little bit more ice, you would say, in those games, DULLENMIKE. Always a cool customer inside the box. But today, I think it's just been all-out attack for a lot of these matches.
And I've watched a few of the DULLENMIKE matchups, and his leading goal scorer in multiple matchups has been Ruud Gullit. So it's a guy to watch, a player to watch, circle him on the offensive end. You see these triggering runs there. He's looking for those lobs, even the knockdowns. Ruud Gullit has become almost a number 9, or even like a floating false 9-ish type player that comes through the midfield late, but he's so actively involved offensively, which is something we're not always used to.
I'll be keeping my eye on Ruud Gullit for sure. This is Marquisio. Lovely ball roll, greenside finish from AYMANE, and he leads 1-0.
And that was gorgeous. You see the ball roll and then the time in green, open up your body. Goalkeeper can't do anything with it. You had the driven pass there in order to give you a little bit of that extra oomph to penetrate the defense. Well done.
It wasn't the only goal scored here in these opening moments.
And again,
it's a lovely finish though.
Maybe you circle this. Check out Marquisio. Check out Ruud Gullit. The midfielders, I don't think I've ever seen them throughout all of the competitive FIFA that we've commentated on, we've analyzed, score so many goals.
No, I agree. I think, but that's also, you've got a lack of attacking players with, like, you need your centre mids to score goals when you don't have a Pele as well as a Ronaldo Nazario with the requirements of the heroes aren't as strong as those other icons that you might typically get. We don't have a Kylian Mbappe in the team.
I just think the pros have figured out the best way to penetrate the box and to pull players out of position is triggering these runs with the center mids.
Loving this pass already. He seems to just drive it. Captavilla's involved. Just fires it into the feet of his striker. And night and day from what we saw earlier on that stage against UMUT in that exact seat to what we're seeing right now. 17 minutes, leading 1-0. DULLENMIKE looking to create an opportunity. Ball roll, scoop turn into Ginola. 1-1.
You love the classics. A ball roll, scoop turn. If you're brand new to FIFA, even at an intermediate or advanced level, it's a skill move or a combination of skill moves that works so effectively. And it's now been like that for multiple seasons. And if you don't have that yet in your gameplay, introduce it, enjoy it throughout the weekend league. It just opens up space, allows you to change direction, and then Ginola with a little bit of wiggling, working, shifts his weight, hits it on the near post.
I think a lot of the, it made it look so simple. If that ball comes to me and I'm playing with Ginola, I'm turning onto his right. It was so quick, just the first touch straight back onto his left against his own body weight. Well, we've had the world champion in action. Hold the phone. DULLENMIKE looks to be 2-1 in, dinks it over the keeper, and it's a big chance missed.
I can't believe he went for the chip. We have seen DULLENMIKE scoring these chips, but in that position, you got the ultimate gift, maybe some nerves for being on the big stage, and you could have walked it in. You had all the time in the world, Ronaldinho into space, and I'm just so happy to see Ronaldinho used time and time again in the competitive scene, because there were a couple years where he was not in rotations.
Yeah, absolutely so. Yaya Toure, once again, whenever he gets that ball into the centre mid, it's direct, it's fierce into the feet of the striker. Well, DULLENMIKE looking to come forward.
Oh,
couple of step overs, it will run through to Yashin. I've been telling you about UMUT, the world champ, and I can show you what's been happening in his game. He was leading 1-0, however, just couldn't clear his lines. Henning with a lovely bit of footwork.
I love a reverse elastico, I'll never complain. We saw a couple of those today where you get the nutmegs. Sometimes it can penetrate through the center backs or even center mids and open up a little bit of a lane of space, and it works out well. Typically you're in the middle of the pitch when you're executing it, therefore you can choose left or right, so it's a bit more of a 50-50 with the goalkeeper and really challenging some of the goalkeeper movement.
Dullen, we've talked about this matchup quite a lot. Al-Waran up against Valverde, and already down this left-hand side seems to be where he's getting a lot of his...
I think it's the wrong player for that attempt with the Trivela. I'd feel better if it was even Ginola on his right trying to unleash that animation, or even the likes of Ruud Gullit, who's been scoring so many goals. I don't know what Ruud Gullit can't do at this point. I know we've seen upgraded items and so forth and so on, but I just am so shocked with how many goals he's been scoring.
David Ginola. Yaya Toure now dinked into the box looking for Ruud Gullit. A lot of the times when he's sending Gullit forward, is it also you're sort of creating a smoke screen, you're diverting it? Because he's not going direct every time.
It's a mix of three. You use him as a dummy run. Sometimes you lob it to him. If he wins it, great, you can score a goal. Sometimes you lob it as well, where right here, you might get a counter press. If the ball doesn't complete, or you have their biggest player, your most aggressive player, your most passionate player, he plays for the badge, on an instant counter press. And you'd be surprised how many times Ruud Gullit will take that off you, even if you defended it well.
Yeah, that insta tackle.
Those are the three scenarios that I see most frequently.
AYMANE looking to just create a little bit of danger there in the final third. Talk about Ruud Gullit on the counter press. He was quick to try and nick that ball back. Alawairan sees the run of Gullit. Not going to go now. That ball intercepted, and with DULLENMIKE losing possession. Looking over to my left-hand side from the desk, I see a celebration between Predator FIFA and Jesus. That game currently underway. And this was why there was a celebration. Because Jesus went 2-1 up to the good. 33 minutes on the clock in that game, so we'll probably be finishing roughly about the same time. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one and see how it is progressing. All three matches that we have shown you the highlights of, we have to remind you, are elimination matches. They're elimination or qualifying games. If you win, you carry on the Champions League. If you lose, unfortunately, it's the end of the line. Final chance of this half will fall to AYMANE. Capdevila winning it back. Pele trying to create. Player look, just looking to maybe create a little bit of distraction inside the box. Doesn't fall to anything, and that will do us for 45 minutes.
Nice little opener. Opportunities for both sides. I think it's fair that they go in drawn even. Not that FIFA always plays by those rules of being fair. It can be a little bit cruel in some moments, but I think that sets up nicely for the second portion of the first leg.
Who would you be if you were sat behind either of these two players right now? Who do you feel like is more in the driver's seat, or do you think it's just a plain 50-50?
I think like there's things to take away, and it depends where your mentality is. If you're DULLENMIKE, you're saying you missed chances, and if you're AYMANE over there, you're also saying, well, I didn't give up goals, maybe I should have. So each of those can be looked at positively or negatively, just depending where you're at from a mentality standpoint.
In your position, if you was playing, would you rather have been the one missing chances or the one sort of getting a little bit lucky?
I'd rather be AYMANE as long as I think I could turn it around, because I didn't concede when I made big errors. Because he had one major error with that giveaway for Ronaldinho, and I was surprised that DULLENMIKE went with that chip. He had so much time to work with, and it was just the wrong choice. The goalkeeper didn't come out, and it was overshot anyway. It didn't ever have a chance of actually being converted.
Well, Jesus is up against Predator FIFA. We showed you the goal to put Predator on the back foot, and this was him almost instantly equalising. Little bit of fortune.
That's why you trigger Ruud Gullit. As I was saying, you just put him into the mixer. It's almost a waste if you don't, because of what he's able to do in terms of those dummy runs, taking up space, pulling players out of position, being ready to get on the end. And then we're seeing so many knockdowns with the crosses and the headers. Is there a better target man on your team? There isn't.
Seen a lot less of the Valverde propaganda today.
I still don't think he's been great. There's been a lot of goals conceded where I think it's Valverde's side is the issue. I did receive multiple tweets and plenty of DMs about Valverde as a fullback. Because a lot of people look at it and they're like, oh, I shouldn't be using him in my team. I was like, not necessarily what we're saying, but at the pro level, he hasn't looked as consistent or reliable as some of the other players.
He is the weak link. That's all we're simply saying. Yeah, Torre with a great tackle there.
It really only a weak link as a fullback.
Absolutely.
If he was in the midfield, I don't have the same complaints. There's something about his positioning and awareness that I just feel is lacking in comparison to some of the other players in that position.
It's not only DULLENMIKE, who's a familiar face in these 2-2 matchups. We also have the world champion, UMUT, up against Henning. He now finds himself 2-1 up. David Ginola slotting that past the goalkeeper as he wheels away in celebration.
And it's got to be said in this game, though, it's kind of been missing a moment of ingenuity. It hasn't been as inventive for either side. We haven't had those real skill moves to break down the final third. I don't want to say stale, but maybe a little nervy, a little hesitant in that final third, and we're not seeing some of the normalities that we'd have, some of that innovation.
Yeah, I would say, I don't think it's been too harsh, probably a lack of creativity in the final third.
That's where I was getting. I used a lot of different words to get there, but that's what I was talking about.
DULLENMIKE trying to show us something. Just the lack of skill move maybe there.
But there has to be an execution there. What is he doing with Ginola? If you're holding it, you're obviously setting up for something. We didn't have a cancellation, a fake shot, a ball roll, a scoop turn, something maybe a little more with the flair. No heel to heels, no roulette. A Magidi spin. We need a little bit of that razzle-dazzle.
And we know he's got it in the locker as well. Capdevere with 2 on him. Does very well to play out of the press there, AYMANE, but can't quite get that ball into a dangerous area. The game's being played in this middle section at the moment. I mean, it's very scrappy, a lot of slide tackles, a lot of interceptions.
Typically, that's a sign of nerves. I'm going to throw it out there. If you're not feeling as confident, maybe the moment's gotten to both of them a little bit. Being on the big stage, knowing that this is an elimination game, it just hasn't been that same level of resourcefulness.
We've got 20 minutes left on the clock. This is only leg 1, we have to remind you. We are going to be playing over 2 legs of FIFA with an aggregate scoreline being the deciding factor. All the way to the byline right there. AYMANE, he gets quite fortunate with the rebound, but doesn't force an opening in that defense. 15 minutes left to go.
And I will say this, the next goal, I think, will shift the speed and the tempo of the game dramatically, no matter which way it goes. FIFA 23 is not a game that you get to sit back and hold possession. But right now, because both players are holding on to this draw, neither of them are really committing to a press. We're not seeing a double team. We're not seeing a bunch of micromanaging. We're not taking a lot of risk here on the defensive end. And then if you're combining that without having some of that inventiveness in the offensive final third, you're getting a game that's been playing in the midfield.
This could be one of those chances and those openings that DULLENMIKE was waiting for. Gianolo almost with a 4 against 2. Simple pass. Yashin with a big save just to tip it around the post. Wasn't a lot of conviction on the strike. The corner comes in. Edge of the box, AYMANE, he shifts it into Lucio, not the man you want in the final third. That is the man you want in the final third as Ronaldinho puts DULLENMIKE back in front.
And that's much better. You had the ping pong, the tiki-taka. It looked like something from the training grounds. You go short, you drop it off, you bring it back, swing it around, speed up the play just ever so swiftly. And right here, when you see it with Dino, unleashes, does not matter, near post. Goalkeeper doesn't have enough time to shift over. Not quite a nutmeg, just to the side, just to the edge.
Probably think it's not necessarily deserved, but the chance you created to force the corner, maybe you think, yeah, I should have scored that regardless, so you take it 3 minutes later from the corner. I'm sure AYMANE won't be thinking like that. 7 minutes to go. A very slight advantage for DULLENMIKE.
And I'll tell you right now, you're not going to want to go anywhere. The second half is going to open up much differently just because we now have a leader, and people don't like to be sitting behind. You don't want to do that. You want to force some pressure. You want to shift some momentums.
It's a Mike Lavelle guarantee.
This has just not been the FIFA where people sit back and relax. They don't park the bus. There's not going to be low depth. It's not an effective way to play it, not at this level.
Chance for AYMANE. Great finish.
Oh, what a save from Yashin.
I gave him the goal.
Can't believe it.
Corner comes short. Pele into Hully. Ronaldo looking for that first time swivel shot. And he will clear his lines, but it's non-stop pressure at the moment as we end this first leg. It's all up against DULLENMIKE's goal. Can he hold firm? Or will it be AYMANE levelling it up? Marquisio. Capdevere. Marquisio. Ronaldo! Level pegging going into leg 2. And he gives it the beans.
Hits the chest, stands up, reminds me. You see that triple cancellation from Ruud Gullit in the midfield, starts the attack, gets the penetrating pass, finishes off the game. 2-2 going into the second leg. I don't know if we asked to request the drama, but it is here. It has arrived just in time.
It's what we wanted. Level pegging, fighting for that eChampions League knockout spot.
Fair play to AYMANE. You have to give him a lot of credit there.
He just kept the attack going, though.
But he recomposed himself.
Yeah.
We said, okay, DULLENMIKE got on the board. He got the drop-off. He could have quit out there. He could have mentally switched off. He didn't. He did the opposite, in fact. He also had that extra resurface or the recycle to make sure they got the final attack.
Yeah, he maintained the attack perfectly. Right there did AYMANE. You know what's on the other side of this break. Do yourself a favour. Don't go anywhere. eChampions League round 5 fixtures conclude in a minute and a half.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Well, welcome back to the eChampions League Round 5 fixtures. We are halfway through these pivotal matches, and look, these three featured games that we've been keeping your eyes on are all really, really tightly contested. A late equaliser between DULLENMIKE and AYMANE right there. I'm intrigued to see where this one goes.
I was going to say there's a certain almost aroma in the room, and it's pretty quiet as well. If you're looking around, I know they don't have this back-end view, but the pit has eyes everywhere. Nobody left. Everybody that competed yesterday is also kind of came through the room.
Yeah. Look at that. I mean, you're talking about it. It's a perfect view. It's busy. It's a busy pit.
It's tense as well. It's busy and quiet. There's some whispers here and there. There's some pop-offs when something happens. But overall, you can feel that tension in the air.
We just see a few of the scores there at the top as well. 3-3. I think that's a 4-3 right there. So many tightly contested matches. No one's pulling away. No one is pulling away, especially in the 2-2 games. Well, I mean, it's just... I think the atmosphere is also leading to the nerves. Like, everyone's a little bit tense around the pit. We're a little bit tense. It's seeping through to the players.
I might come out of the jacket. The jacket might have to go. That's the pathway that we're on right now.
It's been a long day. I don't know if I would.
You can tell that it's taken a lot out of the competitors mentally to get to this point, but everyone wants to get over the horizon, not be on the other end where they could say, what if this? What if I did that? Oh, I could have finished here. And that's why you're seeing more cagey affairs as well. They're still high scoring, but people are trying to protect those one-goal leads a little bit more. It's less free flow, less fluidity.
So when you're in those matches, you've been there, big games, huge implications. When it is tense, when it is nervy, what are those redeeming factors that pull you out?
So for me, when I've been competing throughout the past, one, I don't want to make the moment bigger than what it is. You don't want to have this internal conversation or dialogue that, oh, I'm playing this person, or I'm going up. No, you can't do that. That's a big one. And then two, I never wanted to give away any gifts. I'm not Santa Claus. It's not December. I'm not giving out gifts or presents for you. Because it often ends up becoming a game where whoever makes the least amount of mistakes
wins.
Yeah, and especially the big mistakes. You make the big mistakes, you're handing out presents. And I already told you, maybe I'm not that generous.
Who do you think in our featured match is more likely?
Well, we've only seen the one example where there was a big mistake. With AYMANE had that big mistake, but DULLENMIKE, of course, didn't convert. I've been pretty impressed with AYMANE.
Very impressed.
The fact that he's battling back, he's been down twice. He's on the big stage. He's recovered from a 12-1. I don't want to keep mentioning, but I think it's kind of part of the story at this point.
Absolutely.
The fact that he's been able to have that rebuttal. I already wrote him off mentally after that happened. I said, I don't know that he's going to be able to get back from this.
If I'm losing 12-1, I don't know if I
haven't lost by double digits this year in anything.
Yeah.
In any matches, I can't imagine. I don't know when that's happened.
I'm just not turning it around. On the other side of the monitor, if Dullen woke up this morning and you said, look, you're going to lose on penalties against Ollie Bolly in the first game, you're then going to win 2 games, GIANLUCA and Pipe Crew, and you're still going to be going into the final game at a 2-2 scoreline, basically in a one-leg shootout at this point.
It's nothing that DULLENMIKE's done today has been easy. I think that's the takeaway. If you're looking at DULLENMIKE's games, he's had comebacks. Everything's been close. He's lost some close battles. Nothing has been simple. Nothing has been relaxing. He looks like a man that's stressed out. And he can hear us.
He's probably listening to us as well, yeah. Yeah, you can see him smiling. If Dullen, if a 10 out of 10 Dullen is winning majors, and a 1 out of 10 is going out 0-3, where do you think he is?
I think he's been a 6 today.
Do you think he started worse and then he's got better, or do you think... I mean, he lost on penalties.
I think he played well against Ollie Bolly.
He did, yeah.
And then I think from there it's been a real slippery slope of a good leg and a bad leg. Great moments, terrible moments. So I'd say a 6. I don't know where he's judging his gameplay, maybe a 6.5. But that's pretty impressive, the fact that he got here playing at a lower standard to what he's possible or what he's capable of.
Just thinking back to yesterday, we saw some massive names going out. Stokes, JRA... Maestro.
Even the way that some of them went out.
Banano.
Stokes didn't look close in his matchups. He's got to revisit himself and really have a talk with the coaching staff and everybody at Hashtag in terms of what he looks to accomplish, what he wants to accomplish, because he lost 7-0 in a game. Big stage, he got killed by Ethan as well.
Out of all the players who were eliminated yesterday, who went out, if Dullen was to suffer defeat here, would he be the biggest shock not to make it through? I mean, we've got UMUT right there, who's in a 2-2 elimination game as well.
I think UMUT as a world champion, not going through is going to come in as a conversation. Also, the fact that he's gone up against Ollie Bolly. Ollie Bolly is undefeated. So one of your losses is versus somebody that has not lost yet. He's likely to be 5-0. I don't know the result. I don't have the score update here, but Ali Bali has been that guy today. And the confidence of beating DULLENMIKE, I talked to him on stage. He said that propelled him for the day. He's like, that's been my hardest game. And since then, I've really had a lot of like re-energized, so to speak, in terms of everything mentality and pushing forward. So we kind of used that. I think Matthias from yesterday is probably the big takeaway of someone who's been eliminated. He was a finalist last year at eChampions League.
I think the biggest thing with Matthias, and look, I talk about this all day. He was just, he's not played well this year.
You asked me. I'm just telling you.
He's not played well this year, but on LAN, it's always a surprise given how good he is. And I think that's the biggest thing. Look, we're underway. DULLENMIKE kicking from left to right in that black strip. And AYMANE from right to left in the white.
And I hope they go for it a little bit more. Like I said, the game wasn't that open in the first leg, even though it was 2-all.
Early chance here for Dullen. Beautiful roulette there, just getting tackled at the final hurdle.
And that might be a little bit reassuring. Remember, when you're switching from playing in the pit to playing on a big stage, a little bit different. Not just from an energy vibe, but kind of getting used to it, more eyes on you, everything's live on stream. You got to feel into it. We had that feeler now. We had that first leg.
We're expecting goals, and we're expecting them fast. Pele. I love a little reverse elastico. I should say McGeady's been cancelled there. He swerves it onto the edge of the box, and Yaya Touré's pass lacked conviction.
And I would say that both sides have already looked more decisive in the first 7 minutes than they did throughout that entirety of the first leg.
DULLENMIKE driving forward here through Ronaldo Nazario. He's the main man. He's the marksman at the top of the triangle in these squads. You want him inside the box. But Ruud Gullit can do a job. It falls to Ronaldinho, who swerves it wide.
How does that not hit the back of the net? And again, you see the importance of Ruud Gullit pushing it forward, taking up space. A bit of a rebound, some good fortune there. Doesn't do the most with it. This is where it starts to sit with you a little bit. You think about it, it bothers you. I hate missing chances. I don't care if it was lucky that I got there or something fumbled. I know as a pro player, and they know as pro players, you have to take advantage. These are the margins sometimes between separating a win and a loss.
Dullen just looking to float that ball forward. 13 minutes gone here. We have to remind you of the implications of this game. If you win this match, you will continue your eChampions League journey. If you lose, it's the end of the line. No more eChampions League for 2023. Pele. Beautiful. Twisting, turning. Oh, that would have been disgraceful.
We had a double cancellation. You got the fake shot going this way, going that way. Extremely impressed. And again, getting on the edge of the box, I'm seeing a little more creativity.
Just the nerves.
I think it's loosened up. It's loosened up. You got past the first leg. This is the decider. Maybe those initial nerves, those butterflies aren't there.
Ruud Gullit once again, furthest man forward for DULLENMIKE. AYMANE into R9. Gullit fires DULLENMIKE back in front. We talk about his importance, and it cannot be understated in these squads.
It's actually incredible. If you watch Ruud Gullit's movement, it's hard to believe he's a center midfielder. Because of the way that he pushes forward and then he stays forward. He doesn't come back. He doesn't chase back into position. He doesn't repopulate.
How much of that is DULLENMIKE manually changing where he's running? Because my Gullit don't move like that.
I think he's constantly triggering him because he's looking for the crosses, he's looking for the knockouts, he's looking for the extra pass. He's taking on players with him. I've never seen Ruud Gullit dribble like this as well. We're seeing body feints and step overs. I saw a drag back. I'm seeing cancellations, sometimes multiple cancellations.
So it's a combination of Gullit being incredible, but also the man who's possessing him, who's using him, is one of the best players to have ever graced the FIFA planet. Pele dinked over the keeper. We are in a game.
And that is pure filth. You want to talk about some confidence, some composure, Lob City, and you got a little finesse in your game for the dink with the chip. Pele points to the skies.
Pele getting used.
Wow.
No Ronaldinho
Look at
here.
This finish. Appreciate that. Oh.
Just gonna. Oh.
Come on.
Delicate.
Yeah.
It's just a touch, just over the keeper, out of sight of the defender.
Buy me some flowers first.
And AYMANE levelling up this tie. What does DULLENMIKE have to reply? AYMANE, couple of step overs. Can't quite pull away from Valverde. There's been a couple of goals in the matchup with the world champion. UMUT is in action. He's taking on Henning. We left that tight. And quite an even matchup, but UMUT has pulled away in this game. He is almost there at the ECL knockouts. 6-2 he leads, and we join back with DULLENMIKE on the back foot. AYMANE 4-3 leads.
You see Pele with a certain type of initiative really coming alive in the second leg.
Talk me through this.
It's a beautiful layoff, and he just gets there first. Again, we're talking about timing, alignment, those runs that you're triggering in the middle of the pitch. And if you're able to square everything just right, give your attackers a chance to do something special. He slides, he gets to it first, beats Van der Sar, who's in no man's land, and that's Pele for a back-to-back.
Maybe we all missed the initiative and took Ronaldinho instead of Pele.
We like the long hair, what can I say?
(4-3). AYMANE leads. Capdevila, a lot of space at the back there. He's going to get away from Valverde. If there's one thing certain, it is Valverde getting done for pace.
Oh, that's dangerous times there for Dolan. I'm surprised AYMANE didn't maybe pull it back. I thought once he had that extra pass to R9, we'd see some sort of shimmy, maybe even just a little left stick dribbling.
Dolan coming forward with AYMANE. A couple of step overs trying to pull away from Valverde. Will they get the opportunity to tie up this game?
Oh.
Not on this occasion. AYMANE defends well. There has been a goal between Jesus and Predator Fifa. Which way has it gone? It's gone to the Italian, and now he leads 4 goals to 2.
That was an old school roulette. You usually don't see those in action.
We join this back. Live pictures. AYMANE on the attack. Closed down by Hullet.
And I like the adjustments here from AYMANE versus DULLENMIKE. We're seeing a much more valued usage from the likes of Capdevila pushing forward.
The wing play, absolutely.
But it didn't exist in the first leg. Definitely not on Capdevilla's angle or that side. That means he's challenging Valverde. Maybe you heard us talking about how Valverde is the weakness in the squad, or can be, or should be, or could be. And I don't mean that disrespectfully at all. I just, when you're going into the pro gameplay, something just doesn't feel right.
Yaya Toure trying to drive that pass into the feet of AYMANE. He offloads it to Pele, and a big save from Yashin.
DULLENMIKE needs halftime. They need to have a team talk.
He's on the back foot.
They need to reconvene.
AYMANE, if he goes 5-3 up with a 2-goal advantage, it could be too big of a mountain to climb for DULLENMIKE. And every single ball is falling to a white shirt. The man representing Eintracht Frankfurt could be 5-3 up. Huge block.
And you see the reaction. I shared the same reaction there with AYMANE. Got the penetrating pass, kind of bounced back, whips it in again with a driven pass. And if anybody needed that break, it's got to be DULLENMIKE. The last 20 minutes, give or take, after the goal, really the second goal from Pele, the game shifted. Momentum, confidence. You know, maybe there's some mentality there as well, because DULLENMIKE pulled away early, thinking that he was going to be able to add to that lead. That wasn't the case whatsoever. Kind of worked against him.
When you look back at AYMANE's previous results, obviously we know the defeat against UMUT.
It doesn't matter. We know he's a fighter.
He suffered a defeat against Stranger. That's not the point I'm getting to. The 2 wins that he's had by 1 goal. He's just squeaking out these results. It was an extra time win against Santil. Left it late, but it was great for the young man.
And I know it's early, but if you're new to the competitive FIFA scene, we haven't seen any of the constant pressure. We're not seeing the pressure after possession loss. We're not seeing some of those double teams or team press being triggered yet.
It will come.
When that happens, this game will shift dramatically. Even if it's for 10 minutes, 15 minutes of game time, players will be everywhere marking everyone.
Hullet's pulling that defence back. Just goes offside, does rude, but he links the play. Yaya Toure back defending, and Valverde has the composure to bring it out. Ruud Gullit coming forward with Dullen. Trying to dink it forward. It's a little bit rushed.
AYMANE did his research. He shut down that manually triggered Ruud Gullit through the middle ball. We've seen that very effective today, especially amongst the German players, and it has not been a factor whatsoever in this matchup.
Ronaldo. Yeah, Torre. One thing that I've noticed, and it might be a strange thing to say, AYMANE loves playing at the bottom of the pitch. It was Capdevila in the first side, and now it's Valverde in this side. All his attacks are coming on sort of the camera near side, and it certainly seems like that's where he's having a lot of his success at this moment. Capdevila first half, and now Valverde in the second half.
What is a constant is that we have overlapping fullback inclusion. Whether that's Valverde, whether that's Capdevila, he's using both fullbacks completely to get them more as wingbacks. Gives another outlet. Even though he hasn't really whipped in a lot of crosses, it helps with those entry passes and those outlets.
We might not have had a goal in the second half of this matchup, but it has been another goal between Predator and Hezers. 5-3 the scoreline. Hezers now leads 6 goals to 3. That's got 21 minutes on the clock, so we'll see the conclusion of that matchup and who solidifies the last spot. DULLENMIKE coming forward. David Ginola, step overs, twisting, turning, Ronaldinho! 4-4.
And again, you see the body feints, the pullbacks, the re-angles, the extra pass, opens up that little window of space. Takes a look up, gauges the goalkeeper across the body, right here. That turn with Ginola is gorgeous.
Was he aiming for Ronaldinho, do you think? Or was it just either Ronaldo, you take it, Ronaldinho, you take it?
I think that's pinpoint to Ronaldinho. But either way, it's really the setup from Ginola.
Yeah.
That reverse body feint just allows you to force your opponent to hesitate, to be misplaced ever so slightly, and then it opens up a clearer lane for the pass. And here we are again. 4-all.
Feels like we're going to go to extra time.
I'm okay with that. I don't mind.
Just got that sort of feel about it. Neither player is able to pull away. When AYMANE was leading, he wasn't able to get that fifth and get that goal cushion and sort of put the distance between the two.
Yeah, and DULLENMIKE's had a couple chances where he's been ahead, couldn't add to it. We have not seen a 2-goal difference or separator in this matchup at any point.
AYMANE coming forward. Ricardo Carvalho standing strong at the back. Right place, right time. As R9 Ronaldo could be away here. What a look with the keeper.
He got him, he baited him with the goalkeeper. So what you're seeing there, he slightly steps out with Yashin, scoots over, but then stays put. And what happens with DULLENMIKE is that he thinks that the near post is going to be wide open. He's going to scoot to the far post. He didn't do it. Completely baited him. A clutch moment there.
What larger impact that could have on the game now. Next time he goes through one-on-one, is he going to move the keeper? Is he going to shoot near post? All these questions might start to rear their head if the opportunity arises. DULLENMIKE with Alawairan stepping past the defender and just can't quite get that ball across.
It's got to be said, Yashin has been a spectacle. I was mixing up words.
He's special. He's special.
He has been special. He has been special indeed. But, and again, this has happened throughout the 2 legs. DULLENMIKE has missed 2 1v1s all by himself. That starts to sit with you a little bit. You can't miss those opportunities.
Final 15 minutes. Everything on the line here at the ECL group stages. DULLENMIKE looking to create something magical. Ginola inside the box, danger area, ball roll, scoop turn, into Ronaldinho. He's fighting away to force it across the box. And Capdevila in the right place at the right time for AYMANE. The ball just seems to be falling back to a Focus Clan shirt at the minute.
You can feel that shift. That's why I think the pause has been cued from AYMANE, not only because he wants to make subs or maybe formation adjustments, I just think he wants a moment to breathe.
Yeah, Torre. It's a very, very deep defense from AYMANE. All 10 white shirts behind the ball. Ronaldo. La Craqueta into Gullit. Can he create something? Gullit again, step overs. DULLENMIKE 7 minutes away from the ECL knockouts.
And it had to be Ruud Gullit. Who else? And you see the patience there. waits for the opportunity, waits for the look, resurfaces. And you gotta give a lot of credit to DULLENMIKE. He's pulling all those players manually to check for the ball, and then he's sending them again. He's triggering those runs. And finally, when he gets to the root hole, you have that step over, just to shield the ball ever so slightly, takes your space across the body, low driven. Yashin, you're not stopping this.
Emphatic finish.
And the first pop-off from DULLENMIKE as well. He's been pretty quiet today.
I think he knows the importance, and especially the minute that it's in. So little time. Might be one good chance. Does AYMANE even potentially go forward? Does he try and keep it for the final chance from the kickoff?
I think he has the chance, going with the pressure, putting on that constant press, and probably trying to go quickly from the kickoff would be ideal, because then you get that initial press directly after.
Well, I imagine some of the substitutions that we might see, I mean, Lionel Messi, potentially, to come on. I don't recall David Ginola playing for him, so he'll be a sub, I think, coming off the bench.
I'd like to see Messi make an appearance. Because of Messi's body type and animations, a lot of the touches are very short and composed.
And that finesse opportunity, a Trivela opportunity.
And the one critique with Messi would be that maybe his sprint speed isn't as high as you would like. However, now that everybody's tired, there's some fatigue, Messi starts looking a little bit faster. He's always had the quickness, but he might have the ability to really separate and take that space.
And that's what they're playing for. The eChampions League. One of the most prestigious tournaments in the calendar.
He's gone the route that you asked for. He's looking like he's going to build for that final attack. Have one chance at a counter press if he loses the ball.
Harry Kewell brought on. Looks like an attacking fullback. Skims his man and could get this into a dangerous area. Yaya Toure, Lionel Messi, this is where you want him. Edge of the box. Ruud Gullit can't quite force it through. Gosens brought on for DULLENMIKE. Defensive read. Players brought on, and we're just seeing this clock start to dwindle down, and potentially AYMANE's eChampions League hopes dwindling between his fingertips. He's come a long way back here as Dullen, one added minute. And that's it. DULLENMIKE facing so much adversity. He was 0-2. He clutches up as only he can. 3 wins in a row, 3-2. It is time, and it is time for the ECL knockouts for that young man.
And well done to DULLENMIKE. Again, you can't question his pathway to get here. Battled through a bunch of different games, all sorts of different results. No clean sheets, nothing near that. Definitely enjoyable FIFA, and the tale of two legs. We saw a much more slow and controlled game for both sides, and then it became a lot more open. And we knew it would come down to those key sequences, those key moments, and in this case, Ruud Gullit.
Commiserations to AYMANE, a valiant effort. And what a day it has been for him. The FIFA is not over here at the Here East in London, because we're jumping on board with some live action between Jesus and Predator FIFA. Jesus, 23 minutes away from booking his place. And I tell you what, another player who started 0-2.
Fair play. And again, another guy that I would have said from the beginning, he had my eye. We talked about it at the opening show or the pre-show, that Jesus is one of the Italians that I expect to see go through, and it's looking likely at this point with a 4-goal spread, big advantage, only 20 minutes left.
I feel like I'm stood on the touchline with this camera angle.
I could not play this.
Predator FIFA. A real tough day at the office here in this final matchup. 8-3. Jesus leads, and it will be another Italian going into the knockouts.
And I'm telling you, if there's a community on the come up right now in esports with FIFA, it's got to be Italy. There were times when we first got underway, we first got started, where we said maybe there's 1-2 names that are ones to watch. Guys that could go for a run, guys that can progress into the tournament, someone that can make noise. And now, as I was saying, 9, 10, 11, 12 names that you can interchange and have the support of the community, but more importantly, have the mechanical capability. They can win versus the best. They have the ability to win a tournament. Obrun showed that last year, where he was right on the cusp of being able to make a push into the finals. And for the majority of the FIFA World Cup, it looked like he was going to be the guy to beat.
Well, he had that really, really formidable online performance, I believe. It was sort of during that period where we were playing a lot online and we were playing in the local European region. And he was arguably the best PlayStation player for a 3-4 month spell.
And I think what's happened is you've had the explosion of the E-Serie A. Yep. That's played a big factor. Now you have an internal, a domestic, as you see a lot of space here, going to add one more, a little more misery into the equation. But that's allowed for the local community to get more practice, get more land practice, get more comfortable, more confident. And then I look at a lot of the streamers. I know we talk about Hollywood, or even Dagnolf is here as well. There are multiple players that have big influences, big creators in that community specifically, or in that nation specifically, that support it. They support the guys individually, they support them as a collective, they train with them, they coach with them, they give out hugs, they retweet, they share, it's on the Instagram stories, you name it, it's all over socials.
I also think as well you've had a real push-on effect of a lot of large Italian esports organizations, football clubs coming into the space, picking up, as you said, people like Hollywood, coaches, top players, and making them better.
It also adds accountability.
Yeah.
If I'm now getting supported, and I know that thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people are going to see everything that I do, I have an expectation. I'm not just putting on for me. I'm putting on for my fans. I'm putting on for the country. I got to travel well. I got to do right by these people. A lot of times accountability, you'd be surprised how much that does for building up expectation and progression.
We can just see here, this game's just being played out. I want to comment on Hazers, and you can bring DULLENMIKE back into the equation here. 0-2 to 3-2. How impressive is that for people at home who might not realize?
I mean, you love to see it. You're one step away from it coming together for you. And you got to remember, everyone that's here, they had to go through such a difficult qualification in order to find themselves in London and competing against the same guys that they were battling it out with online. There's so many big names, and I keep saying that because we could literally go on a list of all these players that aren't here, that didn't make it, that we would expect to see in action, that we'd question what happened. And some of them didn't even get into the bracket stage of the eChampions League. They went out in the Swiss before the Swiss.
So competitive. So competitive. And I think that's the big thing for me. Like when you see a 0-2, not necessarily that you've lost 2 games, but you need to then win 3 matches against players who might be coming off 1 loss, might be coming off 2 losses. They're 1-2 and lost 2, and it really is just such a competitive region. This game has
concluded.
We knew the result for a little while here. Hazers, huge congratulations to that man. From 0-2 to 3-2, another outstanding performance. Commiserations to Prayer to FIFA. Another Italian joins the party.
I'm telling you, for the amount of Italians that were competing today and the ones that went through, from a percentage standpoint, you got to argue one of the best nations in the world right now.
Absolutely. And look,
statistics don't lie. Numbers don't lie.
Numbers certainly
we can have our opinion pieces, but look around the room.
I think maybe the one thing that the Italian scene was lacking was that one player who's gone on and done something magnificent. It used to be Principe.
Yeah.
Oberon is probably that guy now leading the scene forward.
New group, but he's got a squad with him. He didn't come one deep to the party.
And a lot of that squad is made up of other Italian players. When one person qualifies, there's 4 Italians all surrounding them.
And Oberon looked good today as well, as expected.
He certainly did. Well, what a day, what a weekend it has been here at the Champions League. A few closing thoughts from yourself, Mike. We've had shocks. We've had quite predictable results as well. What's your overarching thoughts? I asked you an hour ago at the start of the day.
I'm ready. I got you.
Has anything
changed?
changed?
Covered. So I'm going to shift it a little bit. So congratulations to everyone who's made it through, but also for the guys that didn't.
Yeah.
You should be proud that you got to this point, regardless of what expectation you had coming in. And also, there's a long portion of the season left. We're really at the midway point here. So don't allow this to be the say-all, be-all that you're going home, because it is a grind. You know this. I know this. In order to get to this point, position yourself, sign pro contracts, work on partnerships, you name it, you have to be completely invested. You have to live, breathe all FIFA all day. So congratulations to everyone that was able to get to this point, and I'm looking forward to the final groupings.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Well, from all the casters here who you've joined with us, myself, Mike, Ryan, Brandon, and Leah, we'll see you in April for the ECL knockouts. But right now, it's time for the eChampions League post-show presented by Pepsi Max.
Gravison, I mean, a lot of unexpected happenings on day 2 here of the group stages. Let's talk about a few of those quickly. MOAUBA, Felton, Predator FIFA, big names, big players. People, actually 2 of those names we saw in the final 8 of the eChampions League last year. Massive upset.
Yeah, I remember commentating their matches last year. And I mean, Roy Feldman, 1-3, one of the best players in Europe right now. I don't know, MOAUBA, a player who's always performing at these top level matches. And I don't know, they just didn't perform as well. I know it's been a long time since the last LAN tournament for a lot of them. So yeah, a lot of surprises, but you have seen also a lot of big names coming through, and this last final round was amazing.
And also we're unearthing maybe a new generation of top tier talent as well, which I love to see. We love to bring some new names into the fold as well and see exactly how far they can go in this competition. But let's have a look at a couple of highlights from someone that we love to see going through, and this is DULLENMIKE. He left it to quite the last minute, didn't he, against Damon to go through there, but he did it on the main stage under all the pressure, under all the spotlights. He's booked his space in the knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, I commentated his third round, and who would have thought that he was going to make it through 3-2 after being just in the edge of elimination. But yeah, he did a really good job. I mean, Dullen, we know mechanically and tactically he's one of the best players in the world, but not only that, also his ability to come back from the defeat. And I don't know, it was a tough match because we kind of went back and forth every single time. Every single time Dullen scored, AYMANE equalized in the kickoff. But then in the second leg, second half, kind of DULLENMIKE found his rhythm, scored a couple of goals. This Huli goal was really good. You can see how much it meant to him. And yeah, but as you can see, again from the kickoff, that was amazing. I think Mike later on might talk to us about that goal because it was probably one of the best goals in the game. Pele performing really good for AYMANE, but as we talked about, DULLENMIKE's mental was really on point. He equalized here with a beautiful goal from Ronaldinho, and then in one of the last plays of the day, Rod Hullit, the main man, really good goal, and Dullen qualified for the stage 3 of the eChampions League.
I think he's a player you always have to believe in as well to get the job done, even
Definitely.
if his back's against the wall. And AYMANE, I think he's got a really strong future as well. He had some really tough opponents today and unlucky not to make it through, but getting that early loss to UMUT and then a loss there to DULLENMIKE. Big names, really, that he had to surpass, not to be for him. Let's talk about UMUT then. He had a great opening round fixture, 12-1 against AYMANE. Then it wasn't to be. He had to wait to the final game as well against Henning to book his spot in the knockouts, which was a massive, I think, shock for us, wasn't it, Grav?
Definitely. I was expecting UMUT to go through, let's say, with a 4-1 or 5-0 result we're talking in the Swiss format. But yeah, he made it through the last game, and it might have something to do with the fall he had in real life a couple of weeks ago, where he kind of broke his hand. He was riding a scooter or something like that.
You said that wasn't going to be a problem earlier on in the pre-show. You said, oh no, don't be silly, he's a champion.
It might have happened, but yeah, definitely. It could have been that, or it could have been that his opponents were just playing better than him. I watched his match against Daniel on the pit, and Daniel did an amazing job of kind of absorbing UMUT's attack and then counter-attacking. I think he scored like 5 goals in the second leg. But yeah, UMUT kind of make this big statement in the last match. It was kind of a convincing result. He made it through.
From what you've seen of the world champion, how much has he got to do before the knockouts to be up to world champion status, eChampions League title status?
I mean, he has work to do, because if you think about Matthias or Nicolas last year, they crushed the stage 2 and then they crushed the bracket format. So yeah, he has work to do, but if Hennigan can do it, it has to be the world champ, right?
Well, it has to be, doesn't it? And obviously his teammate Anders has gone through as well, undefeated. So the Leipzig boys having a great day at the office. Let's talk about one more set of fixtures as well, which we saw. Predator FIFA, he was a final 8, wasn't he, of the eChampions League last year. He went up against Jesus, and this is how that one unfolded. Not particularly, again, how we thought it would.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus is a really, really crazy strong online player. We don't know, many viewers don't know that because they haven't been following the online scene and only the LAN scene. But if you talk about Jesus, you talk about one of the biggest players online. So it's not a surprise to me that he's knocking out Predator. But I mean, Predator is kind of an offensive player. So offensive against offensive player, we're going to see a lot of goals. And if you make a couple of mistakes on your defensive half, you're going to be punished. So you can see Heathers scoring a lot of goals in the first leg, and then in the second one, he dominated. I think it was like a 9-goal result at the end. And I mean, his R9 precision, his R9 flicking of the skills, pretty much everything was on point. And even though Predator came back with a goal, Heather's found kind of his rhythm with the L1 through passes and everything, and it's just going on and on and on and on. And yeah, I'm happy for him because the Italian scene has been growing up for the last few years, and we can see it now, how much it meant with Santil, with Obrun, with all the Italian players behind him. And yeah, he made it through. We can see those beautiful goals from those beautiful passes, and Heather is through. I'm happy for him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I'm happy for him as well. What a great result to end out the day for Hessers. Unlucky for Predator FIFA, of course, being such a standout performer in the ECL last year, not to be this year. It's one of those things, isn't it? You can't rely on the results from last year to go in your favour the next year on. Well, I'm going to welcome to the stage DULLENMIKE. He is a qualifier. DULLENMIKE, you left it pretty late there. It was touch and go. We weren't quite sure what was happening. Gravison, you can come a little bit closer. You look like you're on the edge there. I don't know, he doesn't want to be part of the final team. Tricky first match. Was that, do you think, the downfall and you had to find your momentum again? Obviously, Ollie Bolly going to penalties wasn't an ideal opener for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it was the start of the downfall, but definitely if I would have won that game, obviously I would be 1-0, maybe even going for 2-0 and 3-0. But in the end, I managed to qualify, and that's the most important part, so I don't care how it happened.
Today you kind of played crazy FIFA. There are a lot of games, back and forth, late goals, all the above. What's the conversation look like with the coach? Because you had to review a lot of gameplay today.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't played my best FIFA today. I think everybody who watched my game probably saw it. So I definitely need to work on it, but my coach told me like the main part was to play it calmly because I was rushing a lot of my attacks. I mean, you saw the results, it went like 8-7 and stuff. So that was the main part. And
they made me rate your game today in form. So what would you rate? I gave it like a 6, maybe a 6.5 in terms of like a 10 being you're winning a tournament, a 1 being you're going home, 0 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, it was close to a 1, so I'd give it a 5, I think.
Okay, 5.
Honest assessment there. Grav, have you got a question you'd like to post, DULLENMIKE?
Yeah, I remember in the third round, the first leg, you scored 4 goals, 3 with Willet, but you weren't playing that well. It was like 5 chances and your build-up wasn't as good. Then in the second leg, your build-up started going up and you started playing well. Do you think that was like the moment your kind of momentum changed, shifted, like in the second leg of the third game?
Yeah, definitely, because up until the first leg in the game, I didn't get that lucky in terms of chances and goals I conceded. So when I first started to kind of get lucky goals for me, the momentum shifted, and in the second leg I just managed to kind of play through my game, and all of a sudden everything clicked and I got the win.
Well, DULLENMIKE, I think you're a player that we all have belief in to make it through to these knockout stages. I said that to Gravison a bit earlier on, so you are one of our final 16. Congratulations. We'll see you in the knockouts in a couple of months' time. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, there we have it. All our 16 players have qualified. Let's have a quick look at those results. It was touch and go for DULLENMIKE, but he got the job done against AYMANE. Let's have a quick look at the final ones. That was 5-4. Predator FIFA, unlucky for him. Unfortunately, he lost out 9-3 to Hezes. Henning and UMUT. UMUT taking that one 7-3, makes his way through. RVP Legend and Vastavan 4-3 there. Karai and iMyrtle going through 3-2. And Eldos and the Stranger getting the job done 6-4. Mike.
I'm pretty happy with the Stranger getting through. I don't know about you, Gravison, but again, as someone who's been around competitive esports from the beginning of times, the Stranger was a staple in terms of the German community, and then there was a couple years that I didn't see him at events. He wasn't qualifying, and he's kind of been back.
His first LAN back in 4 years, and he gets the job done to the knockouts. Amazing result for the Stranger. So, again, just final standings then. We talk about 16 going through, 16 unfortunately going home. The pink means you are eliminated. The blue means you've qualified. The likes of VEJRGANG, we'd expected that. Ollie Bolly, Kamal, Montaxa, Levy Finn, iMyrtle, Hezes, UMUT, Vastavan, the Stranger. Big names. DULLENMIKE, I'll add him in there as well. Unfortunately, guys, yeah, for you going home, well, great job to qualify. We're talking about how difficult that is to even be there. Well, what a day we have had. So, this is the big one. We talked about it yesterday. We had Emre Yilmaz as our player of the day. We have time now to announce our player of the day for day 2. This is our PlayStation player of the day. And that accolade goes to this man, Anders VEJRGANG, the player unbeaten, 5 wins, 0 losses. Look at the goals, 32 against 16. Goal difference, 16 as well. I mean, what an achievement for this guy. His first proper LAN event, his first proper international LAN event, and he gets the job done in style. We're also talking about the fact that maybe the pressure was going to be on for this man. It definitely didn't seem to be the case. What a day, and delighted to say that we have both Anders and UMUT, who had a bit of a sketchy day. We'll talk to UMUT in a second. I'm going to focus on Anders. I mean, Anders, we were talking about this is the moment for you to shine. This is one of the biggest moments of your career so far, individual on the international stage, and you're going undefeated. What do you have to say about that?
Of course, I'm very happy about the day. I started to win the first 3, so I was already qualified, but like I want to win every single match, so I was trying to win the last 2 as well, and today I won all 5, and I'm very happy with how I played today.
I've got to ask, because Gravison unfortunately had to leave the stage. He wanted me to ask you about your celebrations, because they're quite special, aren't they?
I mean, it's only to like motivate myself. It's nothing against my opponents. I just like, you know, when I score and I can celebrate, it's like more fun for me. So it's nothing against my opponents. It's just like fun for me to do it.
Well, it's fun for us as well, isn't it, Mike?
No, absolutely. And I'd love to shift towards you because you started off the day so strong and then you had some battles kind of in between and you had to kind of battle back. What was happening throughout some of those matches? Because we're not used to seeing you struggle a little bit as you kind of broke through. It took you all the way to the game 5, but I think everybody was expecting after the first game, okay, UMUT's going through, it's done and dusted.
Yeah, of course, the only aim is to go 3-2, to go to the next stage, and I managed this. Of course, I have also to say I'm playing with a little injury, but I could manage the main thing, and so I'm happy. I played not that good today. I think I can play better, but it's enough.
And we talk a lot about organizations, and I feel like sometimes we don't talk about Leipzig enough. How has that been for your career and you guys coming together as a team? Because there's so many different members when you're looking at the esports, the content creators are very involved with developing players and really having a presence in the community.
I think Leipzig is one of the most professional esports teams. I mean, like we train all the day and we play so much in Leipzig, and no one from us lives in Leipzig, so we travel every week. I travel a lot to Leipzig, but it's very, very professional, and they just do the best that we can perform and that we can play our best game.
Finally, Anders, I want to ask you a question as well. The eagle-eyed viewers at home will notice you don't bring a coach with you. Will that ever change? Or, I mean, it's working quite well at the moment, isn't it?
I mean, Faminato, we have like one coach in the club, and I mean, he was world champion with UMUT last year, so it makes really good sense that he's coaching UMUT, and it's not like a big problem for me to play alone because like it's easier for me to focus when I don't like have one by my side. So like when UMUT is still in the tournament, it's fine for me to just play without a coach.
Well, you're doing something right. It's working, so don't change it at the moment, Anders. I mean, UMUT, congratulations, and Anders, congratulations as well. You are our PlayStation Player of the Day. Right then, next up, let's go into hashtag ECL Showtime. This is when we talk about skill moves, Mike LaBelle. I know it's your favorite subject, so please take the lead on this one.
Well, there's been so many different cancellations and a lot of body feints, a lot of step overs, a lot of fake shots, a lot of scoop turns. You name it's been happening. Let's see what we put together today. I remember this goal well. You're gonna see that heel-to-heel ball roll inclusion to beat the goalkeepers. I like that as an inclusion. It's a new way. It kind of took over for the regular ball roll in order to walk around the goalkeeper. You see Ruud Gullit step overs for days. It's been a constant here. Beautiful passing. R9 inside the box. Knows exactly what to do with it. I like this inclusion with Ruud Gullit becoming one of the best attackers. I don't know if it's ever going to happen again, but I'm here for it. He scores in a variety of ways. That's a nutmeg, a reverse Elasco. Might be the skill of the day, actually. I like when that happens. Line it up, sit down, move over, a big body, R9, not light. And you see Ruud Gullit again. It's crazy the power that he has, what he can generate, what he can create out of nothing. I already knew what was happening there with Dino. Cake walk the dog, round the goalkeeper, Van der Sar on the ground, tap it home. I like conversions. What can I say?
Gravison, you love skills as well. What's the must-have skill move in your arsenal?
I think it's wall roll. I think it's the
Classic.
easiest one, yeah. But you can, it's just to get, I think FIFA is all about angles, and to get your angle right, you got a ball roll pretty much every single time in every part of the pitch. So I go for the ball roll.
Well, thank you. That was, of course, hashtag ECL Showtime. Right, let's move on to everyone's favourite, the goals. And this is the FedEx top goal scorer. Right, well, let's have a look at the table then to see who tops it today. Nick Snebb did yesterday, 35 goals. That's what he achieved. Let's see who sits on top today. Who's going to take this accolade? Everyone loves to go home, don't they, with an extra achievement under their belt. UMUT is a player, 32, didn't quite get the same as Nick said yesterday. 32 also goes to his teammate, VEJRGANG. I mean, what's happening over there at Leipzig, guys? They know how to score goals. Jesus, 29, makes it through, didn't he, against Predator FIFA in the last round of fixtures. Danny Pitbull, 28, and Levi Finn on 28 as well. Great job for those guys.
I think you have to give a lot of credit to Leipzig as well. Again,
to Daniel, we don't even talk about him.
Well, I look at UMUT as well. UMUT was a developed talent. It wasn't as if they signed a world champion. He was a world champion that started there and then was built into that, and that's definitely part of the esports organization. Of course, UMUT's ability as an individual as well, but I think they don't get enough credit that maybe they deserve, and in some of the team that they've developed.
Well, that was your FedEx top goal scorer, and it went to UMUT. Well, we talk about top goal scorers, 32. That was the tally today. Nick Snebb still winning. Let's go Oppo goal of the day. This is brought to you by Mike Labelle. Mike, where did you go? Who did you choose?
We had so many options. I just seen so many goals with Ruud Gullit that I felt like it's only right that we feature something from Ruud Gullit. So this is going to be a long-range, triggered run. Look at the manual pass here, the connection, full volley. Goalkeeper can't do anything about it. Again, so many options, but I have not been utilizing my Ruud Gullit properly. I didn't know that until this weekend. It has been confirmed for me. This guy scores for fun.
Yeah, are we talking about FIFA 23 or FIFA 19? Because that's MOAUBA, bringing it back from the old days, right? MOAUBA. What a man.
There we have it. What a great day at the office. So 16 more players then have not booked their spots, haven't they, in the knockouts. 16 to join the 16 that we had yesterday. Guys, I'd just love to know the final thoughts. When we kind of missed you when you were commentating, we said big upsets for us were MOAUBA, Feldman, Predator FIFA. Which one do you, or really sticks out to you, Mike?
Maybe not from the upsets, but I was just thinking today, and I talked about it a little bit earlier, but there were so many goals. There was nothing close to a clean sheet, I feel like, across these games. Everything was a minimum of 3 or 4 goals on each side and going forward. And yesterday, I feel like we saw some closer affairs in terms of lower scoring. So that's kind of my big takeaway today, is that what's happened in Germany and Italy is not defensive at all.
Not at all, no.
Yeah,
I'll take it from Mike. I think it's interesting what's going to happen in stage 3, because we had 2 different game styles. You see kind of Europe West with a controlling, possession, defensive kind of game style, and you see the Germans, the Italians, the Swedish guys, they're going attack, 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 and attack. So what's going to happen now in stage 3? They're all combined. We're going to see who's best.
The Germans out in force, as we expected from them. Well, thank you to all our partners, of course, Oppo being one of those. It's been a great day to have all our partners on board. Well, thank you so much then for joining us on our Pepsi Max post show, guys. It's been a pleasure to have you on board the last 2 days. Thank you so much for joining us. And we get to do it all again in a couple of months' time. The knockouts are coming your way next on the eChampions League schedule. They come your way on the 22nd and the 23rd of April. We get to see 32 players from West and East and Central Europe, of course. Those players you've seen in action for the last few days. We all get to see them again. And they all join us on the stage now. Yeah, it's pretty crowded. That's exactly what we want to see. They've all had to play 5 rounds of FIFA today. 3 wins saw these guys going through. Anders, of course, got 5 wins to his name. Where is he? I don't even know where he went. Over there he is. He's our player of the day. But guys, you all did so well. This is a massive achievement. We talk about the eChampions League as the absolute pinnacle on the European calendar, and these guys have done so well to get here. I mean, Mike Gravison, thank you so much for joining us, and all you players as well. Leah, Ryan, Brandon and Richard, thank you so much for casting this wonderful event with us. But guys, we get to do this all again. The knockouts, things get serious on the 22nd and the 23rd of April. Come back and join us on this very stage to see which 8 players go through to the final in Istanbul. We'll see you then. Goodbye and good night.